Chapter 200, This Yang Xia's sister just jokes about me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Xia came to the upstairs office with a folder. Brother, sister. Come on, sister, sit on the sofa. Lu Shui saw Yang Xia come over and happily greeted her. Then she herself stood up and gently walked over. Husband, pour a cup of water for sister, look at sister's hot face is sweaty. Okay, Lu wife. Su Yang smiled and answered, got up and went to help Yang Xia pour water. Sister, I went to see that hotel today, the location is quite good, and the decoration inside is not bad. Sister, take a look, this is their material. Yang Xia handed the folder in her hand to Lu Shui and reached out to take the cup of water handed over by Su Yang. Anyway, let's take a look and take over or not. Hubby, look at Yang Xia's sister, she's busy all day long, and she's still thinking about expanding her business for the company, it's really tiring. Do you think it's time to give sister a secretary? Lu Shui looked through the materials while chatting with Su Yang intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, wife, what you said is so right. Just within the three of us, it's my sister who's the busiest, and now even you two siblings don't have much time to chat. It's true that we have to give my sister a secretary, at least some chores can be arranged for the secretary to do, this will also allow my sister to be a little free. Su Yang said, and obediently sat down beside Lu Shui, and also put his head together to read the materials with her. Don't sister, brother. You all don't have a secretary, sister how can I have the nerve to use a secretary No sister, your brother and I have already discussed it, I plan to find a secretary for him and you respectively. There are some chores that you don't have to do yourself. Especially sister likes to chat with sister the most. You are now the general manager of the agency, you need to appropriately spare yourself some time so that you have more time to plan the development of the company, don't you? Lu Shui said, handing the materials in her hand to Su Yang, while she herself took Yang Xia's hand and chatted affectionately. Just know that elder sister is always thinking about her younger sister. Yang Xia scratched her head with some embarrassment and could only nod. Nowadays she was indeed quite busy, quite a few chores were done by her personally, consuming a lot of time. Of course, we are a family, sister must love you. Go back and talk to the personnel, prepare to recruit 2 young girls, to be smart. Lu Shui smiled gently, in a few words, this matter was finalized. Okay sister, then what kind of young secretary does brother want, is there a specific weight and appearance requirement? Ha ha ha. Yang Xia promised, then turned his head to look at Su Yang again. No requirements. I just need a male secretary, female secretary I think forget it. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sarcastically. This sister Yang Xia, she just knows how to make jokes at my expense. What's the point of looking for a young, small secretary? It's more fun to find a mature and flavorful secretary. However, in order to not let his beloved Lu Shui wife have any ideas, then it is best to recruit a male secretary. Brother, the boy which has a girl's heart fine I think it's better to find a female secretary for brother, sister said right? Well, what sister said is. Okay, it's settled then, let's recruit 2 young girls. Lu Shui smiled and nodded her head, and directly clapped the board to make sure. Wife, you. Good boy, be obedient. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's gentle eyes, and was really embarrassed to retort. Although her body nowadays is getting more and more inconvenient, but when the two of them are together, she still tries her best to open her mind, so that Su Yang is just as cool as it is. Okay, I'll listen to the wife. Such a good wife, as long as she is happy. But brother, you're so cute. Sister don't make a scene, be careful your sister spank you Che, won't do it, sister is so good to me. Cough cough cough. Su Yang laughed, took out the material in his hand and put it into Lu Shui's hand. Wife, is it necessary for us to engage in this part of the hotel? It's kind of a different industry from intermediaries. Guesthouse is also considered a kind of short-term rental. I do think that we can match the long-term rental business with short-term rental. 2 people we intermediaries so much housing, can also take out some to get into a bed and breakfast. It can also expand our profits some more. Lu Shui smiled and reached out to hold Su Yang's hand, gently speaking her thoughts. In fact, when Yang Xia started communicating with her, she quickly thought of this matter. In order to make more money, then we need to be a little more flexible. Yeah, brother, I actually thought the same thing at first. If we take over their hotel and company together, it should be very beneficial to our subsequent business development, I think. At least it's a good attempt. If it works, we can continue to expand. And the location of that hotel is not bad, the occupancy rate is still guaranteed. Yang Xia, hearing Lu Shue's words, also chimed in. Oh. Su Yan carefully listened to the words of the two and felt that it was quite reasonable. With their current financial strength, taking over a hotel was not a problem at all. Even if it was completely unprofitable, they could still afford to lose money. But looking at what Yang Xia's sister said, it should not be able to lose money. If you say so, then it's possible to try to take a look at it, and the next step can be to learn more about it in detail and then talk about the transfer price. Well, I agree. After Su Yang finished speaking, Lu Shui immediately nodded, expressing her attitude. Okay, brother, sister, then let's get in touch with them as soon as possible, take a look at their 1 or 2 years of business data and financial report data and so on, and talk about the price. Hearing that both of them agreed, Yang Xia couldn't help but let a glint of joy pass through her eyes. In fact, she still had a strong sense of enterprise. Ever since she came to Su Yang Lu Shui here, she had been pondering every day on how to do a good job with the business at hand, while at the same time making the company's business a bit bigger. If they could take over this guest house, then they could make the company's business more flexible. Okay sis, don't forget to have personnel start hiring a secretary right away, and try to get it done recently. Got it sister, immediately recruit. Yang Xia smiled and nodded, glanced towards Su Yang again, then happily left. Chapter 201 Fading Memories. Hubby, know why I have to find you a young little girl secretary? After Yang Xia left, Lu Shui smilingly caressed Su Yang's face and snuggled into his arms. I don't know. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui a little puzzled and reached out to stroke her bulging pregnant belly. The belly became more and more obvious. It simply felt like one day at a time. The little guy inside is growing really fast. I don't know if this is a son or another beautiful little girl. In fact, Su Yan preferred a daughter. Then my wife asks you, suppose you are a bachelor and there are 2 beautiful women for you to choose from. A young girl and a mature young woman, which one would you choose? Lu Shui said and had already caressed her hand towards his chest and it kept moving. So much so that Su Yan already felt some heartbeat acceleration. That goes without saying, definitely choose the beautiful young woman. It's best to be like a wife like. Even if I have to live 10 years less, I will definitely be willing to do it. Like my wife, such a superb young woman, is to give me 2 beautiful girls, I also resolutely do not change. But Lu Shui was instantly amused by Su Yang's words. The fair and delicate face also couldn't help but slightly blush. Wife is not as good as you say. Listening to you say this, wife really seems to be long as a sunken fish in geese, as if the country is pouring into the city. Wife, just look good, that naturally is not enough, the main thing is. Su Yang gently bent over Lu Shui's ear and whispered. Husband. You haven't called your wife like this for a long time. She heard the husband's name, her face instantly turned redder. It had really been a long time since she had heard her husband say the term little s thing. This suddenly heard her husband mention it again, and seemed to be a little hot all over. Yes, wife is the most flavorful. All other women simply can't be compared to you. Su Yang laid his body towards the sofa, matching the tenderness that this Lu Shui was exerting on him. But sister Yang Xia is also not bad. Not only is she well behaved and gentle, but her massage skills are so good. And she is also a proper beautiful young woman. Hubby, how come he is not moved? I think if you were in the past. She must have been settled by you a long time ago. Cough, cough, cough. Wife, although Yang Xia's sister is quite good, but compared to wife, that's still quite a bit worse. As for the past. Wife, actually I can't seem to remember, have I really slept with another woman? Su Yang's previously recovered memory images seemed to become less and less clear as well. Anyway, his clearest memories seem to have really started after he crossed over and was reborn. The original more than 10 years of memories, those fragments and images recovered, seemed to be getting blurrier and blurrier. Especially after the last time he was treated by that Taoist priest that old Chinese Dr. Wang had found, the memories of the past seemed to be getting more and more blurry. So when Lu Shui once again brought up the embarrassing events of the past, it seemed that he could no longer remember that there was such a thing. It can't be, little baby. I remember mentioning it to you once before. You once drunkenly brought home a little bitch and slept together in front of me. Could it be that this thing you also forgot? Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's puzzled expression and couldn't help but be secretly stunned. Looking at her husband's look, it didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, nowadays, her husband was particularly well behaved and obedient in front of her, so he was definitely not lying. You mentioned this thing to me before, this I do remember, but the matter of me bringing the little bitch home. Really don't have any memory of it at all. Su Yang pondered for a while, and no relevant images surfaced in his mind. Oh. Hubby, then do you remember the incident where you made me watch 20 movies of Mr. Cang continuously? After watching them, I had no energy at all. Lu Shui blushed shyly and casually said something that she was extremely impressed by. She was sure that her husband wouldn't forget it either. That time was night and day. Both of them were extremely impressed. That time was considered the lightest of the beatings, and one of the few times when they felt happier. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. How is it that a little bit of impression is gone? That was 20 movies in a row. Such a famous actor, he should be deeply impressed. However, within the previously recovered memory fragments, it seemed to have flashed vaguely and then disappeared again. Not a single bit of clear and valid memory information could be found in his mind at all. Husband is not remembering anything at all? Lu Shui twisted her head to look at Su Yang with incomparable tenderness in her eyes. Although a lot of period things in the past had been memorized by her. But the husband in front of her eyes was simply like a different person, replaced with the fresh meat from her favorite student days. So she didn't feel unhappy at all. Yeah, wife. 20 movies in a row, can I top that? Then it wouldn't be exhausted and sleepy? Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of incredulity in his eyes. Anyway, you're not moving at all, it's all your wife's busy work. You're definitely not that tired. Oh. So it was like this. Su Yang couldn't help but reach out and stroke Lu Shui's face, pulling her into his arms. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken again. Hubby, I know. Since the last time you woke up drunk, you remembered everything, and you didn't lose your memory again. But the things before the drunkenness, it seems like you're forgetting more and more. Yeah, it seems like that's really the case. Hearing Lu Shui's summary, Su Yang couldn't help but nod secretly. Ever since the Taoist priest helped him heal, the previous recovered memories were actually disappearing little by little. This matter did not matter to Lu Shui. She would even be happier if she forgot all about it. For Su Yang, the impact was not too big, and it would not affect his deep love for Lu Shui at all. It's okay, little baby. This is quite good, and my wife has long since stopped wanting to remember those things. Our love, it started after you awakened that day. This way. Wife feels so happy, so happy. Lu Shui said, her soft little hand soon became unsteady again. Readers greatly, please use your small hands that are rich and give a 5-star favorable comment. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the more rich you will be. Chapter 202, this secretary will be given to my sister first, I'm not in a rush. Unconsciously, a few more days passed. This afternoon, Su Yang and Lu Shui just got up from their nap. Yang Xia sent a message to Su Yang. Brother, I just interviewed a little girl, quite witty and pretty, why don't you and sister take a look too? If it's okay, then you can work for brother as a secretary first. Su Yang glanced at the message, then made Lu Shui look at it as well. Wife, let's give this secretary to my sister first, I'm not in a hurry. Well, good, just listen to my husband, my sister is indeed working too hard. Lu Shui sniffed, smiled and nodded, unconsciously reaching out to stroke her pregnant belly. Good. Su Yang responded, then sent a WeChat message to sister Yang Xia. Sister Yang Xia, just now your sister said that after the secretary is recruited, it should be used for the sister first. A few moments later, Yang Xia's message was sent over. Well then, let's recruit another one as soon as possible, this little girl's sister will stay first. Shy. She looks pretty. Brother don't regret. Sister so hard, there are secretaries must be the first sister to use. Laughs. Pretty or not. And I have nothing to do with it, and besides, which little girl can be compared to your sister? Su Yang looked at the message sent by Yang Xia and couldn't help but laugh secretly. This young Xia sister, you're not deliberately teasing people. You clearly know that recently your sister is getting more and more inconvenient, and your brother's happiness is getting less and less. Yet you are still deliberately talking so blindly. Aren't you afraid that brother will fix you? Ha ha. That's true, it's really hard to find a girl who can be prettier than your sister. Alright, sister will keep this little secretary for now. In the future, there will be a bit more time to chat with sister. Su Yang accompanied Lu Shui and chatted for a while longer, then he was ready to go to the following neighborhood to take a look around. As a boss, just reading reports all day long was definitely not enough. Many times, the work report does not reflect the real situation. So it is still necessary to go to the neighborhood from time to time to slip around to see. Even listen to the real voice of the owners. Wife, I'll go to the Tiantai neighborhood to sneak around in the afternoon, and try to go early and come back early. Well, go baby. Looking at the increasingly energized Su Yang, Lu Shui's eyes couldn't help but flash a touch of approval. Now with her belly getting bigger and bigger, his initiative was now becoming stronger and stronger. Also often took the initiative to exchange some ideas on business with Lu Shui. Overall, it was his sense of enterprise that was getting stronger and stronger. Su Yang's transformation in this aspect made Lu Shui even happier. Boo! Let's go, my little silly girl. Wait for me to come back, then kiss you properly. Su Yang said, punched his wife with a flying kiss, then took the car keys and left the office. Brother, where are you going? When Su Yang passed by the entrance of Yang Xia's office, he happened to meet her sending a pretty little girl out. I'm going to slip around the neighborhood below to see the situation. Li Dan, this is our company's big boss, Mr. Su. Brother, this is the newly recruited secretary Li Dan. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello? Su Yang looked at the little girl beside Yang Xia with a smile and nodded slightly. Well, not bad looking, and looking quite resourceful. Only, this kind of little girl is still too green. Whether it was compared to Yang Xia's sister or Lu Shui, it was completely incomparable. Alright sister, I'll leave first. Come back and chat. Su Yang said, waved with the two of them, then drove away. Speeding all the way, the car quickly rushed towards the Tiantai neighborhood. This was an old neighborhood. There were often cases where the property fees were not collected. Although this was a normal situation in many property companies, the collection rate of property fees in this neighborhood was indeed a little too low. Because this neighborhood is not big, it basically can't lose any money. Soon, the car then drove into the Tiantai neighborhood. The security guards watching the door didn't even look at it, and when they saw a car coming, they would open the door. As for whether it is the owner of the neighborhood, it seems not to care at all. After entering the neighborhood, inside the entire neighborhood there are all kinds of vehicles parked everywhere, and many of them are even covered in dust. At a glance, it is clear that it must be vehicles that have been placed for quite a long time. And some of them were also parked haphazardly. Moreover, the hygiene in the neighborhood was not up to par, even the road had quite a few leaves on it, and it had not been cleaned seriously at all. Or at least, it hadn't been cleaned for several days, right? Su Yang found a place and parked his car. Then he picked up his cell phone and took some photos and recorded some videos. Sort of make a record, turn around, have to find this side of the property manager, to get a good understanding. Afterwards, he casually entered a unit door, ready to look at the hygiene of the building. Because it is an old neighborhood, the building is only 6 floors, and there is no elevator installed. Just entered the unit door, ready to go up. Just heard someone coming down from above and was talking about the rent. Su. Mr. Su, hello. Just after walking a few steps, the person above came down. Su Yang looked up, and the girl who took the initiative to greet himself looked as if she was somewhat familiar. If he expected it well, it should be a newly recruited employee of the agency. If it was an old employee, he was still relatively clear. Because of the recent rapid growth of the business, the number of employees recruited was also increasing. Hello there. Su Yang smiled and nodded his head as a polite greeting. Mr. Su, I brought a client to see the house, it's already finished, is there anything you need my help with? You are familiar with this neighborhood? Yes, Mr. Su, I live in this neighborhood, of course I'm familiar with it. The girl smiled and nodded, then waved goodbye to the customers who were looking at the house. That's fine, come. Su Yang looked at the customer who was looking at the room and left, so he waved at the girl and walked out from inside the cell door. Since she was a resident of this neighborhood, she should be very familiar with this neighborhood. What's your name? Mr. Su, my name is Feng Yan. In our Yang Shui agency, there are half a month. Oh, I said how to look at you somewhat familiar. Su Yang smiled faintly and led the girl towards his car. There was a pen and paper inside the car, so he could let the girl talk about the property situation of the neighborhood, and then he could also record it. Chapter 203, Su Yang angrily kicks his former poker partner. Mr. Su, most of the time I am running outside, not much time to return to the company. So I've only seen Mr. Su twice. The girl was holding a folder in her hand. Following Su Yang's side, walking and talking, her eloquence was very fluent. Not much time. The two of them came to the car. Feng Yan sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Su, you are here to make a private visit in a microcosmic way, right? Sort of. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reached for the satchel in the back seat and took out a notebook and a pen. The property fee collection rate of this neighborhood has always been very low, so I took the time to come over to take a look and want to actually understand the property service situation over here. For his own employees, Su Yang did not hide it. To do the job, you have to say what you have to say and find problems to solve them. Because before he just went to the property company's headquarters to sneak around, the following neighborhood has not come at all. Now take the initiative to come over, found a lot of problems. This kind of thing. Also do not know if Supervisor Wang is clear. Mr. Su. This matter is actually still relatively clear to me, it's just that if I tell the truth, it's not likely that I'll offend some people. Are you talking about offending the property manager over here? This. Feng Yan's eyes flickered for a moment, obviously somewhat hesitant. Mr. Su, in fact, I used to work at Jia Yuan Property, and I left before you took over this property company. Oh? How did you leave? Was it because of the original salary issue? In fact, when Su Yang took over, he knew that the salary level of the property company, in terms of the entire counterparts in Jiangcheng, was really at the bottom of the list. But after he took over, the wage level of this property company was directly at the top of the list. Wages are just one aspect, right? The main thing is the company's management problems. The previous CEO had a big problem. The company management was in disarray, and there was nothing to run in the company. Then I resigned. I didn't expect to find a job, but I found Mr. Su there. And you have acquired the Jia Yuan property. This is quite a coincidence. Well, yeah, quite a coincidence. Just now you said that you are offended. What kind of people are you worried about offending? Su Yang twisted his head to look at Feng Yan, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I used to be in charge of personnel in the property company. I am still relatively clear about the company's personnel using insiders. The property manager of this Tiantai neighborhood is Supervisor Wang's cousin. This person usually likes to drink and play cards, simply do not do the right thing. You see the health of this neighborhood, how many days do not bring clean up a time. Once set above someone to come, will raid do look. I remember a while ago, Wang's supervisor brought a trip, that time cleaned up a time. This is not. It's been one of these days, and no one's bothered again. In front of the company's big boss, although Feng Yan started to have a little bit of concern, she quickly dispelled the idea. After all, she was also a resident of this neighborhood, and if the boss truly paid attention to the property management of this neighborhood, then the owners of the entire neighborhood would benefit. So, even if she offended that business manager and offended Supervisor Wang, it was worth it. What's the name of the property manager of this neighborhood? His name is Hu Biao. Anyway, used to be a punk. His favorite thing is to drink and play cards, all day long to the poker field and the drinking field to run. Also often harassed the company's charges customer service and so on. Hu Biao. Su Yang was aware of this name, but it was limited to the property company's list only. To this person, he had no knowledge at all. And Supervisor Wang just said that the property managers of several neighborhoods are still doing a pretty good job. Oh. This is the kind of property manager is still doing a good job? All day drinking and playing cards to harass the little pussy. Simply in his Su Yang original have a spell. Mr. Su, I think that in order to make the neighborhood property service good, first of all, we have to replace the Su Biao. Change are responsible. In fact, the owners of our neighborhood have always been whiny. Think about it, how can they be willing to pay the property fee? Since she said that, Feng Yan then painfully said her thoughts as well. Got it. Su Yang nodded slightly and secretly sighed. This person, Supervisor Wang, still performed well, it's just that he did harbor his cousin too much, and has been harboring him for so many years. This would be too much. Not only does Hu Biao the business manager have to be dealt with, even if it's Supervisor Wang, he definitely has to be punished. As for exactly how to dispose of it, I can share it with my wife later. Mr. Su. That one is Hu Biao. What a disgrace. While Su Yang was pondering, Feng Yan suddenly pointed at a person in the distance and whispered. Ha! Turning his head, he saw it. There was a person who seemed to be staggering from drinking, standing in an unoccupied corner. Clattering and letting off steam. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr the blizzard. In an instant, Su Yang couldn't help but feel angry. It's not a fucking thing. With this quality can still be a property manager? With a single reach, Su Yang pushed open the car door and angrily walked over quickly. Mr. Su. He is a gangster, you be careful. Feng Yan could not help but be startled, and did not care that Hu Biao was doing that shameful thing. Also hurriedly got out of the car. Quickly followed up. Hu Biao. You fucking give me pants. Su Yang quickly rushed up, and when he was 20 meters away, he yelled. You're comfortable, but my Jia Yuan Properties face has been disgraced by you. Ha! Hearing someone shout his name, Hu Biao turned around. Shaking his body and squinting his eyes, he slowly and methodically raised his pants. Hold the grass. Su Yang couldn't help but be furious. That dirty fucking thing of yours, how dare you point it at me like that? Bang! As soon as his anger came up, he couldn't care less. He went up and kicked Hu Biao in the stomach. With just one kick, he kicked him into a bow-waisted shrimp. Grass. Is Su Yang big brother? Don't hit, don't hit. It's me, I'm Hu Biao. Seeing that Su Yang still wanted to kick him with his big foot, Hu Biao suddenly had a twinkle in his eyes, and actually revealed a hint of surprise. You recognize me? Of course I know, We used to play cards and drink together, and you fight more bravely, although we have not seen many times, but I have a very deep impression of you, do you not remember me? Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. This is meeting a former poker drinking buddy? Readers, please use your little hands that are rich to give a 5-star. Favorable comment. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the more rich you will be. Chapter 204, The New Property Manager of Tiantai District. I know your name is Hu Biao. As a property manager, you just urinate anywhere in the neighborhood? Harm. What's wrong with a property manager? No one cares anyway, huh? Brother Su Yang, you. Why did you come to this neighborhood? Long time no see. Look at what you are wearing, are you rich? What is the name of the boss of your property company? No. Su Yang didn't answer Hu Biao's words at all, he just stared at him coldly. I don't know, I heard my cousin say that the boss has changed. But this has nothing to do with me, there is my cousin cover. No matter who is the boss, my little life is the same. Ha ha ha. Hu Biao was drunk and dizzy, standing in front of Su Yang and swaying. From now on, this property manager you damn well don't do. Get the hell out of here. What do you mean? I'm the property manager. I'm not in brother Su Yang's way, right? Hu Biao is obviously a little afraid of Su Yang, is to let him get out, he did not dare to do anything. Didn't get in my way? Jia Yuan property is now mine. You say it's in my way or not? The face of my company has been disgraced by this asshole. From now on, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Get lost. Su Yang pointed at Hu Biao's nose and unceremoniously cursed him. I don't give a damn who you are. Don't say it's Supervisor Wang's cousin, even if it's Supervisor Wang, he'll deal with it just the same. A good neighborhood, let you make the people's grievances boil over. It's a good thing I came here quietly today to check it out, otherwise. Such an asshole is not yet able to mix for a long time. You are the owner of the property company? Stop it, brother Su Yang. How is this possible? Although Hu Biao was drunk and confused, but what Su Yang said, he heard clearly. Although he knew that he had too money before, he didn't look like he was the boss. The property company is his? What kind of joke is that? Grip grass. Lousy doesn't have time to joke with you. Su Yang glared at him fiercely, reached out and pulled out his cell phone, directly dialing the phone of Supervisor Wang. And pressed the speaker button. Hello, Mr. Su, what are your instructions? Soon, Supervisor Wang's voice came out from Su Yang's cell phone. In a moment. Hu Biao was dumbfounded. This was really cousin's voice. This. The Su Yang in front of him was really the new boss of the property company? Hu Biao, come talk to your cousin and tell us how you are doing as the property manager. Su Yang put his hand out and his cell phone came close to Hu Biao. Brother Su Yang, I change is not good, I will definitely do a good job in the future. As a property manager, this salary is still very good. Even within the Jiangqing peer group, it is among the top of the list. So Hu Biao certainly does not want to lose this job. Without this income, then his little life would not be so comfortable. Hu Biao. What the hell did you do? Hurry up and apologize to General Manager Su. Mr. Su, this cousin of mine is just a little bit fun-loving, the essence is still quite good. Mr. Su, are you in the Tiantai district now? I'll meet you there later. Do you think it's okay? I will definitely criticize him severely. Hearing that Su Yang and Hu Biao were together, Director Wang's heart couldn't help but thump. Immediately realizing something might be about to happen. Cousin Hu Biao was simply just trying to mix an income, and was completely coping with the properties in the neighborhood. Over the years, never did a good job. But these years, did not have anything happened. He completely did not expect that today the boss even went directly to the neighborhood. Wang Supervisor, we have repeatedly emphasized the quality of property services, but also specialize in the KPL assessment system, huh? That's how you implement it for me, ah? Now let's talk about Hu Biao first. I don't care what your reasons are for harboring him, I'm telling you clearly, I don't need this kind of rat shit in my Jiayuan property. This afternoon, you take care of him. Tomorrow, we'll talk about your business. Saying that, Su Yang directly hung up the phone. Brother Su Yang, look at this. Get the hell out of here immediately. Otherwise, I'll fucking kick you to death. Hu Biao still wanted to act pitiful in order to try and salvage this opportunity, but Su Yang completely didn't give him this chance. Raising his foot, he went up and was going to continue kicking up. I roll. Hu Biao knew that he was really kicking ah. The kick just now still hurts. If a few more kicks, it would not give him a bad kick. So scared and panicked and slipped away. Mr. Su. Seeing Hu Biao being driven away by Su Yang, Feng Yan, who was standing not far away, hurriedly walked over. Feng Yan, are you still going back to the company? When Su Yang saw Feng Yan coming over, he couldn't help but instantly have a thought. This girl is in this neighborhood, so she must have feelings for the neighborhood. If she is allowed to be the property manager, isn't it feasible? I usually stay in the neighborhood, the listings of 2-3 neighborhoods around here are under my responsibility, there may be customers coming to see the house at any time. Oh, come. Su Yang sniffed and nodded slightly. Then waved at Feng Yan and together they walked towards his car. As for whether it works or not, talk about it. After all, this girl had been a personnel manager, there should be some ability. Soon. The two of them then got into Su Yang's car again. Feng Yan, do you want to change your position? Su Yang looked at Feng Yan and asked directly to the point. This girl was about 25-26 years old. Although her looks were average, she had a competent look between her eyebrows. What position is Mr. Su going to arrange for me? Feng Yan couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. She knew very well that Hu Biao had just been ousted. Now that the boss suddenly raised this question, it couldn't be that he wanted her to succeed Hu Biao as the property manager of this cell, right? Do you want to be the property manager of this neighborhood? I want to do it. Feng Yan only hesitated slightly and immediately nodded her head in agreement. Although she hadn't worked as a property manager, she was very clear about all the things that happened in a property. Moreover, she was the owner of this neighborhood and had lived here since she was a child, and was also very attached to it. Good. Come back to the company with me, I'll let the personnel do the formalities for you. Su Yang nodded and didn't ask anything more, and soon started the car. Chapter 205. Just this and still thinking about compensation? On the way to the property company, Feng Yan said some more about her understanding of the property, as well as her basic ideas and so on. As the communication deepened, Su Yang felt more and more that she was suitable to be this property manager. Although this girl is not very old, but has the passion and willingness to work hard, and is not at all unfamiliar with property management. Soon, the duo arrived at the office of Jia Wei Property. Supervisor Wang was not in the office. Lu Hui, come to my office. Okay, Mr. Su. Su Yang directly called Lu Hui, the personnel manager, to his office. Lu Hui, prepare the separation report of Hu Biao, the property manager of the Tiantai neighborhood, and do his separation as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Su. Lu Hui, the personnel manager, heard this and couldn't help but be stunned, but didn't hesitate and immediately nodded her head, agreeing very quickly. She still had heard a little about Hu Biao's situation. This person was Supervisor Wang's cousin, and was completely mucking around, equivalent to taking an empty salary. Since this was discovered by the boss, he deserved it. In addition, this is Feng Yan from our agency. From now on, it's the property manager of the Tiantai neighborhood. You can help her with the entry procedures first. The salary will be according to the established standards. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll go prepare the contract right away. Feng Yan, come over with me for a moment. Since the boss personally gave the word, then naturally Lu Hui didn't have any hesitation and immediately went to prepare the materials. After the two left, Su Yang immediately dialed Yang Xiao's phone. Hello? Brother, what are the instructions? Ha ha. Sister, I pried away one of you to say hello to you. Hearing Yang Xiao's gentle and slightly playful voice, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Oh? Which beautiful woman made brother look at? Tell me about it, huh? Cough cough cough. Sister, you have been naughty wait for brother to go back to punish you to give me a massage Good brother, as long as you are not afraid of sister to repair you, you want to let sister to do what you massage, sister will do what you massage, okay? But Yang Xia said and couldn't help but laugh shyly. Today brother went to the Tiantai neighborhood managed by our property company. I fired the property manager. This person is a jerk. Then I met Feng Yan from the agency. I think she is good, then I plan to let her try. Oh, Feng Yan is our new employee. It seems that she has worked in our property company before. But brother, I have the impression as if this girl is average looking, right? Sister, you wait for me. Su Yang snapped and scratched his head. This sister knows how to joke with brother. I really need to fix her when I turn around. Ha ha. No problem brother, I'll let the personnel prepare a separation procedure, that side of the entry, this side to do a separation on the line. I talk to them, the intermediary side, and then add a personnel is. Well, goodless sister, brother will go back later. The two casually chatted a few more sentences, and then hung up the phone. Knock knock knock. Su Yang was about to send a message expressing his thoughts with his wife when the office door was suddenly knocked. Come in. With a response from Su Yang, the door opened. It turned out that Supervisor Wang had come. Mr. Su, I just went to the Tiantai neighborhood to look for you. I didn't expect you to return to the company. Supervisor Wang came to Su Yang's desk with an awkward look. Are you done with Hu Biao's matter? Su Yang didn't respond to Supervisor Wang's words, but asked right to the point. He had already spoken to Supervisor Wang before. He had to take care of Hu Biao's matter in the afternoon. Aha, settle it right away, settle it right away. Supervisor Wang scratched his head and hesitated for a moment. Which? Mr. Su, you see Hu Biao also worked in our company for a few years. We open people is not possible to use N+1 compensation. Are you talking about Hu Biao compensation to the company? Su Yang's eyes stared coldly at Supervisor Wang, and his voice was also cold. Thinking about what? Give the neighborhood property to the old man like this. How much damage has been caused to Lousy? Just this still think about compensation it? Want to fart to eat it? Su Yang's words made Supervisor Wang directly shed cold sweat. He knew that Hu Biao definitely couldn't be saved. It was necessary to open up. But he thought about the practice of driving people away and wanted his cousin to take a compensation payment when he was leaving. With his current salary level, this amount of compensation was still quite a lot. But Su Yang's words instantly dispelled his previous good thoughts. Settle this month's salary for him, and before you leave work, tell him to get the hell out of here. Fine, got it, Mr. Su, I'll do it right away. Supervisor Wang no longer dared to mention a word about compensation. To do the job like this and still want compensation? How fucking hilarious. Not too long after, Feng Yan signed the contract and came over. Mr. Su, I have signed the contract. If there is nothing, I will go back first. The personnel manager said that Tianwang's supervisor will take me to the district property office. Well, let's go, Feng Yan. I'll send you back. It just so happens that I'm kind of on my way. Su Yang had already arranged for Supervisor Wang to fire Hu Biao. I think he wouldn't dare not to do it. If he didn't do it well, then he definitely wouldn't have much to eat. Even if he did it well, he would still have nothing to eat. To dare harbor such a rogue property manager for such a long time, that was simply unforgivable. Thank you, Mr. Su. Feng Yan did not expect that the boss would personally send her back, and could not help but feel warmth in her heart. The property manager who Biao like a jerk, in front of the boss, the goat didn't even dare to speak a heavy word. It seems that the boss, this person, indeed not simple it. Feng Yan sat in Su Yang's car and quickly rushed towards the Tiantai neighborhood. Feng Yan, in the future, if there is anything in the property company, just report directly to me. I hope that you can make our property service up as soon as possible. Aha, understand, Mr. Su. Good, confident to do a good job, right? Don't worry, Mr. Su, of course I have the confidence to do a good job. I have stayed in this neighborhood for so many years, my feelings for the neighborhood are very deep. Well, good. Su Yang sniffed and nodded in relief. Let's hope that this girl can live up to her promise. It wasn't long before Su Yang then drove to the Tiantai neighborhood and placed Feng Yan at the entrance of the neighborhood. The two of them then waved their hands and said their goodbyes. After leaving the neighborhood, Su Yang drove towards the agency. The readers greatly, please use your small hand of wealth, give a 5-star favorable comment. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you will be. Chapter 206, This kind of person must be fired. Not long after, Su Yang returned to the agency's upstairs office. Lu Shui was chatting with Yang Xia with a smile. Brother, back so soon? Yes, sister. Su Yang pointed a finger at Yang Xia and couldn't help but laugh. But seeing this look on Su Yang's face, she also couldn't help but laugh. What are you two siblings playing dumb riddles for? Come here. Sister gives sister a word. Lu Shui looked at the duo and couldn't help but laugh as well. Ha ha. It's better to let my brother tell you, I'm just joking with him, sister, it's almost time for work, I still have something to do, I'll go back first. Yang Xia laughed and stood up, waving his hand at the two of them before leaving the office. Wife, come, let me see my little baby. Su Yang came to Lu Shui's side and sat next to her on the sofa. Reaching out, he wrapped his hand around her shoulders. She also obediently snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Honey, do you think this is a boy or a girl for us? Saying this, he reached up and stroked Lu Shui's pregnant belly, gently caressing it. Then he gently attached his ear to it again, wanting to hear the movements in the belly. But hubby, our little baby is still small, do you want to hear him call out for daddy? Lu Shui gently stroked Su Yang's face, her eyes full of happiness and love. Yes, wife. Hubby, so do you like boys or girls? I like both. In fact, Su Yang preferred to have a daughter, but in order not to bring any ideological pressure to his wife, he naturally would not say his preference. But I want to give you a son. Lu Shui smiled gently, lifted Su Yang's face, then took the initiative to kiss. It's okay, wife, no matter if you give birth to a boy or a girl, hubby is especially fond of. Really? Okay, good husband. Actually, I want to give birth to a good son like you. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh at Lu Shui's words. Mom. But hubby, you're so naughty. Lu Shui laughed shyly while using her small hand, twisting it towards Su Yang's waist. This good husband, so cute. By the way, wife, I fired the property manager of the Tiantai neighborhood and replaced it with a little girl. After the two of them had warmed up for a while, Su Yang was ready to exchange the afternoon's matter with his wife. At work, she could often come up with some very constructive and good ideas. This made Su Yang admire his wife more and more. Oh, Tiantai neighborhood, that property manager is called Hu Biao, right? Yes, wife, in the past we went down less. The actual situation in the neighborhood really do not know enough. Su Yang said, took out his cell phone from his pocket and clicked on the photo album. Wife, you see. This is what I took this afternoon when I went to the Tiantai neighborhood. This hasn't been cleaned for at least more than a week, and the vehicles are also parked haphazardly. Oh, remember I've been there before, it seems to be quite tidy. Lu Shui said while frowning slightly. Wife, this person Hu Biao is Supervisor Wang's cousin, and also once. Ahem, is my poker and drinking buddy, a jerk. Completely under the shelter of Supervisor Wang, just doing a little face work. Oh, isn't hubby unable to remember the past? Lu Shui sniffed and nodded slightly, then looked at her husband with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Yes, it's true that I don't know him, but this kid knows me. As soon as we met, he said that he had played cards and drank wine with me. Su Yang sardonically scratched his head and laughed lightly. This matter. One can have no memories, but others have memories. If Lu Shui's wife's memories of suffering for more than a decade, if only they disappeared. Perhaps she should be happier now? Oh. When I was in the car, I happened to see this kid Hu Biao drunk and dizzy. He even pissed anywhere directly inside the neighborhood. What? This person. Lu Shui sniffed, and a trace of anger came out on her delicate face. As a property manager, how can he be in the neighborhood? It's a shame that he's a property manager. This kind of person must be fired. Immediately fired. Yes, wife, I've already let Wang's supervisor finish this matter this afternoon. As for Wang's supervisor, so harboring must also be punished. Su Yang nodded, agreeing with his wife's statement. But this person, Supervisor Wang, does have some ability, and is also relatively hardworking. But on the matter of harboring his cousin, he definitely made a mistake of principle. Well, in fact, my wife has known for a long time that Supervisor Wang is not as honest as he appears to be, but she just didn't realize his problem for a while. Now this Tiantai district, because of his harboring, our company's reputation is still very affected. Hubby, take the time to have this Supervisor Wang come over, I want to talk to him. Lu Shui slightly contemplated for a moment, then gently said to her husband. This Supervisor Wang was the company's core staff. If he was taken out hastily, it could potentially have a destabilizing effect on the company. But there had to be a reasonable punishment for him harboring his cousin and causing damage to the company's interests and reputation. Okay, wife. I met a girl from our agency yesterday, in situ as the personnel manager of the property company. She is the owner of that neighborhood. I chatted with her and felt that this girl is very driven and quite familiar with property management, so I'm going to let her give it a try. It can be a husband, no matter who is replaced, it will definitely be better than this Hu Biao. Lu Shui smiled and pinched Su Yang's cheeks, a hint of shy anger flashed in her eyes. The dumb riddle you played with Yang Xiao's sister, is it just this little girl? Cough, cough, cough. Yes, wife, but wife don't think too much. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and hurriedly waved his hand. But my silly husband, can I still not know you? You like a beautiful young woman like sister me, you wouldn't like a little girl. Just sister Yang Xia, such a good opportunity you don't even use. Not to mention other little girls. Lu Shui said and couldn't help but laugh again. With one reach, she hooked Su Yang's neck. Come here, baby, I order you to squat down. Good. Chapter 207. I see you are looking for death. Early the next morning. After the duo of Su Yang and Lu Shui ate breakfast, they slowly arrived at the company. Wife, I still have to make a trip to the Tiantai neighborhood to take a look. Today Feng Yan went there to report to work. I'm worried that Hu Biao might mess up. After chatting with his wife for a while, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Thinking that Feng Yan should already be in the Tiantai neighborhood, he planned to go over and slip around to take a look. It was also considered to be a way to strengthen the reputation of the property manager that he had chosen. This would also make Feng Yan's job a little better in the future. Well, go ahead, hubby. For Su Yang's current work motivation, Lu Shui was now more and more satisfied. At least every day, he would think about how to manage the property company well, and many details were being considered more and more. After leaving the agency, Su Yang drove to the Tiantai neighborhood. After arriving at the neighborhood, he directly drove the car in and drove straight to the door of the property office. Before he even got out of the car, he saw that inside the office, there were some people gathered. Getting out of the car, before he could enter the door, he heard Feng Yan's angry voice coming from inside. Hu Biao! You've already been fired from the company, you're not an employee of Jia Yuan property now, what kind of mess are you coming over here for? Old me can go wherever I like? Do whatever I want? Little girl, if you're not convinced, let's go to the bed and compete, huh? Ha ha ha. Su Yang didn't rush to enter the door, so he quietly listened patiently outside the door. He wanted to see if Feng Yan had any ways to deal with this situation. If it could be handled, of course it was good, if not, then he would step in and give Hu Biao a hard time. Hu Biao, you think no one can rule you, right? You wait for me. Saying that, Feng Yan took out her cell phone and directly called for all 3 security guards in the neighborhood to come over. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head. There were only 3 security guards in this neighborhood, and they were all over 50 years old, and Hu Biao was probably more familiar with them. I'm sure it's useless even if they came. It seems that this matter still has to be done by himself. Z. Su Yang reached out and pushed the door of the property office directly open, and at a glance, he saw Hu Biao half lying on the office sofa. With open arms and a beer belly. A disdainful lewd smile. Su. Brother Su, why did you come? In an instant, Hu Biao saw the person who came in, and it was actually Su Yang. He hurriedly sat up at once and sardonically scratched his head. Grip the grass. Come to my company to find trouble, right? I think you're looking for death. For this kind of asshole, one had to be more of an asshole than him. Being civilized with this kind of person? It's useless. Su Yang raised his foot and kicked it up. Ouch. Poof. This kick unceremoniously hit Hu Biao's stomach. After a miserable scream, he sat on his butt and turned into a bow-waisted shrimp again. You damn it. I can't get you killed. With a glance, Su Yang saw a shovel. Quickly walking over, he grabbed it in his hand. Mr. Su. Don't. Inside the employees who were onlookers, only Feng Yan recognized him. Just as Hu Biao was kicked down, she suddenly realized that it was the boss who had come over. But the boss even copied the shovel, this if a shovel slapped to the head, that is a life-threatening. So immediately wanted to pull the boss, not wanting him to really make a big mess. But Feng Yan had obviously underestimated Hu Biao's resourcefulness. Just as Su Yang copied the shovel in his hand, this kid had already climbed up and scurried towards the door. Although Hu Biao is horizontal, but it also depends on who he is with. In his perception, Su Yang was much more fierce than him. So Su Yang had already kicked him twice since yesterday, and he didn't dare to resist at all. If he dared to resist, he would probably be beaten even harder. You fucking stop, I can't smash you to death. Su Yang roared, copied the shovel and chased after him. The tighter the back shouted, the faster the front ran. If this is slapped on, then it shall not be a head-breaking blood flow? Hu Biao. If you dare to make another trip, I'll fucking kill you. Su Yang had been exercising recently, his physique was still very good. The two of them, one after the other, started a game of cat chasing mouse in the neighborhood. Not long after, Hu Biao was tired and panting. Brother Su Yang, boss Su. I don't dare anymore, never dare again. Grip you hemp. Since you came to destroy my company, I'm not done with you. Just when he was about to catch up, Su Yang copied the shovel in his hand and swung it fiercely. Of course, there was a measure in his hand. It was only to scare him a bit. He definitely wouldn't do anything that would really kill him. Bam! Ka-chow! With only a loud bang, the shovel ruthlessly smashed into the concrete floor behind Hu Biao. Then, the shovel handle broke. Hu Biao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Just now, the shovel cut through his back, and he clearly felt a wisp of strong wind. Ah. Mercy brother Su, help Hu Biao saw that Su Yang really dared to take his life, his heart was really scared. Hu Biao. You give me to stand still. Otherwise I'll get you killed today. Su Yang obviously didn't want to let him off so easily. Brother Su Yang, spare your life, spare your life. I won't dare anymore. Hu Biao knew that he definitely couldn't run away this time, just now a burst of frantic running, his physical strength already couldn't support it. But Su Yang was following closely behind him, mid-air. He knew that the two people's fighting strength was not even on the same level. So he turned around and plopped down on his knees. While kowtowing, he begged for mercy. At this time, the property employees who followed up, and some of the owners who were watching, also gathered around. Feng Yan also panted and rushed up. Everyone is very clear, this property manager Hu Biao, properly a bastard. Not only does the property service not do well, but also in the neighborhood also flaunted. Now being chased and beaten, scared, and kneeling on the ground begging for forgiveness, everyone could not help but feel pain in their hearts. Don't dare? Don't dare, never dare again. Then tell me, you know that this property company is mine, why do you still dare to come and make trouble? Who gave you the guts? Pa! Su Yang said, reaching out and slapping Hu Biao's face. Don't dare, I swear I won't dare to come again. Brother Su, spare my life. What? You think your cousin can protect you, right? You think your life can be worth a few dollars? Really think that I don't dare to get you killed, don't you? Pa! Su Yang did not know where to come from. The launched ruthlessness froze Hu Biao, scared almost pissed his pants. Scram! If you let me know that you do it again, I'll beat you to your house. Got it, never dare to come again. Su Yang's roll made Hu Biao instantly feel like he had heard the most wonderful sound. So he grunted and climbed up, and left the neighborhood in a trot. Readers greatly, please use your rich little hand, give a 5-star praise. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you are, the better your grades are, and the more rich you are. Chapter 208. Honey, did you miss me? Mr. Su, are you alright? Seeing Hu Biao being beaten away by his boss, Feng Yan hurriedly walked over and asked. Well, I'm fine. Alright, all disperse. Su Yan looked at the surrounding owners and employees who were watching the fun, and waved his hand indifferently. Feng Yan, go back to the office. Okay, Mr. Su. Feng Yan nodded and followed Su Yang towards the office. Now, the property staff of this neighborhood all knew that this fierce man was the new boss of their property company. Seeing that the boss went back to the office, so one by one hurriedly followed back. Hello everyone, my name is Su Yang. Today is the second time I come to our Tiantai neighborhood. According to my understanding, the property service of our neighborhood is doing really poorly. I'll temporarily blame Hu Biao alone for the previous faults, so I fired him. From now on, our new property manager is Feng Yan. I hope you can support her work. As long as everyone does a good job, the company will definitely have rewards, and those who do not do a good job, those who should be punished will definitely be punished. After Su Yang returned to his office, he called all the property staff of this neighborhood together. A short meeting was held. Its purpose was simple, it was to come and strengthen the reputation of Feng Yan, the new property manager. After finishing, he individually called Feng Yan to his office again. Feng Yan, just go boldly and do it. For the unqualified personnel, the dismissal should be dismissed, don't have any psychological burden. I hope that we can quickly make the service quality up in this neighborhood. The property service of the entire neighborhood was really not doing well. From coming over yesterday, Su Yang had already seen it clearly. From the beginning of entering the cell door, all the way to the inside of the cell. Everywhere you could see the inaction of the property staff. The security guards were unqualified, and the cleaning and janitorial were unqualified. However, Su Yang did not intend to deal with the security guards and janitorial directly for the time being. This would be fine to leave it to Feng Yan. Well, don't worry Mr. Su, I will definitely do a good job. Feng Yan nodded firmly. Now that that scoundrel Hu Biao was beaten away by the boss, I believe that he should not dare to come back in the future. Good. Work hard, if you have any problems, feel free to talk to me. Su Yang nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Right now, this neighborhood was a complete mess. To get it done as soon as possible, it still needed a bit of vigor. Well, thank you Mr. Su. I know. Good, then I'll go back, I'll still come over to take a look if I'm free. Since that lousy man Hu Biao had been driven away, Su Yang's purpose today had been achieved. The rest of the things would depend on Feng Yan. So he also planned to go back. Soon. Su Yang then left the property office of the Tiantai neighborhood and headed directly to the agency. As for the other neighborhoods, just take time to go there one by one later, there was no hurry at the moment. Wife, I'm on my way back, did you miss me? On the way back, Su Yang couldn't help but dial Lu Shue's phone. From the time he came out in the morning until now, it had been quite a bit of time yet. Well, of course I want my little baby Right hubby, did that Hu Biao go over to the neighborhood to make trouble? Lu Shui knew that Su Yang had gone over, mainly to prevent the original property manager from making trouble. After all, that person was a gangster, and this kind of disruption was very possible. Yes wife, fortunately I came over, otherwise this Feng Yan that little girl really can't handle it. Ah. So you got into a fight? Is it okay husband? Lu Shui sniffed and immediately worried. No, how could I fight, hubby is a civilized person okay. Ha ha ha. I just gave Hu Biao a lecture. I also can't remember what happened with him before. Anyway, this kid was scared of me, and when he saw me going, he ran away in fear. Su Yang definitely didn't want his wife to worry about him, so naturally he wouldn't go into the completely true situation. As for chasing after him in the neighborhood and almost slapping the back of Hu Biao's head with a shovel, he naturally wouldn't say anything about it. Anyway, that was just him intentionally scaring Hu Biao. Oh, that's good. Lu Shui sniffed, gently patted his chest, slightly hanging heart which was sort of put down. Knowing a husband is not like a wife. She was still very clear about some of Su Yang's characteristics. Although he was now obedient to Lu Shui, it didn't mean that he had become a little sheep. For those who disrespect Lu Shui and wreak havoc on the company, he was deeply disgusted. Launched ruthless. That's something that can't even be pulled. Don't worry good wife, hubby listens to you so much, how can he fight with random people? Will not. Wife rest assured. Well, it's still my little baby who is the most obedient. Come back soon good husband, come back wife want to reward you. Good little wife, I will be there in a while. Su Yang listened to Lu Shui's gentle and sweet words, his mind could not help but start to swing a little again. Although his wife is physically inconvenient, but her whimsical was still the same so that he could experience the coolness. Not much time. Su Yang then drove back to the agency. Just as he got out of the car, he saw that Yang Xia had also driven back in her car. Going up Su Yang waved his hand at Yang Xia in the car, then headed upstairs to the office. His wife was waiting for him, so he had to cuddle with her for a while. Soon, he returned to his office. The wife was not outside. No need to think to know that she must be in the restroom inside. Wife. As soon as he pushed open the door of the lounge, he saw at a glance that Lu Shui was reclining on the bed and was listening to fetal music. Hubby, come. Seeing Su Yang return, Lu Shui reached out and turned off the music. Stretching out a finger, she hooked it at him. There was a touch of indescribable flavor in her eyes. It's just that this charming flavor, paired with her bulging belly, it really made Su Yang a little tangled. If it was put aside in the past, the two would definitely have to get tangled up in a good way. If they don't distinguish a winner and a loser, they won't stop saying anything. But now, that bulging belly, but the crystallization of their love. It is the key protection object. With such a big concern, that naturally cannot enjoy. Chapter 209, thinking about it is really quite shameful. Knock knock knock. Yang Xia knocked gently a few times outside the door of Su Yang's husband and wife's office. After waiting for a while, he found that there was no reaction. She couldn't help but secretly smile. Just now she saw Su Yang get out of the car and hurriedly head upstairs, so she thought he must have missed his sister. Now the duo must be inside the lounge. Or busy with some indescribable things. It's really quite shy to think about it. With Yang Xia's understanding of the duo, he didn't think of disturbing them anymore. Let's talk about it later. Thinking of this, Yang Xia left with a shy smile. Hubby, our mom has prepared the meal and will be sending it over in a while, you. Lu Shui obviously felt her stamina getting worse and worse, and she felt a little tired after a little activity. It's okay, so let's do this first. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and hurriedly pulled Lu Shui up. Although he was stuck without being able to get up and down, and his body was quite unsteady, but in order to not let his wife get tired, then let's just leave it like this for now. He tenderly embraced Lu Shui in his arms, gently caressing her delicate face. Come wife, let me help you massage it. Although Su Yang's massage level was not good, but more or less he still knew some. With that, he helped his wife gently massage her right hand. Hubby, half an hour ago, my sister sent me a message. Oh? What did she say? Su Yang asked softly while kneading Lu Shui's small hand. She said that she has talked with the boss of that hotel, and she can sign the acquisition contract later. It can be, sister, this negotiation ability is getting stronger and stronger. Well, that's right, sister's potential, that's really extraordinary. Lu Shui gently responded, a faint trace of shyness flashed in her eyes. She knew that Yang Xia must have just come over and knocked on the door. But the duo was busy in the lounge inside and didn't hear the sound from outside. Speaking. Lu Shui gently pulled her hand out and sent a WeChat message to Yang Xia's sister. Sister, you came up just now? Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the message sent by Lu Shui. For this situation, it must have happened more than once. A few moments later, Yang Xia's message was then sent over. Noah sister, when I came back, I saw my brother rushing back in a hurry, so I thought that he must have something to talk to my sister, so I didn't dare to go up and disturb, big smile. Oh, your brother and I, just casually chatting, you girl, what's in your head again? Lu Shui couldn't help but give a shy smile, and made up another random message back. Ha ha ha. No, my sister didn't think much about it. Waiting for the afternoon, I'll go find my sister, and by the way, I'll help you massage for a while. Good sister. The two chatted on WeChat for a short while. The loving lunch made by mom was sent over. After eating the noon meal, they hadn't even waited to take a nap together. Su Yang then received a message from Jia Wei. Brother, what are you busy with? I'm coming over here to the agency. Came over here, huh? Wait a bit, brother, I'll go down to find you. Since Jia Wei had sent himself a message, it meant that he was definitely thinking of meeting Su Yang now. It's been a while since I've seen this brother, and to be honest, I still miss him a bit. After hanging up the phone, he greeted Lu Shui and went downstairs. As soon as he left the building, he saw Jia Wei standing at the door. On his face was a relaxed and cozy smile. How's it going, brother? Are you still adapting during this period of time? Su Yang walked to him and patted Zhao Hui's shoulder. After not seeing him for a while, this brother seemed to have darkened some more. Don't worry, brother, everything is going well. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hui was in a very good mood, and there was a clear confidence in his eyes. You're rushing over here in the middle of the day. Wouldn't be thinking about your wife, right? Su Yang squeezed his eyes at Zhao Hui and asked with a smile. Cough cough cough. Thinking about my wife is something. But thinking about it doesn't help, it doesn't solve the problem. Zhao Hui couldn't help but smile sarcastically and reached out to scratch his head. Since his wife got pregnant, he was really liberated. But after a long time, he started to miss the old days again. Then your sister-in-law isn't here too, well. Right, fat water does not flow outsiders' field well. Su Yang smiled and looked toward the van that was parked not far away. Since Dong Wan's sister Dong Ping took over Zhao Hui's position, this van was also handed over to her to drive. Now that the car was parked here, it meant that Dong Ping must be staying in the office. This. Not good. In case this matter is known to Dong Wan, she must not eat me. Don't dare Zhao Hui smiled, and his eyes did flash with a hint of intent. This sister-in-law of his, that was a bit more beautiful than his own wife. To say that there wasn't even a hint of thought at all, he himself wouldn't believe it. Ha ha ha. Then if you can't manage it, then continue to rely on your hands to create your own happiness. Su Yan laughed and shook his head. Of course, he was just joking. In reality, he was at the same time as Zhao Hui, both of them were at the time of green and yellow. Zhao Hui had his sister-in-law. He, Su Yang, also had Yang Xia's sister. Looking at it this way, the two were somewhat similar. As for Su Yang, when he was sleeping, he was just thinking about it, but he really didn't think about laying hands on Yang Xia's sister. Ha ha ha. You still say me, we are not the same. What? You pushed Mr. Yang? Cough cough cough. Don't make a fuss, that's my sister, what to push or not to push. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and reached out to pat Zhao Hui's shoulder. This cannot be said nonsense. Just think about it, that can't really push off. After all, Lu Shue's wife is so good. Even if it's suffocating, it can't make his wife unhappy nah. Cut, what sister not sister, Mr. Yang's last name is Yang, and not Su. Everyone who does not know that Mr. Yang likes you you won't not know, right? Zhao Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud and stuck his head towards Yang Xia's office. General Manager Yang is so pretty, better looking than me my sister-in-law. Grass, you won't be Wei, right? You're the one who can't. Cough cough cough. Readers greatly, please use your rich little hand, give a 5-star favorable comment. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the more rich you will become. Chapter 210 Preparing to Punish Supervisor Wang. Afternoon. Yang Xia came to the office upstairs, and the three of them agreed on the acquisition of the guesthouse together. The guesthouse is not the kind of large-scale guesthouse, so for Su Yang Lu Shui, there is no problem in terms of funding. This piece of business, the future is also handed over to Yang Xia to unify the management. It will integrate the long-term and short-term rentals as well as the BBS to form an organic whole. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. During this time, the acquisition of the hotel is done. Yang Xia is more busy than before. Su Yang also went to the neighborhoods under the property company from time to check. Tiantai neighborhood, under Feng Yan's leadership, after a week's efforts, the quality of the property service has obviously had a big improvement. Whether it is from the security, to cleaning, to customer service fee collectors and so on, everyone's working condition has a greater transformation. As long as there are really unqualified, Feng Yan is also not polite. But the employees are still okay, as long as the requirements are strict, and no one willfully slack off. After all, this side of the wage level is really still very good. Early this morning. Before Su Yang and Lu Shui came to the company, Supervisor Wang was waiting at the door of the agency. Yang Xia came early and inquired to find out what he came for. Then he dialed Su Yang's phone. Hello? Brother, have you guys finished eating? What's wrong, sister? Did you come over without breakfast? My mom made wontons, I'll bring you a bowl later. When they received Yang Xia's call, Su Yang and Lu Shui were eating here with their parents. The ravioli made by my mom's own hands had an excellent flavor. Ha ha. Good brother, I just ate a bun in the morning, I'm still a bit hungry. Yang Xia is not polite, anyway, with their kind of relationship, there is really no need to be polite. Okay Liz sister will go over in a while, pack a bowl for you and bring it over. The phone is hands-free state, Lu Shui naturally can hear. Good Liz sister, Brother, sister, the property company's wine supervisor came over, is waiting at the door, I asked him to sit in the house, he did not come in. Okay, no sister, a moment we will go over, then let him wait first. This is yesterday when the end of the day, Su Yang informed Wang's supervisor to come over to the agency site early this morning to wait, to talk to him. Su Yang also didn't expect that Supervisor Wang would come so early. I guess he also thought of coming here today, I'm afraid it's going to be bad luck. He harbored his cousin, the boss has not been talking to him for the last period of time, and his heart is panicked. The time is not long. The two of them then finished the delicious breakfast without slowing down. Then hand in hand, together they slowly walked out of the neighborhood and headed towards the agency. Anyway, the neighborhood was very close to the company, so the duo walked to and from work. This was also considered exercise for Lu Shui. Mr. Su, Mr. Lu. As soon as the duo arrived at the entrance of the agency, Supervisor Wang hurriedly greeted them. He had been waiting at the door for nearly an hour. Let's go Supervisor Wang, let's go to the office upstairs. Su Yang nodded lightly and waved his hand at Supervisor Wang. Then the three of them walked towards the office together. Have a seat Supervisor Wang. After arriving at the office, Su Yang pointed to the sofa and greeted Supervisor Wang to sit down. He then went to the water dispenser and poured him a cup of warm water. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you. To be honest, Supervisor Wang was quite flustered in his heart, completely unaware of what the duo would exchange with him. As for the promotion and pay raise, don't even think about it. He had only done his share of work in the unit and had not made any outstanding contributions. And the last time he harbored his cousin, it made General Manager Su very upset, and this matter would definitely not let it go either. Supervisor Wang, you haven't come to the company for a short period of time, right? Lu Shui held her own cup and took a sip of water, then asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Lu, I've been in this company since the initial formation of Jia Wei property. Well, then Supervisor Wang, that is the company's patriarch. Lu Shui smiled and nodded. Her quiet and gentle expression made Supervisor Wang's uneasy heart feel a lot easier. It's sort of a patriarch, it's just that I didn't do any performance, ashamed. Supervisor Wang smiled sardonically, not daring to be arrogant at all. Even more, Yuan Lao, you are just an employee. If you make your boss unhappy, you can be fired at any time. No, Supervisor Wang is still doing a very good job. There's just one place that's not doing too well, you should know what I'm talking about, right? Although Lu Shui had a gentle attitude, she didn't like to beat around the bush. After a brief chat, she planned to directly bring up the matter of the Tiantai neighborhood. Yes, General Manager Lu, you are referring to the matter of the Tiantai cell, right? Harboring my cousin is indeed too wrong. Recently I have been reflecting on it as well, and I feel that I am indeed too sorry to the two bosses. It's all my fault, please punish the two bosses. Regarding this matter, Supervisor Wang had long thought about it many times. The biggest possibility is a pay cut or demotion. Dismissal was unlikely. After all, there was currently no one inside the company who could immediately take his place. Supervisor Wang, in fact, I have been waiting for you to take the initiative to come to me, hoping that you can take the initiative to come over and then explain clearly to me. But I waited for more than a week and you didn't come over. Although Lu Shui was wearing a smile, her eyes were already a bit cold. She was still a general manager of the property company after all. But after something so big happened, this one who was in charge didn't even take the initiative to come over and explain clearly. This was a bit of a wrong thing to do. Supervisor Wang couldn't help but be shocked and secretly said that it was bad. Replacing his cousin was something that Mr. Su personally manipulated. He had always thought that in the past few days, Mr. Su would definitely look for him. But after waiting for a few days, he did not see any movement. It was not until the end of work yesterday that he received a call from Mr. Su. But thinking about it is also right. He should have come over earlier to explain clearly to the two bosses. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, this is something I've been thinking about. Thinking about coming over in the next day or two, cough cough, sorry, General Manager Lu. Supervisor Wang snapped and scratched his head, still wanting to try and weasel his way out of this. Then what kind of punishment do you think should be given to you is more appropriate? Supervisor Wang didn't think that Lu Shui would be so direct. And letting him say the way of punishment. It's not good to say it's light, but it's not good to say it's heavy that he suffers. For a time, he unexpectedly froze directly on the spot. Chapter 211. Of course, you can also choose not to go. What's wrong, Supervisor Wang? Or do you think that harboring Hu Biao shouldn't be punished? Lu Shui looked at Supervisor Wang indifferently and continued to ask. It should be punished, it should be punished. General Manager Lu, what do you think about punishing me for 2 months' bonus? Actually, Supervisor Wang's calculations were quite clear. The time this company was acquired was not long in the first place, and penalizing 2 months of bonuses should be almost the same, right? Anyway, what happened before the acquisition didn't have anything to do with the two bosses, so it couldn't be counted on his head. Supervisor Wang, your cousin hasn't been in the Tiantai neighborhood for a short period of time, and you know his situation very well. We have 3 orders to improve the level of property services in the neighborhood. As a supervisor, you shouldn't harbor it too obviously, right? I've been to a Tiantai neighborhood before, the situation that day looked good. But we all know very well, that is a face project. You let Hu Biao engage in this kind of thing to fool me? Pit our company? Oh. 2 months bonus? 2 months bonus, that's just scratching an itch. Thinking is quite beautiful. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, this matter is really all my problem, I shouldn't have indulged him. But Hu Biao has already been replaced. Now Feng Yan is doing a pretty good job as well. Supervisor Wang, you clearly know that he has a problem, but you are still hiding it. This one is your biggest problem. I know that Hu Biao is your cousin, but I don't care who he is. I can't tolerate this kind of thing happening in the company. Lu Shui's voice was still light, but it was getting colder and colder in her eyes. Yes, General Manager Lu. It's true that I shouldn't have done this, you see what the punishment should be. I can accept it all. From General Manager Lu's words, Supervisor Wang felt it. It seems that the punishment this time will not be light. I'm afraid it's unlikely if I want to muddle through without pain. Alright, Supervisor Wang, I'll give you a chance. There is and only one chance. You go to the future home community to be a property manager. First go to do 3 months, if do a good job, also come back to be a supervisor. If you don't do a good job, then I won't say any more, you know what I mean. Of course, you can also choose not to go. This program is also the result of the discussion between Lu Shui and Su Yang in the past 2 days. In the future home community, the current property manager was Jia Wei. He was currently bringing the team up to speed, and everyone's motivation was also very high. This shows that Zhao Hui's ability is still quite good. Originally, Su Yang was thinking of letting him work for a few months before saying anything else, but now the facts that Supervisor Wang has done are making him a bit cold. So he planned to bring the plan forward. If Wang promised to go to the future home community as a property manager, then Zhao Wei transferred over to replace the position of Wang. Anyway, what to do is to learn, as long as the idea is right, willing to do, there is nothing to do not good. Okay, I promise. I'll go be a property manager for 3 months in the future home neighborhood. With his experience, being a property manager was naturally more than enough. Moreover, the salary level of a property manager wasn't low. In terms of salary, it was about the same as removing the 3-month bonus. Anyway, the boss said that if he did a good job, he'd come back as a supervisor. As for whether it is true, he could only believe it was true now. Alright then, you go back then, and look for Zhao Hui in the future home community in the afternoon to hand over. You'll temporarily replace him as the property manager, and he'll temporarily replace you as the company's supervisor. When you've worked for 3 months, if there's no problem, you'll come back as the supervisor. I'll make another arrangement for Zhao Hui. Since Supervisor Wang had agreed, the plan could be implemented accordingly. Lu Shui looked at Supervisor Wang and made specific arrangements. Okay, General Manager Lu, I'll go back and pack up, and go to Zhao Hui early in the afternoon to hand over. Ringing. While Lu Shui and Supervisor Wang were chatting, Su Yang's phone rang again. It was still Yang Xia's sister calling. Su Yang picked up the phone and walked directly into the lounge. Hello? Sister, you said. Brother, Zhao Hui has arrived. He said that you're looking for him for something today? Yes sister, tell him to wait for a while, just wait for my call. Su Yang's plan is to let Wang's supervisor first talk. Zhao Hui after the talk, did not expect the two people came quite early. Okay Lu brother, then you are busy. The two did not chat for a few sentences, and soon ended the call. When Su Yang walked out of the door of the lounge room, he found that Supervisor Wang had already left the office. Honey, Supervisor Wang has left? Just left. Honey, do you think if we arrange this, will Supervisor Wang's heart think more? Definitely will think more, but who can blame him? If he didn't harbor his cousin, he could bring the Tiantai neighborhood to a good place. We wouldn't have had this move. Su Yang smiled faintly and shook slightly. Other than harboring this matter, he had done quite well in other aspects. Otherwise, this Supervisor Wang would definitely be fired straight away. Giving him a chance nowadays was already considered taking care of him. Well, what hubby said is. Right hubby, has Zhao Hui come? Oh, here, I'll have him come up right away. Su Yang said, took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui, come up brother. A moment later. Zhao Hui's message came back. Alright brother. Soon. Zhao Hui knocked on the door of the office room. Coming brother, Lu Shui hello. As soon as Zhao Hui entered, he happily smiled and greeted the two. Although he didn't know what he was being asked to do, he knew that it was definitely nothing bad. The neighborhood he was in charge of was still doing very well in all aspects. Not to say that it ranked first inside all the neighborhoods in the company, but if he said second, no one would dare to say first. Ha. Come brother, sit down. General Manager Lu, it's better for you to speak. After Su Yang greeted Zhao Hui and sat down, he personally helped him pour a cup of warm water. When Lu Shui heard Su Yang's words, she couldn't help but smile wanly. Well, just listen to her husband, then it's better for her to speak. Jia Wei, I heard that you've been doing quite well recently. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Shui. I'll still call you Mr. Lu, reporting work should be called Mr. Lu. Jia Wei snapped and scratched his head, smiling a little embarrassed. Not bad, make do. Readers, please use your little hands that are rich to give a 5-star review. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you will be. Chapter 212, You're a big man, aren't you still better than a little pussy? Zhao Hui, come to the headquarters as a supervisor. Lu Shui looked at Zhao Hui and just after exchanging pleasantries, she continued to open the door. Zhao Hui couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. Then he revealed a look of disbelief. Then he turned his head to look at Su Yang. What? My wife, Lu Shui, is the general manager of the property company, I'm not joking with you. Su Yang said with a smile while drinking water. Originally, he was thinking of letting him work as a property manager for a few months first, but now, he could only advance. Well, Zhao Wei, I'll have the current supervisor, Wang Changhai, find you in the afternoon to hand over. He'll replace you as the property manager and you'll replace him as the company's supervisor. Lu Shui smiled faintly and continued along with what she had just said. How's that? It's not like I've ever been a supervisor, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to do a good job. Zhao Wei sniffed and couldn't help but scratch his head. A trace of worry also came out of his eyes with it. Haven't you never been a property manager before either? Aren't you doing quite well now? It's fine. Don't worry, if you don't understand anything, just ask Wang Changhai for advice at any time. Well. Good. Thanks for Mr. Lu's trust. Soon after, Zhao Wei was no longer entangled. Since the two old classmates trusted him so much and entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, then he would have to top it. That's good, have a good match with Wang Changhai this afternoon, from now on, the property company side will depend on you, Supervisor Zhao. Okay Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, then I'll go back now. I have to explain to my co-workers. Saying that, Zhao Wei looked at the time, and this was his intention to move back. Since there was going to be a handover, there were still some things that needed to be explained to his co-workers. Alright Zhao Wei, do a good job, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Well, don't worry Mr. Lu. Brother Su Yang, then I'll go back. When I'm busy for a while, let's get together again. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's go, I'll see you off. Since the matter had been cleared up, Zhao Wei also planned to hurry back. Su Yang said and stood up, walking out of the office with him. Brother, it's a lot darker now, but also a lot more spirited. Su Yang and Zhao Wei walked outside together, chatting as they walked. Yes, now running outside every day, rarely stay in the office, definitely black. Brothers. That Wang Changhai thing I also heard, you get him down as a property manager, I worry that he is not happy in his heart in case he does not do a good job how to do? The future home community is the benchmark community of our plan. If he doesn't do a good job, it won't be good for the reputation of our property company. For his experience I am completely convinced, just afraid of his mentality. Zhao Hui was a very responsible person and quickly thought of this possibility. There was still more or less some concern. It's not that there's you as the supervisor, if he doesn't do a good job, then I'll take you to task. Bro, if I don't do a good job as a supervisor, you'll still let me go back to being a property manager, right? Shake a leg. There's no what if. I have to do a good job. My Ms. Lu is planning to let you take over for her in the future. Why, it's just a supervisor, how far is this? Su Yang laughed and patted Zhao Hui's shoulder. I'm going. No mistake? Brother me. No mistake. You see our agency's general manager Yang, she now acquired another hotel, the business is getting bigger and bigger. What, could it be that you're a big man, but not better than a little pussy? Cough cough cough. Zhao Wei couldn't help but scratch his head. Mr. Yang. She's not an ordinary little bitch. When I was chatting with her, I could clearly feel an unusual aura on her, it's very uncomplicated. Harm. It's not all cultivated, you can do it too. The two said, and soon came to the outside of the agency. Don't worry brother, I'll work hard. Okay, go back to accompany Mr. Lu, I also go to take a look at my daughter-in-law. I'm going over. Zhao Wei smiled and patted Su Yang's shoulder, then headed to the office next to him. Su Yang twisted his head and glanced towards Yang Xia's office. She wasn't inside. It seemed that this little bitch had gone out to work again. It's really quite hard. Seeing that Zhao Wei went inside the general staff office to look for his wife, he also turned around and went back. Soon. He then returned to the office. Wife, awesome oh. As soon as he arrived at the office, Su Yang sat beside Lu Shui and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Wife, which is awesome. Recently. Are almost no strength to make husband happy it. It used to be awesome, but now I don't dare to say it's awesome. Lu Shui obediently snuggled into Su Yang's embrace, her small hand reaching out to caress his chest. But. Ha ha ha. Wife is so good, worthy of being my little s goods. It's just a bit of a shame now. Su Yang reached out and stroked his wife's bulging pregnant belly, and couldn't help but feel slightly regretful in his heart. The crystallization of love is certainly delightful. But the kind of joy between him and Lu Shui was getting less and less. After all, this belly was getting bigger and bigger, all kinds of inconvenience. Whether it was strength or movement, it was far less than before. Even if the brain is big, but the strength cannot keep up, more or less there is still some regret. Good husband, when this child of ours is born. Wife will naturally be powerful, oh, you must pay attention to exercise now. Otherwise. I'm afraid you can't top oh, pft. Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This big sister wife said this S words, it was really seductive. Boo. As soon as he lowered his head, Su Yang directly kissed it. Both hands also turned a little disobedient with it. Who? Hubby. Lu Shui's breathing soon became a bit rapid, and her voice also became a bit abnormal. Go. Let's go to the restroom. Seeing this, Su Yang knew that his wife also wanted to experience some pleasure. So he gently helped Lu Shui up. Then holding her arm, they walked into the restroom together. Hubby, come here, I order you. Good. Chapter 213, Zhao Wei becomes supervisor Zhao. Early the next morning. Su Yang and Lu Shui finished their meal early and prepared to make a trip to the property company's headquarters. Today, Zhao Wei officially joined the company. Lu Shui, as the general manager, had to come over to meet everyone and talk, counting a walk through it. And the property managers of the various neighborhoods have to come over. After the two went out from their parents, they drove directly to the property company. When they arrived at the property company, everyone was already waiting in the conference room. Personnel manager Lu Hui had been waiting at the main entrance, and when she saw Mr. Lu and Mr. Su coming over, she hurriedly went forward and took Mr. Lu's arm. General Manager Lu, take your time. Lu Hui, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Isn't it inconvenient for Mr. Lu? Recently Mr. Su has been coming more. The three chatted and soon arrived at the conference room on the second floor. The property managers of the various neighborhoods were basically all here. One person except. That was the former supervisor, Wang Chanhai. This was mainly to take care of his emotions. Lu Shui deliberately arranged it this way. Also, he already knew that the new supervisor was Zhao Wei. So it didn't matter if he came or not. Mr. Lu, Mr. Su, please take a seat. At the very front of the conference table, there were two chairs placed side by side. It was obvious. This was specially prepared for Lu Shui and Su Yang, husband and wife. However, after Su Yang walked over, he directly pulled away a chair and placed it on the left-hand side of the row. Next to it just happened to be Feng Yan, the property manager of the Tiantai neighborhood that he had appointed. Come Mr. Lu, please have a seat. Su Yang smiled and walked over to help Lu Shui sit at the very front of the conference table. Wow 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 wow. Watching this wave of Su Yang's maneuver, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but applaud. The company boss was indeed too exemplary in treating his lover. Treating General Manager Lu with great respect and care. Showed great care, gentleness, and generosity. Mr. Su, admire. Feng Yan, who was sitting on the side, quietly turned her head and whispered, and gave him a thumbs up. Cough cough cough. Should, now you do a good job in this neighborhood, good, worthy of praise. Just a little bit up, I heard that Zhao Hui that neighborhood is doing particularly well. Well, later let him introduce to everyone. Hello everyone. Lu Shui sat in her chair, smiled and looked around the room, slightly waving her hand. The entire room fell silent. It's been a while since I've been over here, there are quite a few new faces on our side. Come. Let's all introduce ourselves one by one. Let's start from Mr. Su's side. Lu Shui's voice was very gentle, as if she was pulling a family meeting with everyone. Ha ha ha. As soon as her words fell, the entire room couldn't help but laugh. Everyone certainly knew General Manager Su. But this kind of opening from Ms. Lu was indeed considered quite interesting. Hello everyone, I'm Su Yang, the personal secretary of General Manager Lu, the general manager of our property company. Occasionally making a guest appearance as the acting general manager. Since he wanted to start the introduction from himself, Su Yang naturally had to cooperate positively. So he immediately smiled and introduced himself to everyone. Ha ha ha. Before he finished his words, there was another burst of laughter in the room. Afterwards, it was Feng Yan who introduced herself. Everyone came one after another. On Lu Shui's right-hand side was Jia Wei, who was also the last one to introduce himself. He was also the main character today. Today's meeting was mainly for him. Alright, I'll be the last one to introduce for everyone. Jia Wei was just about to get up when Lu Shui smiled and waved her hand. This is Jia Wei, the property manager of the highest-rated neighborhood in the neighborhood property service evaluation. But from today onwards, he is the supervisor of our property company. The original supervisor Wang, now I've arranged for him to temporarily go to the future home neighborhood to be the property manager. I won't talk about the specific reasons in the meeting. Come, please invite our new supervisor, Supervisor Zhao, to say a few words for everyone. Clamor. As Lu Shui's words fell, there was another round of applause. Hello everyone, my name is Jia Wei, originally the property manager of Future Home. I'm grateful to the leadership for valuing me and letting me take this supervisor position. I don't know if I can do a good job, but I have the confidence to do well. Today, the property managers of our various neighborhoods have all arrived. And personnel, finance and other departments in charge are here. Please cooperate more in the future. Zhao Hui's eloquence was really good, and he quickly said a bunch of things. Everyone was envious, but there was nothing they could do. Some of the property managers had been here for a few years, but in the property service evaluation, they really didn't do as well as Zhao Wei. Don't look at Zhao Wei as a newcomer, but the achievements done were there for all to see. Supervisor Zhao, can you tell us about your experience as a property manager? Before Zhao Wei finished speaking, Feng Yan beside Su Yang raised her hand and said with a smile. There was indescribable admiration in her eyes. Actually, there isn't much experience to talk about. Zhao Wei smiled sarcastically and could only temporarily organize his language, summarizing both his management methods and specific practices. It wasn't long before Zhao Hui's introduction came to an end. Lu Shui then began to speak. Speaking about the future in planning. Emphasized the assessment and rewards and punishments. Another further boost to morale. By the time the meeting was almost over, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Well, that's all I have to say today. For the rest of the time, let's leave it to Supervisor Zhao. Lu Shui finished looking at the time, then turned her head to look at Su Yang. Well, let's go back. Su Yang nodded and got up and came to Lu Shui's side. She had sat for nearly 2 hours at once. As a pregnant woman, it was still quite hard. With one reach, he helped Lu Shui up. After saying goodbye to everyone, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the duo quickly left. In the future, the specific details of the work would be left to Zhao Wei. Of course, Su Yang would also cooperate with him at all times. After working for a few months to see, I believe that with his impulsiveness, it should be no problem. Let's go, wife, hard work, right? Sit for so long at once. It's okay, husband, let's go back to the office. I want you to give me a massage. Just massage? There can also be some other. The two said and quickly came outside and got into the car. With a roar of the engine, the duo drove back. Readers, please use your little hands that are rich to give a 5-star review. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you will be. Chapter 214 Sister is really more and more age beautiful. Days passed by day. Since Zhao Wei became the supervisor, Su Yang felt a lot more at ease all of a sudden. He also went down from time to sneak through. The quality of the property service in each neighborhood has really gotten an extremely obvious boost. Especially in the Tiantai neighborhood, the improvement was the most obvious. Before, the collection rate of property fees was very low, but after the quality of property service was improved, the number of property owners who paid property fees simply rose straight up. Wang supervisor in the future home district, but also conscientious, the results can be considered remarkable. Unconsciously, the weather gradually became cold. Soon, 3 months have passed. Lu Shui has been pregnant for 5-6 months. This day, after having breakfast, the duo of Su Yang and Lu Shui walked slowly towards the agency. Hubby, Wang Changhai has already stayed in the future home community for 3 months. According to the agreement, it's time for us to let him go back to the property company's headquarters. Lu Shui held Su Yang's hand, her gentle voice was thick with happiness. But in these 3 months that Jia Wei has been the supervisor, the quality of our property company's service has improved by a large margin. And 2 more new neighborhoods came in. Su Yang nodded and gently answered. The original is indeed so, promised Wang Changhai, but compared to his and Zhao Hui's work performance, the high and low. It might not be a good thing if he rashly put Wang Changhai back in the position of supervisor again. Well, what hubby said, do you have any good ideas? I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I was thinking of exercising Zhao Wei before, but I didn't expect Zhao Wei to do so well. In just 3 short months, this brother's progress is surprisingly so fast. Either you can directly talk to Wang Changhai and say that Zhao Hui's performance is doing better now, so he won't be allowed to go back for the time being. Either that or adjust the work content of the supervisor position and remove all the critical work. Let my wife think about it. Lu Shui nodded tenderly and gently pinched Su Yang's hand. Within a short time, the duo arrived at the agency's upstairs office. Jingling. Just after sitting down, Su Yang's phone rang. It turned out to be a call from Zhao Wei. Hello? What's up, bro? The property manager of Future Home, Wang Changhai, was pried away and was said to have been poached by a newly established property company to become the deputy general manager. I received his resignation email early in the morning, saying he hoped to leave within half a month. This isn't intentionally giving me a hard time. Zhao Hui's voice on the phone was a bit depressed. Was doing a good job, the property manager of the key neighborhood suddenly wanted to resign, which was indeed a bit of a surprise for Zhao Wei. Well, forward the email to Mr. Lu, we'll discuss it later. But you can start preparing the manpower right now. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui next to him and reached out to gently touch her pregnant belly. Alright brother, I'll forward it to you too right away. Zhao Wei promised and quickly hung up the phone. Wife, what do you think? The two are worried about whether to transfer back to Wang Changhai, but I didn't expect him to quietly find a new company. And there was still half a month to go before he had to leave. It seemed that the two of them were still thinking too much about others. The heart is still too kind. Then there's nothing more to say. Since Wang Changhai's decision to go has been made, there's definitely nothing for us to hesitate about. Just go, or follow what the husband said. Let Zhao Wei immediately recruit a candidate to replace Wang Changhai. As Lu Shui said that, she had turned on her computer and went into the mailbox and opened the email she had just received. It's mainly internal recommendation, so as to also give everyone a chance to get a promotion and a raise. Lu Shui said as she emailed Zhao Wei back. Well, what my wife said is, actually, in our company, there are still quite a few talents. Look at that Feng Yan, a young girl in her 20s, managing the Tiantai neighborhood very well. Su Yang nodded, agreeing with his wife's words. Knock knock knock. At 11 o'clock noon, Yang Xia came knocking on the door again as promised. As long as she wasn't busy, she would come over at this hour. Mainly, she came to accompany Lu Shui to chat and help her with a massage. Brother. After Su Yang opened the door, Yang Xia walked in with a smile. Sister is really getting younger and prettier. Su Yang smiled and nodded, casually praising. Anyway, for girls, it was definitely right to say pretty more often. Ha ha. Brother, are you looking at whichever girl is pretty now? You wouldn't be holding back. Cough cough cough. Su Yang sniffed and almost burst out laughing. This sister, the level of joking was really getting higher and higher. The main thing was that the speech was getting more and more direct. But Lu Shui sniffed and couldn't help but laugh as well. Her delicate white face turned a little pink with it, as her body became more and more inconvenient. The pleasure that Su Yang was able to experience was also getting simpler and simpler. To say that he was holding back, that could really be a bit yet. It's just that this is something that can't be helped by others. Even if the younger sister is more beautiful, it's equally possible that she's holding back. It's also really not good to let her come to help. You this girl, don't make a fuss, don't make a fuss. Careful, I can't help but pack you ah. Ha ha. If you're not afraid of your sister packing you, then come pack me ah, come. Yang Xia laughed shyly, hooked her finger at Su Yang and ran to Lu Shui's side in a flash. Of course, she was just joking. In front of her sister, she was too embarrassed to seduce Su Yang. Everyone is a brother and sister relationship. A joke would be fine, naturally, she wouldn't come for real. Sister, it's almost April next year, haven't you guys checked if it's a boy or a girl yet? Yang Xia said, reached out and pressed on Lu Shui's shoulder, gently massaging it. There has been no check, in fact it does not matter, no matter boy or girl, we like. Lu Shui smiled and gently patted Yang Xia's hand. Sister's age is not small anymore, it's time to have and raise a child. Although work is busy now, but the big things in life, still have to think about it. There's no rush, when my sister gives birth to a baby, let her recognize me as her godmother, huh? Wouldn't that make me have a child too? Yang Xia didn't care too much about this. What's the point of talking about having children when you can't find a suitable man? Chapter 215, Strange Dream, Lu Shui is going to have a baby. Winter turns to spring. Time has turned to April in a flash. Lu Shui's due date is coming soon. The various things needed after the birth were almost ready. The hospital had also been contacted and there were familiar doctors. Wife, tomorrow is the due date, let's go to the hospital and stay there, everything is safe first. Good husband. Lu Shui's heart was still very calm, and did not have any worries. For 10 months, all the tests were very normal. And the first child was delivered smoothly, very smoothly. This second baby's checkups, there was also no abnormality, so it must be possible to have a smooth delivery as well. The next morning, Su Yang drove with his wife and mom, went to the hospital together. With the help of the doctor's friend, successfully admitted to the ward. Anyway, Su Yang's family conditions are not bad, naturally lived in a single room. So that the family to take care of her is also very convenient. In the evening, Su Yang sent his old mom back. Anyway, the matter of accompanying the bed to Su Yang alone is enough. After all, it's not born yet, it's not enough to use so many people. Into the night, Su Yang lay on the other bed, softly chatting with Lu Shui. Hubby, guess if we are a boy or a girl? Girl. Su Yang smiled and said what was on his mind without hesitation. Lei was an exceptionally well-behaved daughter, and Su Yang especially liked this daughter. Although he didn't have the slightest impression of the entire process from pregnancy to giving birth to her, it didn't hinder him from liking this eldest daughter at all. He was likewise thinking that this second child would also be a well-behaved and good daughter. Of course, a son would be fine too. Well, I know that my husband likes daughters, and now our Lei is also becoming more and more fond of you as her father. But our family's industry is getting bigger and bigger. I still hope to give my husband a son. Lu Shui smiled gently, her words full of confidence. In fact, she already knew. The friends in the hospital were her friends, and had long since whispered the gender of the fetus to her. It was just that she wanted to give her husband a surprise, so she hadn't told him either. Ha ha. Whatever works, in my eyes, a daughter and a son are both the same. Anyway, my wife is so good, no matter if I have a boy or a girl, the child will definitely be a good child. As the two chatted, Lu Shui quickly entered dreamland. Although the conditions of hospital accommodation were not as good as at home, but for the sake of having a child, let's just talk about it. Soon, Su Yang also fell asleep. Whoa whoa. Su Yang. Wake up, wake up. Whoa whoa. Suddenly, Su Yang was awakened by a miserable cry. Su Yang couldn't help but be startled. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. In front of his eyes experience was the face of a young girl, crying with pear blossoms. Unceasingly shaking his arm. Shake the grass. This. Su Yang was suddenly stunned. This young girl in front of him was actually Lu Shui. I'm clearly in the hospital with Lu Shui's wife waiting to give birth. How come I'm having such a realistic dream now? Su Yang, you're awake? Whoa whoa. Great, great. The Lu Shui in front of her couldn't help but break into tears. Wife, why are we having the same dream again? With a single reach, Su Yang pulled Lu Shui's small hand and couldn't help but laugh. He was a bit drunk and his head was dizzy. But his consciousness was still quite clear. He was very clear. This must be the two of them having the same dream again. Su Yang. You called me wife? Lu Shui's small hand was pulled and kneaded by Su Yang, her face instantly reddened to her neck. Yes, my little S-goods, I don't call your wife whose wife I call. Come over and let you touch it. Su Yang's hand made a strong effort and pulled Lu Shui into his arms at once. The Lu Shui in front of her eyes was shy. However, it did not have a trace of resistance at all, and just meekly allowed Su Yang's hands to explore everywhere. The wife's body was also quite good when she was young. Now that I've studied it a bit, I realize that. When she was young, although she looked a bit skinny, she was actually okay. And the potential is quite good. Boing! Under Su Yang's skillful and mischievous movements, Lu Shui was soon out of place. When my wife was young, she was so well-behaved and docile. Hey, if only life could start over again. But since it's in a dream, I'm not polite. Su Yang thought of this and violently rolled over. Su Yang. Call hubby. Husband. At Su Yang's request, Lu Shui daintily called out her husband. So good, speak louder. Hubby. Boo. Louder. Hubby. Ah. Hubby. Ha. Su Yang suddenly felt how the sound was a bit off. It seemed to be his wife's screams. Hold the grass. What's going on? How the hell am I still in a dream? Pa. Su Yang slapped himself hard on his face. Hiss. Hubby, quickly, call the doctor, I feel like I'm about to give birth. With Lu Shui's urgent cry, Su Yang instantly came to his senses. Damn it. The dream he just had was so real. Okay wife, right away. Su Yang climbed up with a grunt, quickly rushed out of the hospital room, and then rushed towards the nurse's station. Doctor, my wife is going to give birth, quickly. Soon, the doctor rushed over. After a quick look, he quickly pushed Lu Shui into the labor room. Su Yan looked at the time, surprisingly it was 3 o'clock in the morning. This middle of the night. The sky is not even bright yet, this baby can't wait to come out. What's the hurry? It's the middle of the night. What the hell? I'll see if I don't beat your ass. That dream was so strange. Why did it feel so real? Lu Shui's slightly thin figure, that charming voice. That light fragrance, until now seems to still linger in the tip of the nose. Readers greatly, please use your rich little hand, give a 5-star favorable comment. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you will be. Chapter 216, Lu Shui's absence is still a bit uncomfortable. Lu Shui gave birth, it was a boy, 7 pounds and 8 tails. The whole process was very smooth. When the adults and children were sent out, it was only 4 o'clock in the morning. In other words, not long after going in, the child was born. Because it was too early, Su Yang did not disturb the parents. Under the command of Lu Shui, Su Yang patiently did everything to take care of the adult and child. The child, lying down in the cart. Lu Shui fell asleep on the hospital bed, her face was permeated with weariness, but she was full of happiness. Su Yang sat on another bed in the hospital room, looking at his wife, looking at the child. Completely without a trace of sleepiness. The heart is also filled with an indescribable happiness. For the process of giving birth to his eldest daughter, he really did not have any memories. But with this son, he has a real experience. This child can be really as two people love crystallization. Countless times of hard work and joy. Finally exchanged for such a little doll. 8 o'clock in the morning. When the parents rushed over together, the two were excited to find that Lu Shui had actually given birth. Originally, they thought they would have to wait for 2 more days, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Hubby, what's a better name for our child? Looking at the child in the cart, Lu Shue's face was permeated with indescribable joy. In fact, I have no great ambition in this person if I didn't meet you. I don't know what I've mixed up in this life. Su Yang smiled sarcastically, gently holding Lu Shue's small hand. Well, you've improved quite a bit these past few months. If it wasn't for Xiao Shui, there wouldn't be our current family. You should indeed thank Xiao Shui properly, and I should also thank Xiao Shui properly. Dad looked at his little grandson while picking up his son's sentence with deep feeling. Our eldest daughter is called Lele. Su Yang nodded his head, expressing complete agreement with what Dad said. I just hope that both our daughter and son will be happy and peaceful. The daughter is called Su Lele. The son's name is just Su Pinggan. The name is very common. But I think it's quite good if the child can live his life simply and happily. Lu Shui sniffed and couldn't help but let her eyes light up. Su Pinggan. This name was indeed very plain. But it held his parents' expectations of him. Not seeking great wealth and prosperity, but peace and quiet. It was actually quite good. Hubby, I think it's quite good. Mom and Dad, what do you think? For this name, Lu Shui agreed with it from the bottom of her heart. Plain and ordinary, peaceful, is happiness. Okay, as long as our family Xiao Shui agrees, then we'll use this name. Dad smiled and nodded, directly finalizing his decision. For this daughter-in-law, he was now the most protective and valued. Since his daughter-in-law said it was fine, it was settled. Anan, little Anan, come and see Grandpa. As soon as the words fell, he started shouting his name at his little grandson. Okay, then let's use this name. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, gently squeezing Su Yang's hand. Lu Shui's body was still recovering quickly. After giving birth, she was hospitalized for 3 days, and then the family left with the child. During the period of menstruation, Lu Shui was not allowed to go out. So the work matters were basically handled by Su Yang. This day morning, Su Yang had just arrived at the company from his home when he received a call from Jia Wei. Brother Su Yang, that Wang Changhai is really too unorthodox. What's wrong, brother, you say? Su Yang couldn't help but cackle at the words. This kid left the company a long time ago, what can he get up to? Damn, this guy even quietly tried to poach our people. 2 property managers told me that this Wang Changhai contacted them privately to poach them. This kid really isn't a fucking thing. Zhao Hui's voice was permeated with anger. This thing was done really unorthodoxly. Is it easy for me to cultivate a property manager? You're going to dig when you say you're going to dig? Did he pay a high salary? Su Yang nodded slightly, but he wasn't in much of a hurry. If he could really be poached, then let's go. It showed that the competitiveness of his side of the company wasn't strong enough. It's not very high, it's just a 15% increase on our current salary level. After all, our salary level is already quite high in Jiangcheng. The people he wants to poach are the best of us here. Who are the people he wants to poach? One is Feng Yan, and one is Zhang Feng, who Future Home later arranged to go in. Both of them refused quite dryly. And also promptly reported it to me. Oh. It's fine, brother, don't worry. Our original year-end bonus was 1 month, but now it's adjusted to 3 months, I think. Based on the KPL assessment, the final year-end bonus will be determined. As long as all can work actively, I'll let everyone get 2 more months of bonus. Actually, Su Yang had long wanted to boost some benefits for everyone. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to make some adjustments. If you do a good job, you'll get more. If you do an average job, you'll get less. In the end, it's still so that the good ones can get more income. In this way, it would be much more difficult to dig him up again. Good. Great, brother. Give strength. Ha ha ha. This move is better than anything. Zhao Hui sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. This added 2 months of bonuses. Even if Wang Changhai's salary for poaching people went up by 15%, that wasn't as high as what was given over here. Unless those people were brain dead, they would go with him. Okay, it's settled, you draw up a notice, this is for the whole staff. When the quality of the property service is high, the property fees will be collected smoothly. The company's profits will naturally be high. He and Lu Shui also naturally will not be stingy to give everyone a little more money. Good Lu brother. Right brother, my daughter-in-law is also about to give birth, ha. Jia Wei said, unable to hold back his laughter in excitement. Congratulations, congratulations. Do you know if it's a boy or girl yet? It's a girl, ha ha ha. Girls are my favorite. Okay bro, I'll draw up the notification first. I believe everyone must be happy. Soon, the duo hung up the phone. Su Yang then got himself a glass of water, sat down, and then opened his computer. Hey! The empty office was all by himself. Lu Shui was not there. It was really a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 217, I only want children, and do not want a man. Knock knock knock. Su Yang had just read the situation report of each property company for a while when the office door was knocked. Sister Yang Xia, why did you come to see brother? After Su Yang opened the door, he realized that it was Yang Xia who came over. Yes brother, sister is here to accompany you to chat. Such a big office, just you alone. Isn't it lonely? Yang Xia smiled while brewing herself a cup of coffee. Cough cough cough. Yes, now that your sister is on her monthly cycle, I can only be alone in the office. Why don't you move over to the office, sister? Su Yang smiled and twisted his head to look at Yang Xia. This sister has always been like this, just don't mind it. Okay brother, then I'll work here today. But Yang Xia said and sat her but on the original Lu Shui's seat, taking small sips of coffee. Sister, there's no more coffee in your office? There is. But the coffee at my place isn't as good as the one in brother's office. It's so fragrant. Yang Xia moved her chair towards Su Yang's position and looked at him with a smile. She has been busy for a few days in a row, and now she has just finished. But it was just a matter of coming to him to relax. In fact, in her feelings, she still hoped to stay with Su Yang or Lu Shui for a while longer to chat. Of course. In her heart, she still hoped that she could stay with Su Yang for a while longer. Even if it was just a casual chat, she felt quite relaxed. Silly sister, the recent project is quite smooth, congratulations, let your sister give you more bonuses. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia's look and couldn't help but smile. No need, brother. Don't make a scene, if you are like this, I will give you a massage. Yang Xia put down his coffee cup and moved his hands around. Surprisingly, he really stood up and came directly to Su Yang's back. With one reach, she pressed on his shoulder. Ooh. Comfortable. It had been a long time since I had experienced the sister's massage technique. With this small hand pressing, it was really comfortable and tight. Not bad, your sister's technique is really something. Continue, your sister will definitely give you more bonuses. Cut. Sister is talking about giving you a full body massage. But although Yang Xia said so, her hands were still very honest. She was even embarrassed to grab a hand on Su Yang's chest. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and didn't say anything. This sister was just going through the motions, she actually didn't dare to really do anything. Right brother, when I'm about to get off work in a while, I'll come home with you, I've bought 2 pieces of clothes for my child. Yeah, no problem. Your sister also told me last night that she misses you, you have been busy. Haven't gone over to see her for a few days. Su Yang squinted his eyes slightly, enjoying Yang Xia's sister's massage. The faint fragrance of her body lingered on the tip of Su Yang's nose. The long tresses of his hair scratched his face from time to time, tickling him. Yes brother, I also quite miss my sister. There will be more time later on, when I'm not busy every day, I'll go to find my sister. Yang Xia nodded with a smile while massaging. Yang Xia was still very good at grasping time, she didn't stay long before leaving Su Yang's office. After she left, he continued his office. Time passed bit by bit. It soon reached 11:30 p.m. Su Yang looked at the time, so he packed up a bit before leaving the office directly. Sister is leaving, go home with brother. When he went downstairs, Su Yang sent a WeChat message to Yang Xia. When he went downstairs, he saw that Yang Xia was already carrying a carry bag and waiting at the door of the office. Let's go sister. Su Yang waved his hand and got into his car with Yang Xia. Within a short time, the two of them arrived home together. Sister, you've had a child in your life, and all of a sudden you're showing a lot of wealth. Ha ha. This girl, you are trying to say that sister has gotten fat, right? Lu Shui smiled and waved at Yang Xia, letting her sit by her side. A few days have not seen his sister, but really quite want it. Sister, giving birth to a child, well. There's no such thing as not being a little fatter. This child and sister look so much alike. It will definitely be a handsome boy again. Yang Xia smiled and held Lu Shui's hand while carefully looking at the doll in the cradle. Well, this child does look quite like me, but the eyes are especially like your brother. Lu Shui said, unconsciously resting two large grain bags. In an instant, Su Yang's mind conjured up Jia Wei's large grain bags. Nowadays, Lu Shui also had a size that was not at all inferior to hers. Looking at it really kinda made people kind of can't help but want to swallow saliva it. Sister. So big, oh. Yang Xia twisted her head around, saw Lu Shui's movements at a glance, and couldn't help but marvel. She had also marveled before when she saw Jia Wei. But after you get pregnant and have a baby, you'll have one too. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to scratch Yang Xia's hair. Looking at your family's baby, I would like to have a child too. Yang Xia sniffed and couldn't help but smile shyly. Although her previous marriage had left her with heavy internal injuries, it didn't stop her from liking children. Then my sister will find a suitable one to get married. While she is still young, there is no problem to have a child. No. Sister, I only want a child, not a man, ha. Yang Xia laughed and shook her head, reaching out to touch the child's tender little face. This. Adopt one? Su Yang couldn't help but ponder slightly and immediately gave Yang Xia an idea. Adoption is not your own pro. Not good. Yang Xia smiled shyly and shook her head slightly. Then, Su Yang couldn't help but stare, turning his head to look at Lu Shui. Sister, this matter is also simple. Now the hospital can do IVF. Well, this matter can be considered for consideration, but there is no hurry, let's talk about it later. Yang Xia smiled shyly and didn't intend to continue chatting about this topic anymore. Readers, please use your rich little hands to give a 5-star review. It is said that the more stars you give, the more handsome you will be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you will be. Chapter 218. Wife, you're really getting more charming. After having lunch, Yang Xia went back to the agency. Mom went to the kitchen to clean up. Su Yang, on the other hand, accompanied his wife and chatted in the bedroom. In order for him to be able to have the energy to work, it was now Mom who stayed at Su Yang's house to take care of Lu Shui. With the help of his old mom, it was still very easy for him indeed. Wife, you are really getting more and more tantalizing. Su Yang embraced Lu Shui, greedily sniffing the charming milk tea fragrance. His hands just ran around extremely unconsciously. Hubby, if you're suffocating, I don't mind if you spend some money to solve it. Lu Shui said and couldn't help but smile. Since she dared to say this, she naturally believed that Su Yang wouldn't just go so far. Sure enough. Wife, since I woke up drunk that time, I have long made up my mind to be faithful to you. And in this world, there is no other woman who can be compared to my little silly girl. If you say that again, I'll have to reward you properly after some time. Su Yang reached out and twisted Lu Shui's delicate face, stepped forward and forced a kiss. Humph. See how I'm going to clean you up. Good husband. After some time, you'll reward me properly. Wife is looking forward to it too. Lu Shui smiled shyly and obediently leaned towards Su Yang's arms again. Wonderful and cheerful days. It's been a long time since I've had them, I really miss them. After spending some time with his wife, Su Yan left the house and went to work at the agency. Brother, come over to see your daughter-in-law again? Just after arriving at the downstairs of the unit, he met Jia Wei coming out of the office. Yeah brother. Dongwan is also approaching her due date, soon, I'm about to be upgraded too. Jia Wei, let Dongwan rest directly to wait for labor, and then come back to work after giving birth to the child is also okay. How hard it is to come over with a big belly every day now. Su Yang patted Zhao Hui's shoulder and persuaded once again. Perhaps because of gratitude, or because of boredom at home. Dongwan just didn't want to take a vacation to stay at home to give birth. Now that the due date was approaching, she still came to work as usual. Su Yang and Yang Xia have told her several times, but she still comes to work as usual. The reason is that it is too boring at home. Her mom also came from her hometown to stay with her to take care of her, but she just doesn't want to stay at home to stay in labor. Hey! Brothers, this wife I people drop water grace. She wants to return the favor with a gush of water. She said she wants to hold out until she is about to give birth, then go straight to the hospital. Zhao Hui shook his head a bit helplessly. This little bitch at home was like this, there was no way around it. This. Su Yang sniffed and also scratched his head. This wife of a brother is really affectionate. But at this stage now, the child comes first. In case something happens, then I, as a brother, can't feel good about it. But her home is also the Phoenix Newtown neighborhood. Every day at work as her mother accompanied her to walk over, leisurely, but also quite relaxed. To the mealtime, her mom will send food over. Just if tired. She did not have a place to sleep and rest. It was really a bit of hard work. Brother Zhao Hui, in fact, I'm mainly worried that Dongwan doesn't have a place to rest after she's tired. With such a big belly, it's very tiring. Yeah. That's what I told her, but she said she wasn't tired. This. Zhao Hui scratched his head and said somewhat helplessly. Brother, if you're not worried. Dongwan, if she's tired and wants to rest, she can go sleep in the lounge of my office, how about that? I can't use it now anyway. Su Yang thought about it and made a suggestion. Although he had thought about this option before, he never had the heart to mention it. After all, it's a brother's wife, letting her go sleep in her own bed. In fact, he was a little worried that his old classmates would think too much. Shake the grass. This can certainly be What can I be uneasy about this? With a belly as big as hers. Couldn't you do anything else? Ha ha ha. Zhao Hui sniffed and couldn't help but light up. Although he had thought about it before, he was too embarrassed to say it. After all, that lounge is Su Yang's. It was really embarrassing to mention it. But now that he took the initiative to bring it up, that just fulfilled Zhao Hui's intention. Cough cough cough. It's just that the stomach is not big, brothers do not dare to do anything is not it. Then, go, let's drink, Dongwan said. She has not rested at noon, let her go to the restroom to sleep. Su Yang smiled and patted Zhao Hui's shoulder, walking with her towards the office where Dongwan was. Dongwan, go. Chat for a while? Su Yang walked into the office and greeted Dongwan with a smile. Zhao Hui walked over and gently took her arm. Good Mr. Su. Inside the office, she still kept politely addressing Su Yang as Mr. Su. With that, she stood up with a bit of effort with Zhao Hui's help. Although there was a smile on her face, she couldn't hide the look of weariness. Let's go. With that, the three of them walked out of the office together. Su Yang, going to your office to chat? Yeah, Dongwan, you're not worried? Ha ha ha. Which is not. Dongwan couldn't help but smile shyly when she heard this. For Su Yang, her trust was extremely high. And the gratitude was also super strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard every day to insist on going to work. Otherwise, she might have taken maternity leave a long time ago. That bro. I have to go to work. After leaving the office door, Zhao Hui looked at the time and prepared to go back over to the property company. As the head of the company, he still had quite a few things to do. Alright, you go. Don't worry about it. Su Yang smiled and winked at Zhao Hui. Go, wife. Zhao Hui just smiled, then waved with the two of them and drove off. Come, Dongwan, slow down. Although Su Yang didn't have the good sense to hold Dongwan's arm, he was very close to her. In case if she was unsteady on her feet, he would be able to hold her up at any time. Well, it's fine, Su Yang. My body is still quite strong, don't worry. Dongwan couldn't help but smile slightly, a hint of determination flashing through her eyes. Your body is quite healthy, it's really good. The two of them spoke and soon arrived at Su Yang's office. Chapter 219, Zhao Hui's daughter-in-law is about to give birth too. Dongwan, sit down. Entering the office, Su Yang pointed to the sofa and politely greeted Dongwan as she sat down. What's wrong, Su Yang, is there something wrong? And you specifically called me into your office? Dongwan smiled as she sat down on the sofa and leaned back comfortably, a hint of relaxation clearly showing on her face. Dongwon, with the relationship. Between our two families, there's no need to be too polite at all, right? Su Yang had wanted to pour a glass of water with Dongwon, but seeing that she was carrying a large cup in her hand, he let it go. Right, Su Yang, the relationship between our two families. Naturally, there is nothing to say. Are you trying to persuade me to go home for labor again? Dongwon twisted her head to look at Su Yang and smiled a little embarrassed. It seemed like she also realized that her insistence had made Su Yang a little anxious as well, right? After all, he and his husband were such good friends, and she was so insistent. It seemed as if it was also a bit bad. Dongwon, actually I can understand your feelings. Lu Shui and I are both especially touched as well, but now that you're also approaching your due date, you mustn't get tired, no? Aha, yes. I feel fine, anyway, at most I'll only be working another month's worth of shifts, and it's time for me to give birth. Dongwon nodded, still quite understanding of Su Yang's words. It was just a matter of holding on a little longer in her heart. Dongwon, do you think this will work? Su Yang said, getting up and coming to the door of the lounge, pushing the door of the room open. In the future, whenever you're tired, feel free to come over to this restroom to rest. I'll give you a key to the office. Come Dongwon, go in and rest for a while. I see that you are quite tired, but don't get exhausted. After pushing open the door, Su Yang signaled Dongwon to go in and rest inside for a while. This. Dongwon blinked her eyes a little embarrassed. For a moment, she was a bit hesitant. To be honest, she was really a bit tired. What's wrong, Dongwon, don't trust me? The room door can be locked inside. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and casually made a joke. Although this wife of a classmate is not bad looking, but compared to Lu Shui, that is completely not in a class. Besides, with such a big belly, he won't even have a bad thought. Alright then. I'll rest for a while. Dongwon smiled shyly and slowly stood up on the sofa. She was indeed a little tired. It was still very tempting to sleep for a while. Well, that's more or less. Su Yang nodded and watched Dongwon enter the room before closing the door. However, he didn't hear the sound of locking the door back. It seemed that this Dongwon still trusted him. After Dongwon went in to rest, Su Yang turned on his computer and prepared to work. Brother, your wife Dongwon is now going into the restroom to rest. Don't worry, brother, I will never touch her a bit, laughs. Taking the time to turn on the computer, he sent a WeChat message to Jia Wei. It didn't take long. Zhao Hui's message then came back. Ha ha ha. I just arrived at the unit, I'm getting ready to go down to the neighborhood. Dongwon has something, feel free to inform me. Don't worry, brother. Su Yang smiled, returned a simple message, and then began to work. Time passed bit by bit. Without realizing it, 2 hours passed. Click. The door to the lounge opened. Dongwon smiled a little embarrassedly and walked out from inside. The tiredness on her face before had been swept away. The spirit was also obviously much better. How do you feel after resting for a while? Pretty good, really comfortable. Dongwon smiled and stretched out her hand as if she was about to say something. Dongwon, here's your key. Su Yang said, taking out an office key that he had just prepared for her. With the key, Dongwon could come over and rest at any time. Su Yang. I just thought about it, I'd rather not use the key. Why don't I just go home and stay in labor? If I'm bored at home, I'll just come and sneak around. That's fine, Dongwon. Su Yang couldn't help but light up when he heard this. It seemed like Dongwon had figured it out. Both he and Zhao Wei thought the same way. What was the most important thing at the moment? That would naturally be giving birth to a child completely is the most important. The matter of going to work. It's perfectly fine to put it aside for a while and wait until after giving birth to the child. Besides, do you still need to worry about the income? Don't worry, the income will definitely not decrease. Okay, Dongwon, in the future then, you will mainly stay at home to wait for the birth, and when you want to come and sneak around, you can come and sneak around, okay? Okay, thank you, Su Yang. Dongwon nodded with a shy smile. If she rested here for a day or two, she wouldn't feel anything. If she came over to rest every day, she was really also a bit embarrassed. So after thinking about it, she still felt that going home to wait for the birth would be the most appropriate. As for being thankful for Su Yang's help to the two of them, let's wait until after the baby is born. Just work well in the future. What are you thankful for? Dongwon. With the relationship between our two families, let's not say polite things. Good. Dongwon smiled and nodded, then waved her hand at Su Yang. Su Yang, then I'll go down first. I'll go and pack up my things a little bit. My mom will come over to pick me up in a while. Well, go Dongwon. I'll send you down. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then accompanied Dongwon out of the office together again. Ding dong. Just after going out, Zhao Hui's message was sent over. Awesome, brother, Dongwon just slept at your place and figured it out. She just sent me a message saying that she's ready to go home to wait for her labor, and she'll go around the company when she's bored. What did you tell her? It made her figure it out so quickly. Su Yan looked at Zhao Hui's message and couldn't help but smile secretly. What could I say? I didn't say anything. Brother, I didn't say anything, much less do anything. Who knows what your wife thinks? Took a nap in the lounge and figured it out anyway. Ha ha ha. Thanks bro, as long as she can stay home for labor, I'm relieved. Right bro, after a while, I'll have to take paternity leave too. No problem bro, just hand over your business to me, I'll do it. Su Yang was still very clear about Zhao Hui's work content and so on. There was naturally no problem with him coming to replace him for a period of time. Chapter 220. Okay sister, brother will help you press it. After sending Dongwon back to her office, Su Yang came back and looked in when he passed by Yang Xia's door. Brother, wait a moment. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Yang Xia get up and stand up, walking towards him. Su Yang nodded slightly, then stood in the doorway. What's wrong sister? Brother, let's go to your office to chat. Yang Xia came out from the office and looked at Su Yang with a smile. What's wrong sister? Is there something important? There is. Oh, say Su Yang held back his laughter and twisted his head to look at Yang Xia. This sister definitely wants to chat and joke with him again. Well, then let's chat together, she won't do anything to herself anyway. Soon. The duo then came to the office upstairs. Brother, let me show you this. Saying that, Yang Xia reached out and handed Su Yang a material in his hand. What is this? Sister, isn't this just a rental contract? What's wrong sister, what's wrong with it? Su Yang looked at the document and looked at Yang Xia with some doubt. Come brother, sit down and look slowly. Yang Xia pulled Su Yang to sit down on the sofa, her small hand directly pinched on his shoulder. Ooh. Comfortable. This. Su Yang opened the contract book and saw the name of the renter at a glance. Surprisingly, the word Luo Lin was written. It's Lorraine? Yes brother, it's your old lover from before. But. Yang Xia said with a shy smile as she massaged him. The long hair, from time to time, brushed Su Yang's face. Stop it. What old lover, how come I don't know? Su Yang smiled sarcastically. Although the memories of the previous 10 years or so had all disappeared, he still remembered all the interactions with Lorraine later on. Brother, this old lover of yours is indeed not very good. But I know so many things about her past from my sister. Anyway, she is just seducing you and pitting you. Harm. It's all in the past. Brother was not a good person before. If let brother met you a few years earlier, then you. Early by me to clean up, you believe it or not? Che, do not believe it. Yang Xia laughed shyly, and the strength of his hand was violently larger. Cough cough cough. Sister, how come this Lorraine also rented a house to live in? And it's still renting our house. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and hurriedly changed the topic. Who knows, this S-Goods is so strange, not only rented our house, but even do not want to pay rent. If it wasn't for the people underneath reporting this up, I still don't know that this Lorraine even rented our house. Yang Xia stopped the movement in his hand, reached out and picked up the contract, flipping to the last page. Brother look, this ID number, this phone number. This isn't someone with the same name, right? Su Yang followed Yang Xia's finger and took a closer look. Sure enough. This renter was indeed Lorraine. This big-ass thing. How strange, how could this person rent an apartment to live in? And still doesn't want to pay rent? Brother, you say? What should we do about it? After all, she is also brother's former old lover. Pfft. Yang Xia said, and reached out her small hand to help Su Yang start massaging. How else can we deal with it? Drive her away, even if it is not rent, also drive her away. What the hell? If she lives for a long time, our house will become soothing. Su Yang didn't want to have anything to do with this escargot. Even if she wanted to rent a house, she didn't exactly want to rent it to her. Just this S-Goods have several sets of real estate it, how will rent his house? Good lu brother, that sister let someone drive away her drive away, what the hell? This S-Goods would have been several sets of house it, why rent our house it? Really? Su Yang waved his hand a little helplessly and nodded. Good lu brother. Yang Xia smiled, took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed his subordinate's phone. Hey, Xiao Wang, Lorraine that tenant, drive her away as soon as possible, if not, then throw her things out. But Mr. Yang, she still owes us rent, but she just keeps dragging on. It doesn't matter, forget about it if you can't get the money, kick her out. Stop the loss in time. Okay Mr. Yang, understand. Soon, Yang Xia arranged things down. How about it brother? Is it okay for my sister to arrange it this way? Of course it's okay. Sister is the general manager of our agency, and by the way, she is now also the general manager of the hotel. Hey! It's just that my sister is too busy, your sister has been heartbroken. Su Yang smiled and stood up, a little embarrassed to let Yang Xia continue to help him massage. Sister was already quite hard, but also came over to help him massage. It's really a bit embarrassing. Then, doesn't brother heartache his sister? Heartache, of course heartache Su Yang laughed and couldn't help but scratch his head. To be honest, he was still quite distressed by this sister. Rather, there wasn't any love between a man and a woman. It was mainly just brother and sister love and friend love. Then brother also helped me massage, come on brother. Yang Xia sat on the sofa, smiling shyly and slightly hooked her finger at Su Yang. To be honest, she really hadn't enjoyed Su Yang's massage yet. Although she was too embarrassed to let him do a full body massage, but a shoulder massage, it was always possible, right? Sister, I don't know how to be gentle with my hands, it's not good if I press and hurt you. Su Yang scratched his head a little awkwardly. He really hadn't helped his sister with a massage yet. That tender shoulder must be quite comfortable to press on, right? It won't brother, you used to give my sister massages often, you can just press it like that Besides, even if it is painful to press it doesn't matter can it still be more painful than that man beating me before? Cough cough cough. Alright sister, brother will help you press just. Su Yang answered and stiffly walked over again. Came to Yang Xia's side. Stretching out his hands, he gently moved them around. Then he pressed on her tender shoulders. Chapter 221 Wife, you're pretty much considered slightly fat now. Boing. Su Yang just gently pressed twice, Yang Xia inexplicably let out a strange sound. As if his massage level was really high. Brother. You're so good Yang Xia leaned on the sofa, his eyes slightly narrowed. Her head was also slightly tilted, and her red lips were glistening with a crystalline luster. It seemed that those red lips were quietly radiating a message of summoning to Su Yang. As long as he lowered his head, he could kiss her charming little mouth. Looking at Yang Xia's look and making that sound, Su Yang couldn't help but be a bit distracted. Although this charm of hers was not at all in an order of magnitude compared to Lu Shui, but more or less also feel a little strange. And the words brother, you're awesome. The more Su Yang massaged, the more he felt that there was something wrong with him. The more Su Yang massaged, the more he felt a little strange. Even his heartbeat started to accelerate. If it goes on like this, it's really weird. Ding bell. Just when Su Yang was feeling more and more a little embarrassed, his cell phone rang at the right time. Sister, take a call. Amat Buddha, goodness gracious. Su Yang hurriedly stopped his hands, reached out and pulled out the cell phone in his pocket. It turned out to be a call from his wife, Lu Shui. Hello? Wife. What are the instructions you say? Husband, are off work wife wants you. Good Lu wife, husband immediately go back. Su Yang said, hurriedly looked at the time. Sure enough. Have been off work for 10 minutes. If before, he would have arrived home. Just today. Yang Xia's sister came here and delayed so much time. Well, quickly come back, our mom's stewed chicken soup can be delicious. Good Lu wife, this will go back, this will go back. Hang up ah. Well, boo. With the cell phone came a flying kiss, the two people's call will end. That. Su Yang put away the phone and twisted his head to look at Yang Xia. He was ready to leave from work. But. Brother, I'm really sorry, I've made my sister wait for her, it's all my sister's fault. That. Next time, sister come over earlier to let brother give a massage, okay? Brother's massage level is really good, surprisingly, it is not inferior to sister at all. Yang Xia said while standing up from the sofa. There was a shy smile on his face. Stop it sister, just my level. How can I compare with my sister, our level is completely not on the same level. Not but sister feel especially comfortable. Well brother, let's go down together, sister dare not delay your time anymore, otherwise sister should be angry. Yang Xia said and walked towards the door of the office. Su Yang turned off his computer quickly and also then left the office. After leaving the office, Su Yang jogged all the way and quickly arrived home. Hubby, come and drink the chicken soup. This soup stewed by mom is delicious. The chicken soup that was served to you is on the dining table outside, so hurry up and go drink it, don't get cold. Lu Shui sat on the bedside, holding a bowl of chicken soup, and was drinking it in one gulp. Seeing Su Yang come back, a happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. The son on the cot, and this man who haunted her, were the ones that made her most attached and loved. Her husband had gone out for half a day, and she realized that she could not help but miss him all the time. It is reasonable to say that a woman who has just given birth to a child, her mind should be mainly on the child's body. But she felt that she was a little different from others. Not only does she care about her son, but she also cares very much about her husband. Sometimes when she woke up in the middle of the night, if she realized that her husband wasn't around, she would feel very lost. So now Su Yang always sleeps with her. Thank you wife, where's our mom? Our mom stewed a lot, Shang apart to our father sent over, you hurry to drink it husband. Good Lu wife. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then left the bedroom. Wash his hands, serve the soup. Then returned to the bedroom again. Hubby, is it good? Oh. The flavor is really good. Su Yang smiled and took a sip, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old mom's craftsmanship really wasn't something to sneeze at. Hubby, look at how fat I am now, my body is full of meat. Lu Shui said, putting down the bowl of chicken soup in her hand. Pinched the swimming ring on her stomach. Rested the large grain bag. Baby wife, now we are raising children, fat is not quite good. And you are now more or less slightly fat. When my husband hugged you, it feels better, really wife. Su Yang carrying a bowl, sitting on the side of Lu Shui, gentle persuasion. He also carried his own bowl of chicken soup and sent it to Lu Shui's mouth. Good wife, you must drink more no? Actually, hubby seems to prefer the meaty you. Cut. Hubby you cheat, the place where a woman should be fat can be fat, but this waist should not be fat Lu Shui shyly smiled, words through a hint of petulant flavor. We are not just gave birth to a child well, a little meat on the stomach, this is normal. But what hubby said is true. I found that now you seems to be more charming. I can't help it. Su Yang said, reaching out and pinching Lu Shui's delicate face. Husband good boy. Wait patiently for another month, okay? Actually, wife also wants to be with you. Lu Shui smoothly held Su Yang's hand and placed it on her body. I know hubby is the best behaved. Saying that, she stretched out her tongue and licked her lips. Then she blinked her eyes at Su Yang with a shy smile. Good. In an instant. He then understood what his wife meant. All right. This was also quite good. It's so much less meaningful, but it's actually pretty good. By the way wife, that Lorraine rented our house and didn't pay for it, if it wasn't for Yang Xia's men reporting it up, I wouldn't have known about it yet. This bitch, really not good. Oh? Doesn't she have several properties? Why is she still renting our house? Something's wrong with her, isn't it? For someone like her, she's the only one who pits others. How could anything happen to her? Su Young pondered for a moment and couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 222, Preparing Jia Wei to be the general manager of the property company. Regarding Luo Lin's matter, neither of the two of them had a problem with it anyway. So they didn't take it seriously after chatting for a couple of sentences. Since they weren't paying rent, it was just a matter of evicting them. Early the next morning, when the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the curtains into the house, Su Yang woke up with a satisfied smile on his face. He hugged Lu Shui, who was sweetly sleeping, and then gently kissed her. Boing! Hubby, you're awake? Oh. It's dawn. Let's wait for the night and we'll. Feeling Su Yang's passion, Lu Shui couldn't help but smile shyly. As soon as she turned around, she burrowed deeply into his embrace again. Good wife. Looking forward to. After Su Yang embraced Lu Shui and warmed up for a while longer, he got up and got out of bed to clean up. After eating breakfast, Su Yang said goodbye to his wife and children and mom, then went to work again. After arriving at the office, he quickly swept through the mailbox and so on. There were no emails that needed to be answered or anything like that. So he thought of going to the property company to take a look. Nowadays, as the acting general manager of the company, he had to show up at the company from time to time. Although there was Jia Wei presiding over most of the work, he was after all just a supervisor, not a general manager. After picking up his own water cup and making a cup of tea, he left the office. Soon, he then drove his own car towards the property company's headquarters. Brother, I'll rush to the property company in a while. On the way, Su Yang dialed Zhao Hui's phone. Okay, Lu brother, come over, I'm already in the company. How to go so early? Holding back sleep, ah? Ha ha ha. Yeah bro, I'm sleeping in a room by myself now. Dongwan won't let me share a bed with her for fear that I'll accidentally touch her stomach. Then you use your hands to create your own happiness, ha. The two casually chatted for a few sentences before hanging up the phone. It wasn't long before Su Yang then drove to the property company. Greeting his colleagues along the way, he soon arrived at his office. Zhao Wei also came over with his own cup of tea. In his hand, he was also holding his own laptop. Su Yang, there is a neighborhood owner who took the initiative to contact our property company, wanting us to take over the property management of their neighborhood. Oh, that's fine, as long as there's something to earn. What about their original property company? Su Yang took a sip of tea and couldn't help but smile curiously. Was thrown out by the owners, the quality of their property service is too poor. It can also be said that there is no property service. Only think of charging, nothing else to do, occasionally do some face engineering. It's all about coping with leadership inspections and the like. Really convinced them, how can there be this kind of property company? Zhao Wei said and couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha ha. Then isn't this situation similar to our Tiantai neighborhood in the past? If we don't make timely adjustments, sooner or later we'll be driven away by the owners as well. I'm really surprised, how can there be this kind of trash property company? Su Yang nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Zhao Wei. By the way brother, now can there be a more capable manpower, such as one that can take over the supervisor position of yours? Holy shit. Zhao Wei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What's wrong brother Su Yang, you're not going to fire me right? Ha ha ha. Yeah, planning to give you a new position. You're quite tired of working as a supervisor now, and the work is also a bit too detailed. Su Yang smiled and patted Zhao Hui's shoulder. The eyes were full of trust. In the past half year since he took over as the supervisor, the service quality of the property company had really improved greatly, and it also added several new neighborhoods. Grip grass. What other positions can you change for me? It's not going to let me go work for Mr. Yang, right? If I work with General Manager Yang, it's not bad. She's quite pretty and flavorful, ha. Although Zhao Wei had a little guess, he didn't think deeply about it. So he just made a random joke about Yang Xia. Thinking about what? Yang Xia. She won't be interested in you. Ha ha ha. That's for sure, who doesn't know that Ms. Yang likes you? Anyway, I did hear that she often goes to you. Cough cough cough. Who are you listening to here? General Manager Yang is looking for me. We are talking about work, okay? Che, then who knows? Your office door is closed, and there's a big bed inside. Want to do something? That's too easy. Jia Wei couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. There was a hint of indescribable envy in his eyes. Let's put this aside beforehand, let's talk about it later, Right now in the various neighborhoods or headquarters, is there anyone who can replace your current position? Well. Jia Wei sniffed, collected the smile on his face, and then got serious. When talking about specific jobs, that naturally had to be serious. Huaihai District Property Manager Qian Ming, this young lady is good, not only does she understand comprehensively, but her brain is also very good. Oh, it's a young woman around 30 years old. I have an impression. Su Yang sniffed, Qian Ming's appearance instantly appeared in his mind. A young woman in her early 30s, not bad looking very competent. But there wasn't much contact with her, and she didn't know her very well. But Jia Wei had more property managers below him, he should know better. Yes, call her over, talk together. If it's not a problem, then you take her. This. Brother, you haven't said what you want me to do, my daughter-in-law Dongwan is not yet due. Jia Wei snapped and scratched his head, looking at Su Yang a bit puzzled. Shake the grass. I thought you thought of it, look at the general manager of our property company, at home she is sitting on her monthly period, how can she be free to be a general manager? Su Yang patted Zhao Hui's shoulder and couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you the acting general manager now? Besides, when Lu Shui finishes her month, won't she come back? Lu Shui and I, in addition to the property company side to keep an eye on, there is also Mr. Yang's side of the intermediary company as well as the hotel business. There are still quite a lot of things that require our participation. After this half year of learning and practicing, Zhao Hui's performance was really good. So Su Yang and Lu Shui discussed and decided to let him take over the position of general manager of the property company. Chapter 223, Our boss has his eye on you, come over now. This. Zhao Hui had actually guessed this, but he just didn't dare to think much about it. But he didn't expect Su Yang to actually want him to be the general manager. What? Not willing to help a brother share his worries? Willing, of course willing. Zhao Hui said, and couldn't help but let an excited smile permeate his face. Being able to let him be the general manager was not just a recognition of his work ability, it was a heavy trust. Just like Su Yang and Lu Shui trusted General Manager Yang so much that even with the tens of millions of dollars of hotel acquisitions, she was basically the one who took the lead. Nowadays, the trust that the two of them had in him, Zhao Hui, had really reached a certain height as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him such an important position. That will do. Contact Qian Ming, the property manager of Huaihai District, and if she's not busy, come over for a chat. If there's no problem, the handover will start tomorrow. However, when you start, you can be sure to bring her along, don't have any problems. Okay, don't worry. Zhao Hui nodded, took out his cell phone and dialed Qian Ming's number. And pressed the speaker button. Hello? Hello, Supervisor Zhao. Qian Ming's unhurried voice with a hint of laughter in her tone came out of the phone. Manager Qian, come to the property company, our boss Su is here, he wants to talk to you. The boss is looking for me. Supervisor Zhao, do you know what the boss wants to talk to me about? It's also good for me to prepare my mind. Qian Ming couldn't help but stare, not understanding her boss's intentions of looking for her for a moment. In her consciousness, she felt that she was still doing quite an excellent job in all her tasks. The boss shouldn't be criticizing her for doing a bad job, right? Ha ha ha. Of course it's a good thing. Manager Qian, our boss has taken a liking to you, come over here. Cough cough cough. Su Yang was listening to the conversation between the two on the side, but didn't make a sound. It was only Zhao Hui's words that made him almost spray out the water he was drinking. Really, Supervisor Zhao, that's great. Then I'll immediately go over there now. Qian Ming seemed to still be quite familiar with Zhao Hui. After hearing Zhao Hui's words, he couldn't help but smile. Then he simply hung up the phone, left the office and rushed over to the property company's headquarters. About half an hour or so passed. Qian Ming, the property manager of Huaihai District, then arrived at the property company. Then without stopping a step, he came to the door of the general manager's office. Knock knock knock. After calming her slightly rapid breathing, she reached out and knocked on the office door. come in. Su Yang turned his head and shouted at the door. Z. The door opened and a young woman in her early 30s appeared in the doorway. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Supervisor Zhao. Mr. Su, you're looking for me? Come, Manager Qian, have a seat. Su Yang pointed to the opposite sofa and greeted Qianming to sit down. He, on the other hand, got up and went to the water dispenser and helped Qianming pour a cup of warm water. Mr. Su, thank you. How can I let you help me pour water? We are all colleagues, don't be polite. Su Yang smiled and handed the water cup to Qianming's hand, then sat on the sofa. Qianming, how many years have you been in our company? A little over 2 years, right? Well, how do you feel about our company now? Su Yang nodded, then picked up the water cup and took a sip of tea. Zhao Hui next to him didn't say anything, but just listened quietly. In terms of Jiangcheng, our property company is indeed a small property company, but I dare say that the quality of our property company's service is absolutely second to none. Now our company is small, but I believe that we can definitely grow big in the future. And the salary level is also very competitive, and the motivation of our employees is also very high. This property company had been in Su Yang's hands for less than a year, but the changes in its development were still very promising. Qianming was still very cognizant of this. Well, Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard this. His own employee praised the company in front of him as the boss, then he was naturally very happy. Qianming, do you think there's anything that can be further improved in the quality of property services in Huaihai District now? You can say anything you have in mind, just say it boldly. Yes, Mr. Su, I think there are still a lot of things that can be improved in our property services. Of course, it has to be done step by step. And it's also necessary to design different enhancement programs according to the different circumstances of each neighborhood. For example, our Huaihai neighborhood, this neighborhood is a bit old. When it comes to property services, Qianming seems to have opened a box of words. For the specific situation of Huaihai District, a detailed and specific reform program was put forward. And step by step, it was upgraded step by step. Not only did Su Yang nod frequently, even Zhao Wei listened with a glint in his eyes. He also did not expect that this Qianming was so thoughtful. This was more thoughtful than he had thought of in quite a few places. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, this is a rough idea of mine. The specific program actually I have already written it, today I didn't bring. Sorry, Mr. Su. Although she just said a rough, it also took up a whole 30 minutes of time. During the entire process, Su Yang and Zhao Hui had been listening attentively. Not bad. Qianming, this program of yours is very good. You can communicate with Zhao Hui and if there's no problem, you can implement it gradually. At the same time, our other neighborhoods can also refer to and learn from this program of yours. After Su Yang heard Qianming's program, his face couldn't help but let out a touch of admiration. Good, General Manager Su. Qianming, if you are allowed to be the supervisor of our company, can you take the various neighborhoods and make such a plan as well? Su Yang smiled and took a sip of tea, then stated his purpose. The front was considered a business test, and now it was up to her to see if she was willing to do the position. Of course I can. It's just that. Qianming looked doubtfully at Supervisor Zhao on the side, then at Boss Su, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Saying in front of the supervisor that she should be the supervisor. What did the boss mean by this? Could it be that he was really going to let himself replace Supervisor Zhao? Was this Supervisor Zhao leaving his job? It's like this, Qianming, our Supervisor Zhao, I'm going to make him the general manager of our company, and you'll take over his position as supervisor. How about it? Do you think it's okay? Su Yang nodded, so he didn't hide anything anymore. He directly told the purpose of him calling the two to come together. Chapter 224, I'm going to accompany you to feed your child too. This. Qianming couldn't help but hear this, and her eyes snapped open. Obviously, of course she wanted to be the head of the company. A promotion and a raise in salary, it could be said that there was no one who didn't like it. Besides, she consciously wasn't any less capable than Zhao Hui. Mr. Su. I didn't have experience as a supervisor before, I'm worried that I won't be able to be a good supervisor. It was true that she wanted to be a supervisor, but Qianming was still a more pragmatic person and knew how to be humble. It's fine, before he became a supervisor, Supervisor Zhao was also a property manager. Isn't he doing quite well as a supervisor now? I believe that you can also. Furthermore, Supervisor Zhao will also take you for a while, don't worry. Su Yan looked at Qian Ming with a smile on his face and a gentle voice. He was still very satisfied with the candidate for this supervisor. Good. Thank you for Mr. Su's trust, and thank you for Supervisor Zhao's recommendation. But for my side of the neighborhood, I have to recruit a property manager as soon as possible. Well, you can just discuss this matter with Jia Wei. If there is a suitable person internally, you can directly promote him. Su Yang smiled and nodded. For this kind of small matter, he didn't want to worry about it anymore. Good. Zhao Hui nodded and immediately agreed. All right, let's settle this matter. Su Yan looked at the two of them, a touch of relief in his eyes. Subordinates who were capable and trustworthy were not easy to get. But right now, Zhao Hui and Qian Ming, he felt very satisfied. So his heart felt incomparably relaxed. Okay, General Manager Su. Good. The two nodded in unison. Well then, let's leave it at that for today. You two act separately and prepare the candidates for the property manager as soon as possible. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., notify the property managers of all the neighborhoods to come over. Let's have a short meeting to announce the transfer of positions for you two. Today's matter was basically considered completed, and Su Yang was planning to go back. After the position transfer was announced tomorrow, Zhao Wei would be the general manager of the property company. This would further lighten his work. However, for Zhao Wei, his workload would also be reduced quite a bit. This would give him more time to take care of his wife when she gave birth. All right, Mr. Su, I'll go and inform in a moment. Zhao Wei nodded and stood up along with Su Yang. All right, you two chat, I'll go back first. Su Yang patted Zhao Hui's shoulder, then turned his head and nodded at Qian Ming with a smile. Then with a wave of his hand, he left the office. In the future, this office will belong to Zhao Wei. After leaving the gate of the property company, Su Yang took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at noon. Then he clicked on Lu Shue's WeChat avatar and sent her a message. Wife, the mission was completed successfully. I will report to my good leader at home in a while. After sending the message, he drove the car and left. A few moments later, Lu Shue's message then came back. Husband is awesome, come back soon. I will find time to reward you. Oh, red lips. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, and couldn't help but be in a trance. This wife. The interest has always been still quite high. Really good. Wait for another month or so, then you can properly reward her or punish her. Boom. A foot on the gas pedal, the car speed instantly raised up. Sprinting all the way, rushing in the direction of home. Not much time. Su Yang then drove back home. Mom, Xiao Shui. As soon as he entered the house, he saw that his mom was carrying bowls out from the kitchen. Lu Shui, on the other hand, was sitting at the dining table in a pair of pajamas and feasting. Hubby, wash your hands for dinner. See, Su Yang came in. Lu Shui's pretty face immediately overflowed with indescribable smile. Good Lu wife. Su Yang smiled and nodded, hurriedly went to wash his hands to clean up. Moments later, Su Yang then sat beside Lu Shui. Mom, you also sit down and eat. Yang, you and Snu you two eat, I'll serve it to your dad, I'll go over there to eat. Mom smiled and looked at Su Yang, then at her daughter, her eyes full of relief. Daughter and auntie, this affection is really too good. Oh, okay Mom, you slow down. It's fine. Mom smiled and waved her hand, and soon left the house. Hubby, Xiao Hui agreed to be the general manager, right? Ha ha ha. That's of course promotion and salary increase, who wouldn't be happy? Su Yang reached out and pinched Lu Shui's pretty face and said with a smile. Well, I think he will definitely agree too, it's just that we still have to find a qualified supervisor. Lu Shui reached out and caught Su Yang's hand, gently kneading it. A slight trace of worry came through her eyes. After all, this suitable supervisor was not too easy to find yet. The property manager of Huaihai district is good, Zhao Hui thinks highly of her. Then I went to the headquarters this morning, and Zhao Hui and I spent quite a bit of time chatting with her together. I found that this property manager is very thoughtful and feels good. So it was decided to let her try for this supervisor position first. That's not bad, it seems like we're really lucky. Lu Shui's eyes instantly revealed a touch of surprise when she heard this. Originally, she had thought that there would be some delay before a suitable supervisor could be recruited. Unexpectedly, it was found so quickly. That's. My wife is so beautiful and lovely, with a lot of flavor. Luck must be good, ha ha ha. Su Yang laughed, and one hand became a little disobedient. Husband. Don't be in a hurry, eat first, okay? Later. Later. Fine. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and withdrew his disobedient hand. Wow wow. The duo was happily poking fun at each other. The child in the bedroom suddenly cried. It's time for the child to feed. Hubby, you eat first, I'll go feed the child. Lu Shui said, then got up and stood up. The large grain bag on her body followed the waves. I'm also going to accompany you to feed the child. Little baby. Lu Shui instantly understood Su Yang's small mind. Shyly smiling and nodding, she reached out and pulled Su Yang's arm, and together they walked towards the master bedroom. Wow 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 wow. Little Ping An's small hands clawed around, seemingly searching for his rice bowl. Good boy. Don't cry, mommy feeds. Lu Shui gently picked up little Ping An, gently sat on the bed, and then lifted up the lapel. Chapter 225. What, brothers' words don't work anymore? This kid. Su Yang looked at the little Ping An in Lu Shui's arms, both happy and somewhat speechless. This son snatched away the position that belonged to him. Really? Due to the large rice bowl, little Ping An quickly ate his fill. Not long after, this kid quietly slept again. Lu Shui gently put little Ping An into the crib, then reached out and pulled Su Yang. Together they walked out of the bedroom and gently brought the door with them. Hubby, want to eat? Want to Looking at Lu Shui's shy smile, Su Yang naturally understood it in seconds. But hubby has grown up, it's better to eat more rice, come. Wife feed you to eat. Lu Shui smiled shyly, and together with him came to the dining table again and sat down. Hubby, when do you plan to go over to the property company to make the announcement? Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Announce it earlier and let it go earlier, so I will also have more time to accompany my wife. Su Yang smiled, and wrapped Lu Shui in his arms. The unique fresh scent emanating from her body was really incomparably tantalizing. Good My little baby is so good, when my wife recovers, she will definitely reward you properly, of course. Will also punish you. Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms, her voice was soon slightly off. The restroom in our office, it's been a long time since we've used it. So nostalgic. Well. Don't worry baby, soon. Lu Shui said, reaching out to caress his face, neck, chest. After eating lunch, the two of them took a lunch break together. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yang then got up and went to the agency's upstairs office. When he arrived at the office, he rebrewed his teacup with tea and then sat in front of the computer without slowing down. Nowadays, the agency was managed by Yang Xia, and the property company was about to be handed over to Jia Wei with greater authority. In the future, Su Yang and Lu Shui will no longer directly manage the specific details, then the work of the duo will be a little easier. Knock knock knock. Su Yang was watching the news and was sipping his tea when the office door was suddenly knocked. Just a moment. After Su Yang responded, he got up and walked over to open the door. It turned out to be Sister Yang Xia coming over again. Sister, please come in. He smiled and pulled back a bit to welcome her in. Brother, you went to the property company headquarters in the morning? Yes, sister, come sit down. Su Yang waved his hand at the sofa, signaling Yang Xia to sit on the sofa. He then sat himself on the opposite side of her. Brother, come. Yang Xia pointed to her shoulder and smiled shyly. This sister, she's really addicted. Well. Who let you be my good subordinate good sister? Brother willingly pay some labor for you. Su Yang smiled and stood up, circling around behind Yang Xia. With one reach, his hands pressed on her tender shoulders. At the same time, a familiar low sound then issued out from Yang Xia's mouth. Her entire person also leaned back comfortably on the sofa. The pink red lips were slightly raised. Unconsciously, they emitted a seductive aura. This girl. When Su Yang saw this, Lu Shue's appearance instantly surfaced in his mind. The swirling in his heart was instantly suppressed. Comparing the two, it was still the attraction of Lu Shue's wife that was powerful. Not much time. A group of massages came to an end. Su Yang moved his hands and then sat back across from Yang Xia. However, Su Yang fixed his eyes and couldn't help but be secretly stunned. This girl surprisingly fell asleep. It seems that she is indeed quite tired recently. Just sitting and sleeping is definitely not a good rest. Su Yang turned around and gently opened the door to the rest, making up the big bed inside a little bit. He thought of taking advantage of Yang Xia's inattention and quietly carrying her to the big bed to rest. This will also allow for a good night's sleep. Back to have a good chat with about work. This sister personally managed too many things, so she would be especially tired. If this goes on, people will be exhausted. Listening to Yang Xia's slight snoring, Su Yang couldn't help but feel slightly distressed. This sister is really good to him and Lu Shui, there's no way to say it. So there had to be a way to make it easier for her as well. Su Yang gently came to Yang Xia's front and stretched out his arms. With a force, he picked up Yang Xia. Because of the long hours of exercise, Su Yang's physical quality was still quite good. For Yang Xia's kind of weight, it was still very easy to hold her. Boing! Yang Xia just faintly let out a dreamy sound and did not wake up. Su Yang carried Yang Xia and gently walked into the restroom. Then gently placed her on the big bed. He helped her take off her shoes and gently helped her move her body. Afterwards, he helped Yang Xia cover the quilt. The light snoring remained. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a slight sigh, then quietly left the lounge. Coming outside, Su Yang continued to sit back in his office seat and continued his business. Time passed little by little. Unconsciously 2 hours had passed. Click. The door of the break was suddenly opened. Yang Xia walked out from inside. There was a shy blush on her face. Brother! Woke up from your nap, sister? Come sit. Su Yang pointed to the chair in Lu Shue's office seat and signaled Yang Xia to sit down. He himself got up and went to help her receive a cup of warm water. Sister, don't work so hard in the future, okay? Your sister would definitely be heartbroken if she knew you were so tired. Hey! It's okay, brother, I rested for a while and I feel like my body is full of strength again. Yang Xia reached out and took the water cup, took a few sips and placed it on the workstation. Sister, on the agency side, let's recruit a supervisor as well, so you can relax a lot. Like you now, many details don't need to be managed at all. Besides, the hotel side also involves your energy. Su Yang turned around, reached out and knocked on the table, with unquestionable seriousness in his eyes. He had already thought about it, no matter how much his sister pushed back, it wouldn't work. It was necessary to find her a supervisor to make it easy for her as well. Brother, it's really not necessary. No, or I'll sue your sister. Let her come and give you the word. What? Brother, talking doesn't work anymore? Hey! It works, it works. Of course it works. Yang Xia heard Su Yang's tone so serious and resolute, so he was embarrassed to push back. Chapter 226. Let's go, baby, go home to see your brother. The two of them exchanged for a while regarding the matter of recruiting a supervisor and soon finalized the matter. Since Su Yang insisted, Yang Xia naturally had no opinion. After chatting, she obviously felt as if she seemed to have relaxed a lot. Brother, your massage technique is so good. Now my sister is full of strength again. My sister went down. I'll let the personnel manager prepare to recruit. Well, good sister, if we have the right people internally, we can prioritize internal hiring. No, brother. Yang Xia smiled this and nodded, then waved his hand and left. Su Yan looked at the time. It was about to be 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wife, I'm going to pick up my daughter. Today is the weekend, and it's time for his daughter to rest again. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and sent a WeChat message with Lu Shui, then packed up and got up to leave the office. Just after getting downstairs and getting into the car, his wife's message came back. Okay, husband, go. Our daughter hasn't seen her brother yet. She will definitely be especially happy. Ha ha. That's for sure. Okay, wife, I'm off. See you later. After Su Yan gave Lu Shui a message back, he quickly drove away from the agency. Su Yang stuck to the time point and drove unhurriedly. When he arrived at the entrance of Su Leilei's school, he happened to see the child pulling a suitcase out of it. Dad! Soon, Su Leilei spotted Su Yang's figure from afar. So immediately and happily waved at him and ran all the way over. Soon, the daughter arrived in front of Su Yang. Dad, hey! Su Leilei looked at her dad, who was full of gentle smiles, happily went forward and hugged him. Let's go, baby, go home and see your brother. Su Yang gently patted the child's back, turned around and led her towards the parking place. It's a younger brother? He was born? Ha ha. Su Yang pulled the suitcase with one hand and took his daughter's shoulder with the other, laughing happily. Yes, it's a younger brother. Dad, then what's my brother's name? It's called Su Pingon. Mom and Dad want you two to be happy and peaceful. So one of you is called Leilei and the other Pingon. Dad, walk. Walk faster, I kind of can't wait to see my brother now. Ha ha ha. The father-daughter duo joked and laughed, and soon reached the car. After loading the suitcase into the trunk, Su Yang took his daughter and quickly rushed towards home. Hearing that her younger brother had been born, Su Leilei acted extremely happy. She excitedly asked questions along the way. Under his daughter's urging, Su Yang's car speed was fast. Within a short time, he returned home. Mom, I'm back. As soon as Leilei entered the door, she saw her mom sitting in the dining room eating something. Come, baby. Seeing her daughter return, Lu Shui then happily stood up, her face instantly revealing an indescribable surprise. Only being able to see her daughter once in 2 weeks, she naturally missed her very much. Mom! I missed you. Well, good child, Mom misses you too. When mother and daughter met, they naturally hugged each other directly. Girl, go, Mom will take you to see your brother, keep your voice down. Your brother just fell asleep. Aha, good little Mom. The two said, happily walking together to the master bedroom. Su Yang looked at his wife and daughter's happy appearance, smiled and nodded. Put the suitcase in his hands to one side, then prepared to go wash his hands for dinner. When he finished cleaning up and came to the dining room, his daughter and wife also came out from within the bedroom. Leilei, go wash your hands, your grandmother's cooking is delicious. Aha, where's my grandma? Your grandma went to bring food to your grandpa, she's eating at your grandpa's place. When you're done eating, go visit your grandparents, they miss you too. Well, got it, Mom. Su Leilei was very understanding. After chatting with her mom for a couple of sentences, she went to wash her hands. Hubby, don't wait, let's eat. Aha, eat, still really a little hungry. Su Yang smiled and nodded, quietly pinched Lu Shui's small hand, then motionlessly began to eat. At this time, the daughter also happily walked over and sat by her mom's side. Come, baby, hurry up and eat. The food at school still can't be compared to that at home. Look at us, Leilei is a bit thin. Yeah. Su Yang raised his head and looked at his daughter with a smile. Picking up the chopsticks, he then gave Leilei a few chopsticks of vegetables. Early the next morning, after Su Yang ate breakfast, he drove directly to the property company headquarters. Today was the day that Jia Wei was taking up the position of general manager and Qian Ming was taking up the position of supervisor, and he had to have a meeting with everyone to make an official announcement. Because Lu Shui was now in her monthly period, it wasn't very suitable for her to go out, so she didn't plan to go over there. Ding bell. While the car was traveling on the road, Zhao Hui's phone called. Hello? What's up, brother? Brother Su Yang, I'm sending Dongwan to the hospital right now. She seems to be showing some signs of premature labor. I have to rush to send her over for a checkup. Later on, her sister Dongping will come over, and I estimate that I may have to be a little late to arrive at the company. On the phone, Zhao Hui's voice was obviously a bit anxious. It's okay, brother, you first take Dongwan for a checkup, there's no hurry to rush over, now at this point in time, the birth of a baby is the most important thing. Having a meeting to announce the position was nothing more than just going through the motions. Even if Zhao Hui is not there, it is still the same to announce him as the general manager. Okay, Le Su Yang brother, really sorry. I'll try to rush over earlier. Don't be in a hurry, all safety first, know it? Good, understand, then first, I will soon be to the hospital. Okay, bye. Soon, the two ended the call. Su Yang put the phone aside and continued to drive in the direction of the property company. It wasn't long before he drove to the property company. The time was not even 8 o'clock. He then went directly to the general manager's office and waited for the time to arrive before going to the conference room. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang had just sat down when the office door was knocked. Come in. With a response, the office door was pushed open. It turned out to be Qian Ming, walking in with a smile. Chapter 227, Zhao Hui's Big Day. Hello Mr. Su, Supervisor Zhao hasn't come over yet? Qian Ming, please sit down. Su Yang smiled and waved at her, signaling her to sit on the sofa, and got up to help her to pour water. Zhao Wei temporarily took her daughter-in-law to the hospital today, so I guess I have to be late for a while, but it's fine, we'll just go ahead with today's meeting. Oh, right. Supervisor Zhao's daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Well, is everyone almost here now? Su Yang smiled and nodded, handing the water cup in his hand to Qian Ming. Thank you Mr. Su, you are so polite. Harm. We are all family, I'm not polite, ha ha ha. For his employees and subordinates, Su Yang still valued them. Especially the personnel in key positions, is even more valued. And also not stingy to give some more salary. The two were chatting when Lu Hui, the personnel manager, came over. Mr. Su, besides Supervisor Zhao, the others have arrived, they are already waiting in the conference room, you see? Okay Manager Lu, Qian Ming and I will go over immediately. Su Yang nodded, then stood up. Since Zhao Wei hadn't come yet, let's not wait for now. It was just a matter of making an announcement and going through the motions. Ringing. Just as he got up, Su Yang's phone rang. It turned out to be Zhao Wei calling. Hello? Zhao Wei, you say? Brother Su Yang, my daughter-in-law her sister has already come over and is taking Dongwan for a checkup, I'll rush back right away. No, you first bring your daughter-in-law to check, there is no rush to come over, when to deal with when to come over on the line. Now the wife and child are the most important, this meeting is not that important at all. Su Yang heard this and immediately expressed his attitude clearly. And he strongly discouraged him from coming over in a hurry. It's like this, brother, just now I let the doctor take a look at it first, and said that there's nothing wrong, just pay attention to resting more. The latter are some routine checks, it's fine. Oh. Hearing Zhao Wei say this, Su Yang then felt a little more at ease. He didn't want this brother to disregard the safety of his wife and child in order to attend a meeting. This kind of thing, how could it not be justified? That's fine, take control of yourself, all safety first, meeting or not, it's just a passing phase. Well, rest assured brother, indeed there is nothing, the previous reaction is gone. I have come out, a moment to the unit. Oh, okay. Since this is the case, Su Yang will no longer insist. Soon. The two hung up the phone. Mr. Su, are we still waiting for Supervisor Zhao? Isn't he on his way over? Qian Ming naturally heard the call between the two, so he looked at Su Yang and asked. It's fine, let's drive first. It's just a little late, it doesn't matter. After all, there were so many people, there was no need for them all to wait. With that, Su Yang walked out from the office. Within a short time, Su Yang took Qian Ming with him to the conference room. The property managers of the various neighborhoods had all arrived. Su Yang came to the front of the conference table and sat down with a smile. Hello everyone. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's really quite a long time to miss the big guys. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed as soon as Su Yang's words fell. Today, Supervisor Zhao's family has something important to do, so he's a little late. Let's chat first. By the way, does everyone know the theme of this meeting today? Su Yang smiled and looked around. Apart from Qian Ming, who smiled and didn't say anything, everyone else was a bit confused, with a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seems that everyone is indeed unclear, well, let me say it. Cough cough cough. First of all, I also haven't met with you all in a long time, I do miss you all quite a bit, we always have to meet and talk every once in a while. Come on, everyone speak freely. Just start from my left-hand side, Feng Yan, you come first. Su Yang's left-hand side happened to be the property manager of the Tiantai neighborhood, so he smiled and waved at her. All right, General Manager Su. Saying that, Feng Yan stood up and prepared to say a few words. Just sit down and say it. This isn't a classroom, what's the point of standing up? Su Yang gently waved his hand, signaling her to sit down and say, soon. Feng Yan casually said some important things about the current work situation. It probably took up a minute or two. After saying that, then the next person. Everyone was just next to each other, speaking one by one. By the time the circle was over, Jia Wei had also arrived at the company's downstairs. With a quick sound of footsteps, he then rushed into the conference room. Sorry everyone, I'm late. As soon as he entered the conference room, Jia Wei hurriedly apologized to everyone, with a fine layer of sweat on his face. It seemed like he had also rushed to get here. For this meeting, he still valued it very highly. For him, this was a big day for promotion. Since his wife didn't have anything to do, he still rushed over. Come, sit here. Su Yang smiled and pointed to an empty seat on his right and greeted Jia Wei, waiting for him to sit down. Alright everyone, we all just had a casual chat just now, there are two important things behind us. Saying that, Su Yang took out a notice of appointment from the folder. As you all know, our company's original beautiful general manager, Lu Shui, is now sitting at home on her monthly cycle and really doesn't have the energy to manage the company anymore. So the position of general manager was given up voluntarily. After a unanimous research decision between Lu Shui and I, the position of general manager will have our supervisor Jia Wei to take over. Su Yang said while shaking the appointment letter in his hand. Wow. As soon as the words fell, everyone applauded unanimously. For Jia Wei, the supervisor, everyone was still very much recognized. Since his tenure, the company's progress was still there for all to see. Come, Mr. Zhao. Say a few words. Saying that, Su Yang handed the appointment letter in his hand to Jia Wei. Jia Wei smiled a little embarrassedly and scratched his hair. Seriously, he was really in an extremely happy mood right now. Before, he couldn't even find a position as a security guard, to now becoming the general manager of a property company. This span was really huge. And the whole process was just a short year. Chapter 228. Honey, are you any good? Thank you for Mr. Su's trust, and thank you for the great support of all my colleagues. Regarding the promotion, Jia Wei was naturally extremely happy. His eloquence was good, drawing warm applause from everyone over and over again. In one breath, he spoke for at least more than 20 minutes. Ahem. Mr. Zhao spoke very well. Eloquent too, ha. Save it for a slow chat with your brothers later. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Su Yang couldn't help but wave his hand at Jia Wei. More than 20 minutes will do, don't talk too long. Your wife and child are still in the hospital. This meeting still needs to end as soon as possible, in a while you'd better go back and take a look. Everything still has to be the safety of the wife and child first. Haha, good. Seeing this, Jia Wei couldn't help but laugh, so he also sat down. Good, I'll announce the second thing. Saying that, Su Yang looked at Qian Ming. Now that Supervisor Zhao had become General Manager Zhao, then this supervisor position, someone definitely had to step up. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, some of the individual property managers seemed to have a violent movement in their eyes. It seemed like they also realized what the boss was going to announce below. I guess everyone can guess, I have another appointment letter here. Saying that, Su Yang took out another piece of paper from the folder. Now that Supervisor Zhao has become General Manager Zhao, then this supervisor position has become vacant. After my research with General Manager Zhao, it was decided that Qian Ming, the property manager of Huaihai District, will take up this supervisor position. Come on, clap. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, Jia Wei immediately led the applause. A moment later, everyone then reacted. One after another, they cast envious gazes at Qian Ming. Everyone used to belong to the same property manager after all, and all of them were still doing a good job. To say that there was no disobedience or something like that, individuals were still more or less some. Clatter. Soon, the conference room resounded with warm applause. Qian Ming, you will be the supervisor of our property company in the future. This position is crucial. I hope you can do a good job, and strive to do a bigger job than Mr. Zhao. Come Qian Ming, you also say a few words. After the applause, Su Yan looked at Qian Ming, smiled and waved at her. This big sister's face had turned a little pink yet. It seemed to be quite happy and excited as well. After all, A promotion and a raise, this was something everyone loved. Hello everyone, my name is Qian Ming, I'm the property manager of Huaihai District. Thanks to General Manager Zhao and General Manager Su's trust in me, letting me take on the position of supervisor. Qian Ming's ability to express herself was also top-notch. Not only was she articulate, but her logic was also quite clear. However, she was relatively concise in her speech, and there wasn't much nonsense. The entire speech took only 5 minutes. After speaking, she even gave everyone a bow. Good. Not bad, not bad. Applaud. After Su Yang finished listening, he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. This young lady, quite impressive. I hope that in the days to come, she will be able to sit in this seat of supervisor. Alright everyone, today's meeting will end here. The future work will be specifically arranged by Mr. Zhao and Supervisor Qian. Alright, meeting adjourned. After Qian Ming finished speaking, Su Yang casually summarized 2 more sentences. Then he announced that the meeting was over. Jia Wei, hurry up and go to the hospital. When you're done with your wife's checkup, then just go to Qian Ming to hand over. Wife and child are important, hurry up. Su Yang looked at Qian Ming and Zhao Hui and patted Zhao Hui's shoulder. Fine, I'll make a call to ask about the situation. Zhao Hui said, immediately took out his cell phone and went to one side to make a call. Soon, the other property companies all left, leaving only Qian Ming. Not long after, Zhao Hui then ended the call. Brother Su Yang, Dong Wan, and her sister have already returned home. The doctor said it's fine, let's rest more and keep an eye on it at all times. Nothing much. Oh, that's good. Su Yan looked at the time, it is now but 10 o'clock in the morning. That's fine, you and Qian Ming look at the arrangement of the back of the work. What is the situation at any time to say to me on the line? I'll go back first, you guys chat. Right now Zhao Hui's time was tight, Su Yang hadn't planned to invite everyone for dinner. Let's hand over the work first, and we'll talk about the dinner party later. After saying that, Su Yang waved his hand with Zhao Hui Qian Ming and left. Wife, I finished my work assignment in the morning, I miss you, Shibuya. When Su Yang came out from the property company, he sent a WeChat message to Lu Shui first. After sending the message, he started the car and rushed towards home. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and scanned it, he couldn't help but smile secretly. It turned out to be Lu Shui who had sent her a message back. Come back hubby, stay with our daughter and son for more chats, I miss you too, red lips. Because he was driving, he didn't reply to the message. Anyway, he would be home in a while. Boom. With the roar of the engine, the speed of the car increased further. It wasn't long before Su Yang then drove back home. Oh. The home was so lively. The crib where his son slept was pushed into the living room. Dad and mom were both there, and daughter Lele was also there. Yang Xia even came over. Brother, you're off work so early? Yeah, this doesn't want my son anymore, haha. Su Yang said and couldn't help but laugh. A few steps will come to the front of Lu Shui, reach out to take over the son to hold a hug. Go wash your hands, go wash your hands. Good Lu, immediately go to wash. Su Yang smiled happily and went to wash his hands. The family was talking and laughing together, so lively. Until noon after lunch, Yang Xia this only went back. Then the daughter and grandparents also went back together, all going back to take a nap. Hubby. Seeing that everyone had left and her son had fallen asleep, Lu Shui smiled shyly and hooked her finger at Su Yang. Wife, you can again. Su Yang laughed and wrapped an arm around her waist. Although this waist was not slim, but it was soft and full of. I believe that in the near future, it will become slim again. Who said I can't? Little baby. You wait for me, see how the wife will clean you up. Come here, let me reward you. Lu Shui said, and hooked Su Yang's neck. Without any hesitation, she kissed him. The 2 small hands also became extremely dishonest. Chapter 229. Don't worry wife, there will be all the rewards that should be there. The days went by day. For Su Yang, there was happiness and torment. The happy part was that the child grew up day by day and became more agile day by day. The torment was that he and Lu Shui could only blindly compare and contrast between the two of them, and could not do anything truly joyful at all. More than half a month has passed. Zhao Hui's daughter-in-law Dong Wan also gave birth. Qian Ming is now a supervisor and is already comfortable with it. There was no longer any problem with Qian Ming being in charge of managing the daily affairs. So Jia Wei is also a lot more relaxed. Yang Xia's side of the agency had also found a good supervisor, and under her guidance, the supervisor's work was also quickly getting up to speed. She was also a lot more relaxed than before. Now that the general managers of both companies were a lot more relaxed, for Su Yang, that was naturally even more relaxed than before. So the time to accompany his wife and children was also a little more. Finally, more than half a month had passed again. The weather had turned hot. This day morning, Su Yang took Lu Shui and specifically went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor informed her that her body had recovered quite well. If you want to do something, you can do it now. However, it still needs to be appropriately laid back. Anyway, the size of the strength and so on, it's up to you to master it. For a while, Lu Shui felt like she had become very, very good. Having been blindly comparing with Su Yang and the two of them, her heart was also as warm as fire. Hubby, let's hurry home. Honey, are you in such a hurry? Su Yang's right hand was occasionally grabbed by Lu Shui and rubbed repeatedly. Her face turned a little red because of her excitement. Good husband. My wife is in a hurry to go back to feed the child. Pfft. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Lu Shui smiled shyly, reached out and grabbed a handful of Su Yang's chest, and asked jokingly. Although her eyes burned with light, but her mouth still refused to admit that she had long been unable to hold back the fire. What else can I think of, my little silly girl pregnant and giving birth to a baby so hard, I have to reward you properly. Don't worry, the reward will be there. Don't husband, the doctor has said to take it easy. Moderate to stop. I know wife. Rest assured. Su Yang of course understand, his wife's body just recovered, that must be considerate and gentle. Baby is so good. Lu Shui smiled shyly and nodded, reaching out to pinch Su Yang's cheeks. Not long, the two drove back home. Mom is at home watching the child has woken up, is twittering wow crying. Wow. Mom is here, good boy. Come to mom to feed NN. Lu Shui hurriedly took the little piece from her mom's arms and sat directly on the sofa. Anyway, there are no outsiders in the house, naturally there is nothing to avoid. I'll go out to buy some food, Little Snow, Yang, what do you guys want to eat for lunch? Seeing the duo come back, Mom couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. So she planned to go out to buy some vegetables and prepare to make lunch. Mom, watch and do whatever you want, I don't want to eat pig's feet. I can't even drop my weight now. Eat more pig's feet and water sufficient. Mom, now it's also too full. Pfft. Lu Shui laughed and looked at her big grain bag, and couldn't help but smile shyly. Feed the little one, feed the big one. Simply can't even finish eating it. Well, then we won't eat pig's trotters today, so we'll boil fish soup to drink? Well, okay Mom. Soon, Mom pulled the grocery cart out the door. Not long after, little Pingon was full and fell back into a deep sleep. Little baby, come here. Waiting for Lu Shui to put the little Pingon into the crib, then waved at Su Yang. Coming. When Su Yang saw this, he couldn't help but instantly turn his heart thumping. It's been a whole year. Now it's finally safe and bold to express the deep love for your lover. As for just how deep, the moon represents my heart. Hubby, Mom won't be back from grocery shopping for long. Fast. Okay wife. The time is short, the two are actually just blindly compared to just. The real love for each other, can only wait for the night to say. The time passed a little bit. In the room door with click a sound was opened, Su Yang and Lu Shui can only end the passionate embrace. The real show was over before it even started. Hubby, Mom is back. Well, I'm going to take a shower. Su Yang smiled helplessly, picked up the pajamas thrown on the bed and rushed into the shower. But Lu Shui smiled shyly and stroked her pink cheeks, and also hurriedly got up and put on her pajamas. After a passionate kiss, it made Lu Shui feel like the fire in her heart was even hotter. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, accumulating an incomparably huge amount of power. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shaking. She knew. It was better to follow up in the agency's upstairs office. Only there could she truly express her love for Su Yang. At home, it really felt a lot worse than the fire. Even if there were only 2 people in the house, that wouldn't work. After all, the soundproofing in the house was not working. Once you let go of your mind and body, the neighbors were afraid that they would suffer. After Lu Shui put on her clothes, she slightly adjusted her emotions and quickly opened the bedroom door. At this time, Mom was busy in the kitchen, preparing to stew and cook. Mom, let me help you. Little Pingon is asleep? Yes, asleep. Su Yang is also asleep. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, a trace of shyness crossing her eyes. There was an indescribable anticipation in the shyness. After Su Yang had a rinse in the shower room, he could finally stand and walk normally. Otherwise, one wouldn't dare to walk out the door with clothes on, and if one really wanted to walk around, one would still have to bend over, which was really a bit weird. Why don't we rest for a while? Wait for the night. Su Yang did not know what he thought of, his eyes revealed a touch of indescribable expectation. Soon. He then laid down on the bed, ready to rest for a while. Chapter 230. How did you like to play like this back then? After having their midday meal, the two of them briefly exchanged for a while, because in the middle of the day the child cried and had no choice but to end. So hurry and busy child, after feeding and coaxing to sleep, also to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Good husband, hurry to work, wait for the evening. Lu Shui looked at the time, some helplessly rushed Su Yang's shy smile. Well, okay. Su Yang tenderly hugged his wife, then nodded and left. Not long after, he then arrived at the agency's upstairs office. Made a cup of tea and sat down for a little while. Calmed down the discomfort from earlier. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and looked. It turned out to be a message from Yang Xia. Brother, I saw your car outside, you're upstairs, right? Yeah sister, want brother to massage you again? Come up. Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly when he saw the message sent by Yang Xia. Ever since the agency site had found a supervisor, she was obviously a lot more relaxed. It seemed as if the reasons for looking for Su Yang's massage were not as sufficient, so there were fewer of them. This recent flurry had to be 3-4 days without coming to him for a massage. Good brother, but this will have to be said later, there are people downstairs looking for you, big smile. Oh? Who is looking for me? Su Yang looked at the message and couldn't help but stare. Who is looking for me? Looking at Yang Xia's words, it's obviously not like a co-worker. I also don't know to recognize, it's a beautiful young woman in her 30s. Brother, you are not outside again to pick a womanizer, right? Sister, don't make a fuss. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I have enough grass at home, how can I still look for someone outside? Alright, I'll go and take a look. Su Yang couldn't help but be puzzled for a while. Picking up his water cup, he was ready to go downstairs to take a look. For the memories of the previous 10 years or so, he couldn't recall any of them anyway. He also didn't know if it was the people he had met before who had come to look for him. As for the last year or so, he was peaceful, and had never done anything he shouldn't have done. The line of, no matter who it is, let's go over and take a look first. Su Yang carrying a cup of water, not slow to leave the office downstairs. Soon. He then arrived at Yang Xia's office downstairs. Brother Su Yang. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a woman dressed in a somewhat dusty manner, sitting up from the sofa with a smile on her face. Su Yang fixed his eyes and didn't recognize it. Who the hell is this? He frowned and froze without the slightest impression. He could definitely confirm that in this year, he had 100% not befriended this little bitch. Which one of you? I. Brother Su Yang, you are really a nobleman who forgets a lot. Come out and say it. Because Yang Xia's office there are other people in, so Su Yang said and waved out. He also just wanted to call her out, but didn't think to bring it upstairs to talk about it. After leaving the office door and walking a bit farther, Su Yang then stopped his steps. The woman who was in her early 30s also followed closely. Brother Su Yang, I am your Li Feng's sister. Brother, you are really annoying. We haven't seen each other for just over a year, how could you forget about me? Li Feng? Su Yang frowned and shook his head. This little bitch's posture could only be said to be okay, but he really didn't have much influence. But listening to what she said, it was thought that she was someone she knew from before. Brother Su Yang, you are really a nobleman who has forgotten. Have you forgotten that you also once took me to your house to sleep? Brother, you are bad. Oh, people say one day husband and wife 100 days grace. Humph, I did not expect that you even put up your pants and do not even recognize people it. Su Yang could not help but be shocked. Immediately, he remembered someone. It was what Lu Shui had once said, that he had once brought home a little bitch in the past and slept together right in front of Lu Shui. Grasping the grass. This little bitch in front of him, it can't be that person, right? Su Yan looked up and down and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Whether it was her figure or her looks, there was absolutely no way to compare it to Lu Shui. It wasn't even an order of magnitude. Even if it was compared to Yang Xia, it was also completely incomparable. This wind and dust odor was too heavy. Without even needing to get close, one could smell an indescribable gas. Coaxing. Pouncing on the face. How did you like to play like this back then? Live well? Damn, so disgusting. Oh, Li Fong, then you find me something? Something's up, brother. Oh, something? Then you say it. Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head, then twisted his head to look at this gas coaxing woman. Brother. What you said before, if I don't have money to use, I can come to you anytime. What? Su Yang couldn't help but froze, a little shocked. I'll go to. Why the hell don't I remember? It can't be that he's here to blackmail money on purpose, right? Brother Su Yang, this is what you told me yourself. You said you like my technique the most. It's much better than that yellow-faced woman's work in your house. If I run out of money to use, I can come and serve you. This bitch called Li Fong didn't seem to have any sense of shame and whispered in front of Su Yang. That face was surprisingly not even red. It was really unknown how many men she had experienced before she practiced such boldness. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea when he heard this. A stuffy feeling suddenly surged up in his chest. Phew. So disgusting. How could my previous self like this style of person? It's so damn topsy-turvy. I'm sorry, I don't need this right now. Don't come in the future either, just go away. Su Yang waved his hand and immediately rejected her without leaving any room for error. But brother, how can you not keep your words? I have heard that you have become a big boss now. It can't be that you can't see your sister after you're rich, right? Scram. Su Yang sniffed and quickly understood. This woman had heard that he was rich, so she intentionally approached him to get some more flowers from him, right? Thinking that should be the case. But the Su Yang of today was not the same as in the past. He has no previous memories at all, and some of the ones he once recovered have long since disappeared without a trace. To think of relying on the previous dewy love affair as a reason to ask for money, that would be delusional. Chapter 231 Say good, then you come. Brother Su Yang, how did you become like this? You used to like me so much. Scram. Are you rolling or not? When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but stare with both eyes. Vomit. I'm so damn talented. Poof. This woman called Li Fong saw that Su Yang was really angry, so she didn't dare to stay any longer, so she hurriedly left. Maybe after becoming rich, this taste is different from before? What the shit Really? After Su Yang watched the woman leave, he secretly spat and turned toward his office. Just arrived at the office not long after. Yang Xia then also came over with a smile. Brother Su Yang. And it was also modeled after the woman's tone just now, her voice was a bit mushy. But when this was shouted out from Yang Xia's mouth, and from that woman's mouth, this felt completely different. That woman's feeling was disgusting. Yang Xia's voice well, but it made people feel a bit distracted. Silly girl. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sarcastically, helplessly pointing his finger at Yang Xia. Brother, who is that woman? Cough cough cough. Brother doesn't know how do I know who she is? Never seen it. Su Yang snapped and shook his head. Anyway, that was how her memory was, there really wasn't any impression. If Lu Shui hadn't said anything before, he wouldn't have known there was such a thing. But whether or not he brought this woman home at that time, he also had no idea at all. Anyway, there was no impression, so who could say? He. Brother, just tell me, it's not like I'm talking to my sister anyway. I'm just a little curious, how did brother know such a woman in the past? Yang Xia smiled and walked to Su Yang's side, reaching out to press his shoulder. Then gently helped him massage it. Sister, as you know, brother's previous memories are gone, I have forgotten about the past. Who was that woman just now? Brother really doesn't have the slightest impression. Su Yang slightly narrowed his eyes and leaned towards the chair, letting Yang Xia help him massage him now. This sister's technique was as good as ever. There was also that faint fragrance that crossed the tips of the hair on his face from time to time. Let his heart her slightly indescribable swing. However, he had always had Lu Shui, the sea pin, living in his heartland, so his self-control had always been still very strong. Brother, you said. But Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh when he was halfway through his words. Silly girl, what are you trying to say? As soon as Su Yang heard this laughter, he knew that this sister was definitely going to be naughty again. Anyway, she also loved to joke around, meat and vegetables, basically there were no taboos. Brother, my sister used to be on good terms with you too. Have you also forgotten about it? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This sister was really something, she would make this kind of joke whenever she wanted to. For how Yang Xia came here, all the process, he remembered clearly. And the situation at that time was also remembered clearly. Yang Xia should not have seen him before. So what this girl said was a complete joke. Silly sister, want to set up brother, isn't it? Beware of brother packing you. Say it well, then you come. When Yang Xia heard this, her heart couldn't help but move violently. The face instantly heated up. If her brother really wanted to clean her up, she knew that she would definitely not resist. Perhaps it would be extremely cooperative to let him clean up. Cough, cough, cough. Silly girl, massage properly with brother, why isn't your hand moving? Su Yang reached out and patted Yang Xia's hand, reminding a bit awkwardly. Oh. She was also lost in thought just now, and it seemed that her whole body was a little bit powerless to feel it. After Su Yang reminded her, she then reacted. So she hurriedly started to help Su Yang massage again. Brother, help me to press. I'm tired. Just after pressing a few times, Yang Xia deliberately stopped. Then smiling shyly, she turned around and sat on the chair next to her. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't expect that just now, she was joking with herself, and even opened her face red. Now she was sitting on the chair, leaning back, her eyes slightly narrowed, her face pink. Su Yang got up and came behind her, his hands shook, slightly moving, then pressed on her tender shoulders. Perhaps Yang Xia, this sister was too sensitive, or perhaps it was on purpose. When Su Yang's hands were just placed on it and pressed it, she let out a somewhat strange sound. This caused Su Yang's heart to tremble violently. Oh yell. My Yang Xia sister, let's not be so naughty, okay? Brother and your sister are on fire right now. Don't be naughty on purpose. If I can't help it, you'll be the one who loses out. Sis, how's work these days? Busy? Su Yang deliberately chatted up a topic, not wanting this sister to be naughty anymore. If she babbled and shouted, then it would be a bit embarrassing. Don't say, with this girl's growing boldness, there was really no chance that she would shout up. And when he massaged her before, he often pretended to be asleep. Then he hugged her several times to the bed to sleep. However, he could feel it, she should not be asleep. Because when he picked her up, she would automatically wrap her arms around his neck. Well, it's much better now, my sister isn't as busy as before, at least I stay in the office again much more than before. Su Yang's way of diverting attention really worked well. Yang Xia really started chatting with him, no longer making that strange noise. I heard that my sister is now investigating the healthcare-related industry again? Yes, brother, I feel that more and more people are emphasizing on health maintenance nowadays, so I'm planning to investigate and see. If it really works, we can expand another piece of business. When Yang Xia heard Su Yang mention the healthcare program inspection, she couldn't help but get interested. This was a project that she was taking time to inspect recently. Because of her mastery of two-way na massage, it made her extremely interested in the healthcare aspect of the project. So it was thought to examine it. And she also knew very well that as long as the project was really reliable, then her brother and sister would definitely support it as well. Chapter 232, Delaying Your Dad's Big Event, Really? Yang Xia didn't stay too long at Su Yang's place and went back. Then he stayed in the office for a while and planned to go home. Anyway, there was nothing important, and there was no need to work overtime. Ding dong! Su Yang was about to turn off his computer when Lu Shui sent him a WeChat message. Is hubby off work yet? Our mom stewed chicken soup again. Come on baby, drink it with your wife. Chicken soup again. Looking at the message sent by Lu Shui, he couldn't help but smile. Okay Lu wife, I'm leaving. Su Yang hurriedly stood up and quickly walked out of the office. Then walked quickly all the way. Soon returned home. Mom! Just as soon as he entered the door, he saw his old mom walking out with his meal. Without having to ask, she knew that she was sending the meal to her dad and then eating it together. Yang, you and Xiaoxue hurry up and go eat, mom is sending food to your dada. Aha, good Lu mom. Su Yang hurriedly smiled and nodded his head, watched his mom walk out of the house, then gently brought the door again. Hubby, come over. Lu Shui had already washed her hands at this time and sat at the dining table. Hooked his finger at Su Yang, his eyes were filled with a touch of indescribable shyness and surprise. The night is coming. She knew that from now on, the happy life of the two that had been interrupted for a year was going to open up again. Coming wife, I'll wash my hands first. Su Yang winked at his wife and went to wash his hands in a flash. Looking at Lu Shui's not-so-normal look, he felt that his heart couldn't stop beating faster either. A few moments later, the two of them then sat down together. Hubby, I want you to feed me. Okay, baby. Where are you hungry? Su Yang listened to Lu Shui's sweet and greasy voice and reached out to stroke her pretty face. Belly hungry. Lu Shui smiled shyly and directly snuggled into Su Yang's arms. The pink little mouth was also slightly open. Alright, my little silly girl, let brother feed you. Su Yang said and embraced Lu Shui tightly at once. Hugged very tightly and tightly. In a moment, her face turned redder and redder. I don't know if it was because of the emotion or because she was holding her breath. Hubby, I want you to feed me dinner rice first. And then feed. Lu Shui obviously felt a little weak all over. If she didn't put a stop to it, she might actually indulge in it. From there, it would be out of control. So much so that dinner wouldn't be eaten. Well, okay wife. Su Yang nodded his head, forcibly holding back the excitement in his heart, somewhat reluctantly loosening his arms that were tightly embracing his wife. Slightly, he let out a long breath. He then picked up the bowl of chicken soup and started to feed Lu Shui, whose face was already red, with a small spoon. Hubby, I've been drinking so many chicken soups lately, but I feel that today's is the best. It really smells good. That's for sure, don't look at who's feeding it. Su Yang smiled and sent another spoonful of chicken soup into her mouth. Then, he held the bowl, lowered his head and took a big sip. Then he put the soup bowl down and reached out to hook Lu Shui's neck. Husband. Listening to Su Yang's inexpressible voice, Lu Shui naturally understood her meaning in seconds. So with a turn, she snuggled into his arms. The red lips were facing towards Su Yang. Lowered his head. He then kissed. The fragrant chicken soup naturally flowed into Lu Shui's small mouth. Again. After a mouthful was fed down, then came another big mouthful. Not to mention, Lu Shui's meal size was indeed a lot bigger than before. A bowl of chicken soup was quickly fed down all the way. In the end, there was tender chicken meat left inside the bowl. Good husband, I'll eat the rest, you really love me. Thank you good baby. Lu Shui sat up from Su Yang's arms, then brought the bowl of soup with only chicken meat left to her. Hubby, this bowl is yours. You eat first, I'll feed you later. Boo! Lu Shui said, pouted her little mouth at Su Yang and gave a flying kiss. Good Su Yang smiled and picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Just from that embrace just now, the passion of the past seemed to be slowly coming back. Although Lu Shui's figure was a bit deformed, but in Su Yang's view, The feeling of embracing in the arms seems to have more flavor than before. A happy dinner was finished, and the son did not cry. It allowed the duo to have an extremely comforting dinner time. Wife, you go look at the child, I'll just clean up the dishes. After eating and drinking, Su Yang stood up and started to clean up. Before it was all mom would come over for a trip to clean up, but nowadays, Lu Shue's body was recovering very well, so she wouldn't let mom run here anymore. Besides, Su Yang also took the initiative to take up the task of cleaning up and scrubbing. It's okay, husband, I'll do it. How about I clean up and you make a mess? Then, how about I clean up and you make a mess? When Su Yang heard this, he immediately thought of the various scenarios where he had messed up for Lu Shue in the past. Anyway, the end of messing up was definitely messing up things. Things sometimes big, sometimes small. Small things will be solved anywhere, big things well. Then go to the bedroom or the sofa to solve. But in this year, this mess is basically no thing. Thinking about it, I feel slightly regret it. Good husband, I like to mess up for you the most. I first go to the bedroom to see the little piece. Today this little guy is really good. Wow 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 wow. Lu Shue was saying, then the sound of little Ping An's crying came from the bedroom. Coming, mom is coming. Lu Shue hurriedly got up and quickly rushed in the direction of the bedroom. Even the matter of saying that she would mess with Su Yang just now was temporarily forgotten. This brat. Trying to delay your dad's big event, really? Su Yang looked at Lu Shue's enchanting back and couldn't help but let out a slight dark sigh. Well. Wash the dishes to go. Su Yang helplessly began to clean up. After a flurry of work, everything was cleaned up. When Su Yang finished cleaning up and came to the master bedroom, he saw that his wife was holding his son and feeding him and was gently humming a tune in her mouth. That big grain bag is still so tantalizing. Cough. Good son, it's time for the old man, right? Chapter 233, New Supervisor's Work Report. Not long after, little Ping An was full. In Lu Shue's gentle shaking, he fell asleep again. After falling asleep this time, when he woke up again, it was estimated that he would have to get most of the night. Hubby, let's quickly wash and clean up. Waiting for Lu Shue to put little Ping An into the crib again, then rushed Su Yang and whispered. Okay, hurry up. Hubby, you go take a shower first. It's better to do it together, this is more. Save water. But, hubby, our family doesn't lack this water bill, right? Okay. You go in first, I'll get my pajamas. Lu Shue shyly smiled and nodded, her face quickly turned red as well. Well, wait for you. Su Yang smiled, took his pajamas and headed for the shower room. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. The door of the bathroom opened, and Su Yang hugged Lu Shue and came out from inside. As for the pajamas, long ago did not know where to go. What happens later is too wonderful to describe, but the author has already appreciated it for everyone. Early the next morning. Ka-ching. Before the duo of Su Yang and Lu Shue got up, the door of the room outside was opened. No need to think to know. It must be the old mom who had come to make them breakfast again. Ever since Lu Shue was pregnant with a child, old mom had gotten into the habit of coming over to help them make 3 meals a day. Make the meals and bring back some, then the old couple would eat together again. Hubby, our mom is here. Well, sleep a little longer, boo. The two tossed and turned late last night, so much so that by now they were both still slightly sleepy. Okay. Let's get up when our mom makes dinner, okay? Don't, husband, be honest, good boy. There's no time now, wait for the night. I didn't expect Su Yang to be so honest. Saying that he wanted to sleep for a while longer, he really wanted to sleep with her for a while longer. When he spoke, his hands started to be dishonest again. Okay. Su Yang of course knew that at this point in time, it really couldn't be any busier. After all, it's time to get up. And mom had come to cook. Su Yang only had to hold back the fire in his heart and buried his head in Lu Shue's arms. Not long after, he took a long breath, then rolled over and got up. Lu Shue also smiled shyly and then got up. After having a meal in the morning, Su Yang then said goodbye to his wife and children and drove to the agency. After arriving at the office upstairs, he made a cup of tea. Thinking about making a trip to the property company to see, recently again, it has not gone for a while. Soon. He then came down from the upstairs office. Twisting his head to look towards Yang Xia's office, the sister was lowering her head and busying herself. So also did not disturb her. So he drove his car to the property company. Well, where are the people? When Su Yang arrived at the general manager's office of the property company, he found that Jia Wei was not there. Not being there or not, he didn't care. Now that Zhao Hui's daughter-in-law had just given birth not long ago after all, there were quite a few things that he needed to be busy with. Coming a little late or not coming for half a day was normal. Knock knock knock. Su Yang just sat on the sofa not too long ago, the office door was knocked. Come in. After the door was pushed open, it turned out to be Qian Ming who came in. She was just now busy in her own office and did not notice the boss coming over. It was only when the personnel manager came enough to tell her that she realized it was happening. So she rushed over at the first time. The boss usually doesn't come over much. Now that he suddenly came over, is there something to arrange? Mr. Su, you came over? May I have any instructions? Saying that, Qian Ming smiled and sat on the sofa next to Su Yang. Ha ha ha. Where do I have any instructions? I just came to take a look at you guys. It's been a few days since I saw you. I miss you guys. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Qian Ming, smiled and shook his head. Qian Ming couldn't help but smile. But still opened the notebook in her hand. This was a summary and record of her daily work that she carried with her. Qian Ming, you've been doing quite well recently. You've heard it all from Mr. Zhao, right? Well, yeah, is there anything wrong with what he said? Su Yang smiled, picked up his teacup and took a sip. I just took over not long ago. Nowadays it's all just sort of smooth, and the property managers of the various neighborhoods are sort of working together okay. Qian Ming scratched her head in embarrassment, her cheeks slightly red. In the past, she had often reported her work alone with Mr. Zhao. But now that she was alone with her boss, today was really the first time. Inevitably, she was slightly nervous in her heart. But she could clearly feel that her boss still had great trust in her. Smooth is very good. You and the supervisor of the time is not much time, can so quickly to do now this level, has been very very good. Qian Ming, good job, very good. Su Yang did not mince his words of praise. For subordinates who were truly down to earth and hardworking, he still cared a lot. But boss is really good at praising people. Mr. Zhao hasn't even praised me like this. Saying that, Qian Ming's face was actually shy. In a moment, it turned pink. Ha ha ha. I'm just being honest, it's okay Qian Ming, just be bold and work hard, I'll help you cover any problems. Su Yang smiled and nodded. For subordinates, it was still necessary to encourage them. Mr. Su, let me give you a report on the work during this period of time? Sure, go ahead. Seeing Qian Ming holding his own notebook, he seemed to have quite a lot to say, so he nodded. Since she wanted to report on her work, let's have a good listen. Listen to some of the details of her work, if there were any problems. Mr. Su, during this recent period of time, I have asked the business manager of each property company to come up with a set of schedule for improving and upgrading services based on the situation of their own neighborhood. Through my field visits and inspections, I have initially drawn up a program for each neighborhood. Good. Listening to Qian Ming's report, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This young lady was indeed quite attentive. In such a short period of time, not only did she take over and familiarize herself with the supervisor's work, but she also came up with the preliminary plans for all the neighborhoods so quickly. The key is also to personally go one by one to understand the neighborhood in-depth inspection. Really not simple. Chapter 234, Su Yang Spring Colors. Mr. Su, I have already submitted the program developed by each neighborhood to Mr. Zhao. We will communicate as soon as possible to come up with the final program. Good. Good work Qian Ming, not bad. Su Yang listened to Qian Ming's return and couldn't stop nodding his head. He also didn't expect that the supervisor who had been hastily settled had this level. This was really picking up a treasure. Tap tap tap. As the two were chatting, the sound of briskly paced footsteps sounded outside the door. Ooh. Brother Su Yang, you're here, ah? Ha ha ha. Sorry, I'm late. My little girl seems to be suffering from gastrointestinal discomfort and vomited while drinking milk. Before the person arrived, the voice came over first. Without thinking about it, he knew that this was Jia Wei coming. Su Yang turned his head. Sure enough, Jia Wei had hurriedly walked into the office. It's fine, not a big problem. My son has also vomited milk. I guess he drank too much. When Su Yang heard this, his mind instantly conjured up Lu Shui's large grain bag. Indeed, quite big. Previously, every time he saw Jiang Wei, he would always inevitably look twice. Now, it seems that Lu Shui's model is a bit bigger. Saying that, his eyes unconsciously glanced at Qian Ming's grain bag. This model was obviously much smaller. Even compared to when Lu Shui wasn't pregnant, it was still quite a bit worse yet. Well, nothing much, I rushed over when the little girl fell asleep. Sorry about the two of you. What are you guys chatting about? Continue. Jia Wei said, putting the bag in his hand down, then picked up his own water cup to make tea. What about Qian Ming's service upgrade plan in return for the district just now? It's very good, finalize the plan as soon as possible and try to see. I feel that this plan is very good, it's worth doing well. Su Yang looked at Zhao Hui and said with a smile. Well, yes, Su Yang, Qian Ming has already sent me the plan, let's study it as soon as possible and come up with a final plan. We will submit it to you for approval at that time, and if we can, we will implement it as soon as possible. Zhao Hui took a cup of water and sat on his butt beside Su Yang. Good. Tough luck to the two of you. Su Yang looked at the two capable generals and couldn't help but nod secretly. With such hard-working and down-to-earth subordinates, this company would definitely grow better and better. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhao, you guys chat first, I still have some things to take care of. If there's nothing else, I'll go over first. With that, Qian Ming got up and stood up. Since Mr. Zhao had come over, there was no need for her to accompany her boss. Moreover, the things she wanted to report were basically done. Good, there's nothing more on my side. Su Yang looked up at Qian Ming and nodded with a smile. Okay, Qian Ming, then you go over first, I don't have anything to do for the time being, wait for me to finish looking at the proposal you submitted first, then we'll talk in detail. Alright, Mr. Zhao, see you both later. Qian Ming said and quickly left the office and helped them bring the door with them. Brother, look at you, you're full of spring color, haha. After Qian Ming left, Zhao Wei looked at Su Yang's face and couldn't help but laugh. Spring. Spring color? This can also be seen? When Su Yang heard this, a sarcastic smile also appeared on his face. Now that he and Lu Shui had already gone carnal, it was naturally springtime. That goes without saying, huh? You used to have a vague green light feeling in that eye, now it obviously relieved a lot. Full of smiles. On this expression of yours, I dare say that you and Lu Shui's two couples have already really open meet, right? Zhao Hui said with a hint of envy in his eyes. Yeah, the child was born 2 months ago, went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said the recovery is very good. Cough cough, can do things. You also don't be anxious, it is estimated that another month or so, you guys can also open meet. By the way, you do not have a sister-in-law. Well, I but often encountered her to your home. Such a good sister-in-law, you did not take the opportunity to solve each other a bit? Ha ha ha. Su Yang looked at Zhao Wei, who was a bit envious, and couldn't help but snicker. Cough cough cough. My sister-in-law is indeed quite good, but I can't take advantage of Dong Wan's inconvenience to mess around. After all, they're sisters, don't dare. Zhao Hui smiled sarcastically, a look of embarrassment on his face. Grass, so you didn't dare because they're sisters? Then what about this sister just now? Su Yang remembered Qian Ming, this sister, her personality and looks were not bad either. Her cooperation with Zhao Hui is also very close. It's possible that they might work together in bed after a long time. Who knows, anyway, this possibility is not unheard of. Don't. You say Qian Ming, her husband is a physical education teacher, his body is great. With my physical strength, I'm afraid that even if I hold it in for 3 years, I won't be able to catch up to someone else's gym teacher's level, right? Zhao Hui laughed and hurriedly waved his hand. Qian Ming, this little bitch is quite good, not only is her looks okay, but her personality is also good. But people don't like this thing. Who can say this, ha ha ha. Sometimes don't just look at the physique, maybe it's over in 3 seconds. No, if that's the case, then Xian Ming's eyes will definitely be different. I see that people don't seem to like this kind of thing. I go. You kid is quite a researcher. Su Yang sniffed and couldn't help but give Jia Wei a thumbs up. No, it's just that I've occasionally read some information in this area before. How about it? Do you want to read it? I'll forward it to you. No, my family Lu Shui is so powerful. I can't use this stuff. Ha. That's true, your family's Lu Shui is definitely the kind of superb in the pile of women. It's still a notch higher than my family's Don Juan. Jia Wei said, his eyes unexpectedly also revealed a touch of obvious envy. Grip grass. Not allowed to think about my home Lu Shui, this life anyway, you have no chance. Besides, I feel that your family Don Juan is also a superb one. There are not many women who can compare. Su Yang naturally also want to praise Don Juan. Men, well, most people will feel that other people's wives are good. Maybe their own family used to get used to it, and after a long time, they feel that it is not fresh, but instead they feel that other people's wives are good. Ha. Zhao Hui sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 235 Boss Su, you're in good health. After the two of them casually bantered for a while, Zhao Hui planned to go study the property service enhancement program that Qian Ming had proposed. Bro, I'm going to be busy for a while first. Do you want to go talk to Qian Ming? Chatting with a young woman can definitely make you happier. Zhao Hui smiled and winked at Su Yang before standing up with his cup. Cough. Don't make a fuss, although this body of mine is quite good, but I shouldn't be able to compete with a physical education teacher. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, telling Zhao Hui to hurry up and get busy. You get busy, I just came out to casually turn around. When you're free we'll get together again as brothers. With that, he stood up and prepared to go around a random neighborhood to take a look. As the boss, he always had to go down and take a look when he was free. He couldn't rely on the general manager and supervisor to report everything. At least you can also see everyone's work performance with your own eyes. Okay, little brother, then you go slowly. Well, go brother, back to chat. Su Yang waved his hand and directly walked out of Zhao Hui's general manager office. When he passed by the supervisor's office, because the door was open, Su Yang looked inside. It so happened that Qian Ming raised her head, and the two of them looked at each other. Su Yang couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. It was as if there was a feeling of peeping at someone and being discovered. However, Qian Ming smiled faintly and got up to stand. Mr. Su, are you coming over to see me? Quickly. Please come in. Su Yang sniffed and was embarrassed to move forward at once. The powerful subordinate was so enthusiastic, how could he still have the cheek to refuse? If I say I won't go in if I'm not looking at you, this will more or less make people a little unhappy. So? Su Yang smiled and nodded, stepping into Qian Ming's office. Come, Mr. Su, have a seat. You haven't entered my office yet, right? Yeah. At this moment, Qian Ming moved over a chair and placed it beside Su Yang. He then sat down obediently. Let's sit here for a while, chat casually and then leave. Mr. Su, let me refill some water for you. I see that you don't have much water in your cup. Oh, thank you. Seeing that there was just a small half of water left in Su Yang's water cup, so Qian Ming enthusiastically walked over and stretched out her hand. Well. Su Yang didn't dawdle either, reaching out and handing her the cup. Having a good relationship with your subordinates is definitely beneficial to work. So Su Yang definitely wouldn't reject it either. Mr. Su, I see a lot of men in their 30-40s like to soak jujubes in wolfberries or something like that, saying that it's good for the body. Boss, you are so busy, your body needs to be replenished, right? Qian Ming took Su Yang's water cup and glanced at the tea brewed inside. My body is actually quite good. It doesn't take much to brew goji berries or something like that, right? Su Yang smiled sarcastically. Turning his head, he looked at Qian Ming. Unconsciously looked up and down this 30-year-old young woman. Not to mention, the figure was quite put together. Once a man reaches his 30s, his body is definitely not as good as when he was in his 20s. Don't look at my husband is teaching physical education, he also often soak goji berries it. He said that drinking goji berries can replenish qi and is quite good for the body. Boss, you can also try. You usually work so hard, Xian Ming said and helped Su Yang's cup to be filled with water. But I see that your body is quite good, Mr. Su. You usually exercise a lot, right? Well, yeah, I often run, and then I have some exercise equipment at home. I exercise every day. Su Yang nodded with a smile and took the cup from Qian Ming's hand. It also accidentally touched her small hand. Smooth and tender. It seemed that Qian Ming's face slightly blushed, but she adjusted after a moment. No wonder, Boss Su's body that's really good. Your husband is engaged in sports, body that is not better? It's average. Qian Ming sniffed and just smiled faintly. There seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Those who practice sports have average bodies. How can my body be compared to those who practice sports? Su Yang said and couldn't help but laugh. However, in his heart, he didn't feel that his physical quality was worse than those who practiced sports. He was the one who exercised every day. If he wanted to be lazy, Lu Shui would definitely urge him to exercise. For the sake of the duo's future happiness, he did work out very attentively. Anyway, I feel that Boss Su's body must be especially good. Well, I feel okay about it. Xian Ming, work hard, I'm very optimistic about you. Su Yang said, pulling out his cell phone and looking at the time. It was now more than 10 a.m. On the way back, he was still thinking of going to a neighborhood down the road to sneak around for a bit, then he would just go home. Thank you, Boss Su, I will definitely work hard. Thank you for your trust and support. Seeing Su Yang standing up, she knew that her boss was about to leave. So she stood in front of him and said thank you very seriously, also expressing her work ethic. Qian Ming. Why are you so polite? You work hard and have a serious attitude. I think any boss would reuse you. From now on we are all friends, don't be polite. Su Yang smiled and nodded, wanting to reach out and pat her shoulder. But after thinking about it, he just let it go. The two are currently not so familiar. This kind of action of patting someone's shoulder, more or less still a little ambiguous, then forget it. In addition to his wife, he also just patted Yang Xia's shoulder. Of course, in addition to patting, it was unknown how many times he had massaged. Anyway, to her tender shoulders, Su Yang was considered very, very familiar. However, other than that, there were other places that he hadn't ventured into. Okay, Mr. Su. You take your time. Okay, Qian Ming, see you later. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then turned around and left the supervisor's office. After leaving the property company, Su Yang directly rushed towards the nearby Huaihai neighborhood. The original property manager of this neighborhood was Qian Ming, and now there was a new property manager. He thought of going over to casually turn around and see everyone's working status. Not much time. He then rushed to Huaihai district and directly drove the car in. Driving along the way, he looked at any details that were within the scope of the property's work that he might be able to look at. Su Yan nodded secretly while looking. Chapter 236. I want to get my figure back as soon as possible. Soon. Su Yang then wandered around Huaihai district for half an hour. However, he didn't plan to go to the property manager, even the property office. Seeing that it was 11 o'clock at noon, he returned to his car and quickly left Huaihai neighborhood. The situation here is not bad. It seems that the property manager's management is still relatively qualified. After leaving Huaihai neighborhood, Su Yang directly rushed to his home. Just like this. The time of the morning passed just like that. After arriving home, Mom had already prepared a meal. Yang, you and Xiao Shui eat, I'll go eat with your dad. Mom habitually made a good meal, ready to take away part of it to eat with Dad. Okay, la Mom, you slow down. Seeing the mom carrying the meal to leave, so Su Yang hurried to help her open the door. Watching Mom leave, he then closed the door. Husband, quickly wash your hands for dinner. Okay, la wife, coming. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui in the restaurant and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Hubby, recently Lorraine didn't harass you, right? When Su Yang sat down, Lu Shui reached out and caressed his face. Seeing her husband return, she felt pleasure from the bottom of her heart. Lorraine? Before, when she rented our house and didn't want to pay the rent, I even had her evicted, but I didn't ask afterward. Until now I don't know her news. What's wrong, wife, did she harass you? Hearing the name Luo Lin again, Su Yang seemed to have some unfamiliar feeling. It felt like he was about to forget about her. She asked me for Brother Qing's contact information today, but I also only have Brother Qing's original phone number, but his original phone number became empty. She's been stalling with me for a long time, always thinking that I don't give her his contact information if I have it. But then again, I really wouldn't give it to her if I had it. Saying that, Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh lightly. What do you think she wants Brother Qing's contact information for? It's not like she's going to play any bad tricks again, right? But after Brother Qing left Jiangcheng, he hasn't contacted us for a long time. It's when we had peace that we didn't contact him. Who knows what she's up to? She's not a good person anyway. Too lazy to mention her. Su Yang shook his head slightly, not taking this seriously. Well, okay baby. Let's not mention her, a big S goods only. Lu Shui saw that Su Yang was not interested in this topic at all, so she also stopped mentioning it. The main reason for mentioning this before was because she was worried that he was also being harassed by Luo Lin. Since he hadn't been contacted, he wouldn't mention it anymore. Come on wife, let hubby feed you ah? Su Yang reached out and pinched his wife's face, his heart started to move again. Good ah. Lu Shui sniffed, her face unconsciously flushed slightly. For this kind of daily romance, she felt like she was already deep in it. As long as her husband was in the mood, she was immediately able to cooperate with special pleasure. It was the same in turn. So, as long as one of them was in the mood, the two of them could immediately agree. Come. Saying that, Su Yang put down the chopsticks in his hands and took Lu Shui in his arms. Directly kissed up. Both hands also started to be a bit disobedient. Wife, why do I feel that your waist has gotten a little thinner? But hubby, you feel it? Lu Shui sniffed and couldn't help but smile shyly. There was obvious delight in her eyes. Actually, I've been feeling it a little bit for the past few days, it's just that I'm feeling it a little more obviously today. Little silly girl, you're not losing weight, are you? Now that they were breastfeeding, losing weight shouldn't be a wise move ah. It's okay husband, we eat together every day, you should know wife eat her quite a lot. It's just that I am now strengthening the exercise. Especially the abdominal exercise. I want to get my figure back as soon as possible. Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms and ate the food he brought into her mouth. There was a slight hint of worry in her eyes. What's wrong baby? Your body is just fine now Holding you feels fleshy and comfortable. Su Yang smiled and gently placed his hand on her stomach. Just gave birth to a baby well, the meat on the stomach is naturally less. Not only is there a handful of meat, but there are also obvious stretch marks. But these in Su Yang's eyes. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this. It's like the scars left on her back. These were a constant reminder to him of the suffering his wife had gone through. Leaving aside the severe beatings and tossing she suffered in the past. Even from the beginning of her pregnancy until now, throughout the entire process of pregnancy to labor, she had suffered a lot of pain and suffering. It's really not easy to give birth to a child. Hubby, is the wife much uglier now than before? Don't talk nonsense, in my husband's eyes, you will always be the most beautiful. Any other woman can't compare to my little baby. Be obedient, come. Open your mouth, ah. Su Yang reached out and pinched Lu Shui's ear, picked up a tender piece of fish and put it into her little mouth. Not to mention, my wife's recent exercise is still quite effective. Today it was indeed noticeable that her waist had changed. The flabby flesh has really tightened up a bit. Don't worry hubby, your little silly girl definitely won't take too long. It will be able to return to its former good shape. At that time can also continue to dance for you to see. Lu Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist, slightly squinting her eyes, her face permeated with indescribable happiness. Okay wife. Since you insist on this, then hubby will support you. All people have the heart to love beauty. Lu Shui was of course very clear that after giving birth to a baby, her figure had indeed gone seriously out of shape. It was necessary to strengthen the exercise in order to let her good figure recover as soon as possible. By the time the child would also be a bit older, the duo could definitely make full use of the agency's upstairs lounge again. That kind of joy. Thinking about it all made one feel unusually excited. Well, my precious husband is so nice. It's my turn. Why don't my wife give you a drink first? Lu Shui smiled shyly and her body sat upright. With a stretch of her arm, she took Su Yang's head and wrapped it in her arms. Little baby, be good. Chapter 237. Preparing for the annual meeting, Lu Shui plans to come out to work. Happy days always pass quickly. Unconsciously, the time was approaching the end of the year. Little Ping'an has also been more than half a year old. Originally, Su Yang and Lu Shui planned to wait for this year, she then gradually start working. Seeing the child grow up a little bit, seeing her husband go out every day and busy. Lu Shui at home more and more cannot stay. After more than half a year of hard workout, her figure even recovered almost. If not with the child, and that big grain bag. Definitely can't see that she looks like a woman who just gave birth to a child for more than half a year. Since it was near the end of the year, Su Yang and Lu Shui then planned to organize an annual meeting. After all, the property company, agency, hotel, and several other places combined, the number of employees was still quite a lot. In addition to giving everyone some gifts for the holidays, organizing a collective annual meeting could also make the company a bit more cohesive. At noon on this day, Su Yang and Lu Shui, husband and wife, were happily eating lunch together. Hubby, how are you going to organize the company's annual meeting? Seeing that Su Yang was a bit worried, Lu Shui couldn't help but ask with concern. I don't know, now I'll let Jia Wei, Yang Xia and so on, I'll take a program for the annual meeting out, then we'll discuss it together. Su Yang smiled sarcastically. This was the company's first time officially organizing an annual meeting, but he didn't have much experience. It was nothing more than a group effort and then checking the internet for information. Well, it can be it's also a way. Lu Shui sniffed and nodded tenderly. Hubby, this annual meeting, I plan to attend it, just so I can also meet up with all my colleagues in the company. After the spring festival is over, I plan to start working. I like the feeling of working with my husband the most. But little Ping'an is not even a year old. For Lu Shui to be able to work with him, of course Su Yan was begging for it. With his wife around, he could be so much more relaxed and at ease again. But the child is still small. You can't bring your child to work every day, right? Of course, it is not impossible to bring the child to work in the office upstairs of the agency, but it is inevitable to make trouble. It's okay to bring them here occasionally. If you bring it over every day, it does have a bigger impact. It's okay, hubby, my mom and I have already discussed it. After New Year's, I'll work half-day shift first, and the child will be fine with my mom. Lu Shui said, reached out and hooked Su Yang's neck, came up and kissed. This way. Can mom bring it? After all, she is quite old. In fact, mom's health condition is very good, running around every day, her face has been through a happy smile. Since coming to Jiangcheng, she hadn't even gotten a cold or fever once. Every night, she even dragged her boss to go square dancing. Su Yang is still very clear about this. It just felt that the child had been brought by his wife. If another person brought it, I don't know if the child would cry. Don't worry, husband, when you went out to work, mom often helped me bring the child. The child doesn't cry or fuss with her, very obedient. Really, that would be possible. Su Yang sniffed and couldn't help but let go of his heart. Ping'an is my little baby, my husband is my big baby. Both of you, I value you very much, how could I not arrange it? Boo! Saying that, Lu Shui then smiled shyly and grabbed Su Yang's chest. Well, in that case, let's start working after the new year. Anyway, Su Yang had long been looking forward to having the time to go to the office restroom with Lu Shui. The first thing that Su Yang did was to go to the office lounge with Lu Shui to have a good rest. At home, this environment really cannot play out. Nowadays. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yang said goodbye to his wife and child and rushed to the agency's upstairs office. Shortly after arriving at the office and sitting down, Yang Xia came over with a material. Brother, I see you. So happy? Lu Shui will be ready to work after the new year. Su Yang is naturally very happy. That smile from the heart. Yang Xia naturally saw it at a glance. Well, yeah. After the new year, your sister will be ready to start working. Oh, no wonder brother is so happy. Sister has been at home for so long, it's really time to come out for a change of scenery. It's just that your family's little pingin isn't even a year old yet. It's fine, your sister started working half-day shifts first, let my mom help out a bit first, no problem. Oh. That's fine. Yang Xia sniffed and couldn't help but nod. Since her sister was at home with the child, the sisters had seen each other a lot less often yet. Right, brother, this is the program I wrote for the annual meeting, you take a look first. With that, she placed the document on Su Yang's table. On her own, she came behind him, and with one reach, she put her hand on his shoulder. Anyway, now she and Su Yang often rotated massages with each other. Mainly just massaging the shoulders or arms. Other places, it was still very little. Sister, this excellent employee bonus is a bit low. Really, that's fine. Anyway, brother is the boss, how much you say how much we pay, huh? After all, the money spent is Su Yang's, Yang Xia naturally still have some discretionary consideration. Too little employees are not happy, too much for fear that brother has ideas. In fact, she still understands Su Yang, that is, the bonus amount set higher does not matter. But she thought about it and still didn't set it very high. Double it on top of what you have now. Let's let the employees know that as long as they do a good job, we definitely won't skimp on the rewards. Okay, little brother, no problem. Yang Xia said, transferred his hand from Su Yang's shoulder to his arm. After massaging his shoulders, he now started to massage his arms again. Sister, where did you get these game shows from? They look pretty good. It's all from searching the internet. Sister hasn't worked in a big company before, so she really doesn't have much experience in organizing annual meetings either. Saying that, Yang Xia's hands massaged all the way to Su Yang's hands. She gently pulled his hand and slowly kneaded it. Without realizing it, Yang Xia's face turned slightly red. This annual meeting, your sister will also participate, you can add some opportunities for her to show her face. Next year, she's going to start working. We've had quite a few new employees from various companies this year, so it's also convenient for everyone to get to know her. Oh right. What brother said. I'll record it right away. Chapter 238, Is the wife ready to go crazy? After Yang Xia and Su Yan finished chatting about some specific details, she went back. The massage had been done, so she didn't want to stay too long. After Yang Xia left, Su Yang also went online to look for some annual meeting programs, hoping to combine some better ideas. Ding dong. As he was watching, his cell phone received a WeChat message. Picking it up, it turned out to be from Jia Wei. Brother, I've organized an annual meeting program with Qian Ming, sending it to you to take a look. Along with this message, a document was sent behind it. Su Yan smoothly clicked on the document and then looked at it. There were also some similarities with the program that Yang Xia had put together, so it was possible to combine them. Not long after, Yang Xia sent the modified program over via WeChat as well. Su Yan looked at it and then sent all the programs submitted up by the two general managers to Lu Shui. Wife, I've sent you all the programs of the two general managers for the annual meeting, so take a look and let's finalize a program out as soon as possible. Then send it down for everyone to prepare and get ready in advance. A few moments later, Lu Shui's message came back. Good little baby, this matter is given to me, today I will take out the program, by then we will discuss together, no problem on the issue. I knew that my wife is the most powerful, hug. Looking at Lu Shui's message, Su Yang couldn't help but feel relieved. Within these leaders, Lu Shui was considered to be the most experienced in work, and had experienced the annual meeting quite a few times. If this matter was handed over to her, there shouldn't be any problems. With Lu Shui's help, the program was quickly determined. The final program was sent down early the next morning. The specific preparations would be led by Yang Xia, with Jia Wei cooperating, using his spare leisure time to start the preparations. Time passed quickly. Under the arrangement of the two general managers, everything was ready for the annual meeting. In order to allow as many employees as possible to participate, the annual meeting was scheduled in the evening after work. The day of the annual meeting. In the evening. Hubby, what do you think of my outfit? Lu Shui stood in front of the mirror, scrutinizing her figure over and over again. She always felt that she still hadn't recovered to her original appearance, and she couldn't help but feel slightly regretful in her heart. Wife, just with your current figure and face, actually no matter what you wear, that's the brightest presence in the crowd. Su-yang reached out and shook her small hand, and couldn't help but feel slightly emotional. It had been more than a year since he was reborn over. Lu Shue's beauty had long been ingrained in his heart. The days and nights with her had allowed him to experience days as if he was a god. Gentle, understanding, flavorful, and brainy. All the passion that bloomed just for him alone. In his eyes, Lu Shue's wife was the most wonderful and charming woman in the world, without one. Hubby, you always praise me so much. How can a wife be so good? Hearing Su Yang's compliments, Lu Shui couldn't help but her face became slightly shy. Of course she knew very well that what her husband said was from the bottom of his heart. The trust between the two had long reached a very, very high point. Of course. At least in my husband's eyes, my wife is the best and finest woman in this world, grateful to heaven. Let me meet you. If there is really an afterlife, I hope to meet you in all my lives. Looking at the dignified and virtuous Lu Shui, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but feel a little foolish. He really wanted to pull her to the office lounge. And then passionately express his deepest love. But Lu Shui's face instantly blushed as she listened to Su Yang's words of love. This husband said something really touching. If there is an afterlife, I hope we love each other earlier. I swear that I will love you well for the rest of my life. Love you as much as you want. Okay, hubby, let's wear this then. I feel okay. Well, let's get going then. The two said and went out of the bedroom together. Mom, then you watch over little Ping'an first. Tonight our company's annual meeting. I guess I'll be back late. Before leaving, Lu Shui once again urged with her mom. It's okay, Xiao Shui, Ping'an is very good. Later he is sleepy, I will take him to bed just fine, don't worry. Old mom loved this little grandson and especially liked to take him. So for Lu Shui to go to work, she was also extremely supportive. Her body was very strong now, and helping her daughter with the child, that was naturally a great pleasure. That's fine, Mom, Su Yang went out. Well, let's go, let Yang Yang drink less. Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely drink less. Su Yang smiled and waved with his mom, then left the house with Lu Shui. Mr. Lu, please get in the car. When Su Yang and Lu Shui arrived at the parking lot, he looked at his car and then looked at his wife. He couldn't help but feel a little mismatched. This domestic car is not bad, but after driving for all these years, it's already old. Really, some cannot match their own so beautiful and unrivaled wife. If you don't turn around and buy a high-grade car, let your wife sit in some comfortable. But little baby is really good. That's for sure. Su Yang said, opened the door of the passenger seat and helped Lu Shui sit in. Boom. With a roar of the engine, the car drove out. Hubby, I haven't sat in your car for a long time. When the year is over, we can go to work together every day again. Hubby can take you out for a ride every day. Su Yang smiled and reached out to catch Lu Shui's small hand. Good familiar posture, good familiar action. The left hand grabbed the steering wheel, the right hand held Lu Shui's small hand. Turning on the left, rubbing on the right, it's fun. Hubby, can we come back early today? Letting Su Yang knead her small hand, Lu Shui's voice turned a little shaky in general. I don't know if it was the reason for touching her hand, or if she thought of something strange. It seemed that her mood turned a little unsettled. Come back early? Is the wife worried about the peace? That's not true. Oh, I understand. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Is his wife ready to go crazy? Ever since she got pregnant, the two of them haven't been fully utilized. I think about it, really feel sorry. Chapter 239. Is that Mr. Lu? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. Lu Shui didn't say anything, she just looked at her husband shyly, and the strength of her hand holding his hand became bigger. At this time, no sound was better than sound. Su Yang was too familiar with this look of hers. If she had put it aside before, she would have urged Su Yang to hurry home. After going home to clean up and wash up. And then communicate properly and deeply. Hubby, let's come back early after the steps that require our presence are performed. Let's go back to the office lounge. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but feel his heart shake violently. OMG. So nostalgic. Okay, wife, then we'll come back early. Great. Great! The annual meeting was scheduled at the Zhengcheng Hotel. With nearly 300 employees, a whole floor was packed. By the time Su Yang and Lu Shui arrived, most of the employees were almost there. Seeing the two bosses come in, Yang Xia and Jia Wei greeted them with smiles. Sister! Sister! The two sisters were also considered to have not seen each other for a long time, and as soon as they met, the two of them happily hugged each other. Su Yang and Jia Wei then smiled and patted each other's shoulders. Many people in the company had not seen the legendary general manager Lu. Seeing the woman who came in with Mr. Su, many people brushed their heads. Wow! Is that General Manager Lu? So pretty? It must be General Manager Lu on such an important occasion, following closely beside our Mr. Su. It goes without saying that it must be General Manager Lu. General Manager Lu looks like she's only in her 20s, right? It's really good looking. I heard that Ms. Lu just gave birth to a child, but this figure doesn't look like she just gave birth to a child? What do you know? She's doing a good job of body management. As soon as Lu Shui appeared, the colleagues in the hall whispered. And the voices were getting louder and louder. Brother, sister, come with us to this seat in front. Yang Xia was the overall person in charge of today's annual meeting, and she was the one who was generally responsible for arranging the entire process and arrangement of the annual meeting. Not long after, the group of people then passed through table after table of colleagues, and came all the way to the place closest to the stage. A large dining table was specially arranged here. Those seated here were all at the supervisor level and above. Those from the property company, the agency, the hotel company, and so on. It was also a table full of people sitting around it. Sister, have all our personnel arrived? Lu Shui smiled and scanned back. Each table was basically full. Nearly 300 people, at a glance, it was quite a large area. Well, basically all have arrived, another 10 minutes and we'll start the annual meeting. Good. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, looking around at the employees at this table for a week. Most of the people in there she wasn't too familiar with. Come on, colleagues, introduce yourselves next to each other, 30 seconds a person. Zhao Hui saw this and immediately had a proposal. He was also very clear that many people were newly promoted. It was normal that Lu Shui didn't recognize them. Xian Ming, let's start with you. Xian Ming was sitting right next to Zhao Hui, so it was only logical to start with her to introduce herself. Okay, General Manager Zhao. Xian Ming sniffed and hurriedly stood up. Hello General Manager Lu, hello General Manager Su. Turning to face Lu Shui and Su Yang, he smiled and nodded. Xian Ming, just sit down and talk, no need to stand. Seeing this, Su Yang smiled and waved his hand. It's not like this is a report, there's no need to be so formal. Okay, Mr. Su. Xian Ming smiled faintly and shyly, then sat down again. My name is Qian Ming, I'm the supervisor of our Jiayuan property company, and I haven't been a supervisor for long. Soon after, Xian Ming finished her self-introduction. Then, the personnel behind them also began to introduce themselves. Lu Shui smiled and listened attentively. Dignified and generous, showy. Although she didn't say anything, everyone could feel that this woman was definitely not simple. Definitely not the kind of woman who was like a vase. After a round of introductions, the time had almost come when it was time to start the year after year. Brother, sister. Time is up, let's start the year after year. Yang Xia looked at the time, then softly said to Su Yang and the two of them. Okay, let's start. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, then twisted her head to look at the stage. Let's begin. Yang Xia stood up and gave an okay gesture to the hosts who were waiting not far away. Seeing this, the two hosts immediately nodded and walked towards the stage. Colleagues of Jiayuan Property, colleagues of Yangshui Agency, colleagues of Yangshui Hotel, good evening everyone. The hosts, a man and a woman, were both employees of the company. Not only were they handsome and beautiful, their eloquence was also quite good. As the opening remarks rang out, the several hundred people in the hall brushed their eyes to the stage in front of the hall. Wife, we should set up a group head office. This will also be convenient when we meet for introductions in the future. Anyway, no matter which company it is, it all belongs to a group company. Listening to the somewhat lengthy opening speech, Su Yang came close to Lu Shui and whispered. Good. Next year we can consider setting up one. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and nodded with a gentle smile. Next please, our beautiful and lovely general manager Lu, come up to the stage to speak for everyone, everyone applaud. As the host's words fell, the entire audience rang out in applause. Wife! Cheer up! Su Yang gently pinched Lu Shui's small hand, cheering her on. To be honest, facing so many people, Su Yang asked himself if he was allowed to go on stage to speak. He was definitely a little nervous. Well, don't worry. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, whispering. Then she stood up and turned towards the stage. At this time, the host's introduction continued. Mr. Lu is the founder of our company and the owner of our company. Not only is she gentle and beautiful, but she also has extraordinary abilities. Su Yang couldn't help but smile as he listened to the host's introductory words. Well, well, well. All the praises were actually not enough to describe his most adorable wife, Lu Shui. Soon, Lu Shui then walked onto the stage in a big way. Reaching out, she took a microphone from the host's hand, gracefully turned around, and smiled as she faced the hundreds of pairs of eyes below.